getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO, I hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good. return.
Copy, negative return.
Colony is
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling foo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Willful or forced market making has stopped. I'm heading over to the back of the big tram now. Good morning, UPS delivery guy. I am throwing on my tinfoil hat. I know you can't see it because my camera's not working, but you can hear it. And the tinfoil hat is on. I'm trying to decide where I want to start with this. I woke up this morning and I was like, holy crap, this is it. We're watching it unfold. It's happening, and I get it. It fully makes sense. July 31st is right here on this page. This is the SPY that we're looking at on a daily time interval. I wouldn't necessarily call that a doji candle necessarily right there, but it's close. But we ended up having, after July 1st, we ended up seeing this big 2-day dip on the SPY, and it's been nothing but a slow crawl up ever since. Very, very large amounts of volume on this particular day here, where it finally found a bottom, which is 8/5/2024. The SPY has been taking, for the most part, nothing but hits on volume every single day over day. There's been a couple days in here where it's been a little bit higher. Looks like maybe like 8/13 and 8/15 might have been 2 days that might have been a little bit different than the rest of the group here. But for the most part, this volume has been in decline since 8/5. But the big date that we should be looking at is 7/31. Something happened. Something broke on 7/31. And I think we could all feel it and see what was happening over the weekend. And we came back. We saw the VIX doing some weird stuff. The countdown was in. We all knew it. We all knew what was happening. We saw the VIX doing what it was doing. We all knew something was coming. But I think you're seeing something incredible happen right now. Absolutely incredible. The market is not being made. Some participant, I don't know who, some participant is no longer making this market any longer. And as a result, the amount of liquidity that is in the market is drying up day over day. And it's just going to nothing. Every single day, it just drives down further and further and further until eventually there is going to be nothing left for shares to be traded back and forth. And there's a timeline on this. This is the final countdown. The market is not being made. Somebody's broken. It's not good. It's not good for the market. I went ahead and pulled up this morning. I just pulled this data, hot off the press. I wanted to kind of take a look at this and give you guys an idea as to what we're seeing here and the magnitude of how incredible this is. This is the SPYs since 1993. I can only get data back. I only went to one website, probably the worst one of them all. I did it. Yep, I went to Yahoo. I went to Yahoo and I pulled data back as far as I possibly could. They went back to 1993. If you guys want to pull up something further than that, that's fine. But the problem is that it's not really comparing apples to apples when you start taking a look at volume levels from 1993 compared to now. You can see one of the lowest traded volume days on the SPY ever. Since 1993 was in 1994, 930, where there's only 5,200 shares traded on that ETF. So these aren't really like fair comparisons, right? Like don't really look at all these specific numbers here. What we need to do is really kind of look at like what volume has been doing maybe in the last decade, right? Like where's volume been around that time? And when we take a look at the dates here, I can get rid of specific dates, right? I can pull up certain dates. Let's just pull up 2024. We'll start at 2024 and just kind of check this. And I've got one particular date highlighted in here, and it's bolded.
That was yesterday's trading volume. 33,697,700 shares. On this list, it's fifth for 2024 of lowest. I've got it sorted in this column G over here is the volume column right here, and this is, maybe I should italicize this. I'm not going to do it. Anyways, this column right here is the volume level, and I've got it sorted by smallest amount of volume to largest amount. So in 2024, we've had 4 other instances where the volume was lower than where it's at right now. Those dates are 6/6, 7. I'm sorry. Let's start from the beginning. 5/21, 6/6, 7/3, 7/9, and now 8/20. We have one day per month where volume has steadily gotten worse. There was 2 days in July, and we've seen volume get steadily worse over the months, where we have these single days where there's just this massive amount of low volume. If we start adding in other years, it starts to get some of this data starts to get a little noisy, but I'm going to go ahead and do it, and we'll see how far down this list this 33 million shares that were traded on the SPY yesterday goes down. So I'll add in 2023. Let me get rid of some of these bolded. I have some extra bolded ones in here that should not be here. All right, so it jumped from 5th on the list down to 7th. So we added in 2 extra days in there by adding in 2023. We'll add in 2022. It moved it down one more spot. It's now 8th on the list, so the lowest traded day. We'll move it down a little bit more here. We'll put in 21, 2020, 2019. So we're looking at like basically the last 5 years of trading. And we have additional dates in here. And this now makes the yesterday's SPY's trading level the 12th lowest amount of volume ever in the last 5 days. And volume is continuously dropping further and further and further. For those of you who are in the Discord, you know I've talked a lot about settlement cycles on failure to delivers. I've talked about there being a T15, a T+6, and a T+14. If you look at the timing on what's going on here from the 31st of July, the amount of trading days that we've had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1 week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 2 trading weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4. Today would be the end of the 3rd trading week since that period of time when things started blowing up on 7/31. Today is the last day where brokers and broker-dealers can trade the market, not find the shares that they need to have found for that time frame when something happened, something broke. Today will be the last day that they can trade shares before any kind of massive amounts of failure to delivers in the marketplace hit and then market makers take over. If there is a market maker participant who is refusing or not making a market, they're going to have 6 days to do it in. The dates that we're at, here's the 31st right here. This is the last day dealer brokers have to trade the market. Then we have 6 days by the market makers. 1, 2, we have the 26th off. So 3, 4, 5, 6. The last day before the DTCC takes over and starts just buying shares of stocks that are not being made in the market is going to be the first day of trading going into August. The very last day. So if the market makers want to have any ability at being able to control price and where they are able to buy shares at, the 30th will be the last day. The end of this month will be the last day. Now, I know dates have been being passed around all over the place. I don't want any of the dates that I'm saying to you guys to influence what you're going to do in the future. None of what I say should influence anything that you have to do with the future. And I know it's so hard for you probably to sit here and see or hear what it is that I'm saying and not want to try to take some kind of action to do something differently. But I implore you, please, please, please do not do anything different than what you are already going to do. You need to make sure that you keep yourself safe. Everything needs to be the same. But this is the final countdown. There is no time left for them to be able to continue to make markets. And the market is drying up as a result of them refusing to make a market currently. The timer is ticking. What is this going to look like? I can only imagine. I'm trying to guess what this is going to look like. This is a big deal. This is a really, really, really big deal that we're seeing these kind of low volumes. The fact that we're getting here's let me show you another perspective on this. I'm going to just pull up 2019 and 2020 and compare it to 2024 because we know that COVID hit during that time. We know that there was a drying up of volume that occurred in 2019. I'm sorry, I should put 2020 and 2021. My bad. There we go. We know that there was a drying up of the market leading into COVID. When did that drying of the market happen? The top 7 lowest traded periods of time leading into a dry up of the market. There's the top 7 from 2020, 2021, and 2024. You can see the countdown. On the end of November of 2020, of those years, was the third lowest amount of volume ever traded. The countdown started. 12/24 was the very out of those 3 years of trading, 2020, 2021, and 2024. 12/24 of 2020 was the lowest traded volume day out of all those years. There's a countdown there. 11, 12. You all know what happened January of 2021. The countdown is here. If you just look at 2024. 5, 6, 7s, 8. The countdown is in. It's drying up. There's not much left to give. And the market's showing you. They're literally showing you this countdown. We can pull in 2020, or we can pull in 2007 and 8. 2007 and 8, nothing even pops up in regards to volume levels that are even close to this. Nothing. I populated 2008, 7 and 8, and nothing even shows up on this page. Nothing. How far down do I got to go before I see a 2007 and 2000? Here we go. First one, February 15th of 2007. February 16th, 2007. There are rules that are in place now that make now different than any time in the past, right? We know there's rules set in place. This whole failure to deliver stuff that we've got going on now is something different, and that's why this entire thing looks so much different than anything we've seen from the past. That's why we're seeing a market being refused to be made because somebody can't make it. They can't find the shares. There's no liquidity left, and if they don't make a market with creating something out of nothing, which they're not. This is the main question right here. Is somebody not being allowed to create a market right now, or is somebody being are they being forced, or are they choosing to do this? Which is it? Are they willfully doing this, or are they being forced to deliver one way or the other? I have no idea. I can't tell you. I don't know the answer to this, but I'm pretty sure somebody has probably been forced to no longer be able to make a market until they deliver what it is that they need to deliver. And that's why you're seeing this liquidity just dry up. There's so much more news. There's so much more news. This can lead into us talking about the new account that is on Twitter. I'm sure many of you guys have seen it already. And whether or not it's DFV or not, we don't know, just like we didn't know last time with his original Twitter account last time. I personally think that it is DFV, and part of the reason is that I think that there's some specific things that I've seen in some of the videos and some of the screenshots that are things that I think that only DFV would have probably have put in there. Specifically, I'm talking about the up picture where there's an empty chair with a hidden clock and a mug with a dog on it, and I think it's his. One of the probably big things that you can notice is that some of the very last things that he posted on his original Twitter account was there was a meme video that went backwards, and then there was a reverse Uno card that was played. And then all of a sudden, this new account, his last post on that Twitter account, the original one, was on 620. I think it was 627. Was the last post, and then the post on the new account that's backwards is 630. So like 3 days later, that account had made its very first post. So I'm pretty sure it's his account, and there's some interesting stuff in there. Very, very interesting. Yeah, he also posted the inverted dog. Yep. And did you notice that his profile, Kitty is backward? Everything's backwards. Everything's backwards on it. I'm pretty sure he knows what's going on. I don't know why it's taken us so long to find the account, and I don't know who. I called out a few of you. Novocaine, I know you're in here right now. What the hell, man? How come you didn't let us know about the thing? Did you just not want to did you not want to be like, you were bogarting the information, man. What the hell? I'm calling you out, buddy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, Novocaine's already following this guy. I was like, what the hell? What is going on here? And then who else was it? Let me tag. Who else did I tag? I tagged Stone Man. Stone Man was also following him. I was like, what the hell, man? Stone knew about it. Novocaine knew about it. Didn't say shit. Thanks a lot, man. You guys, I'm telling you. Kim knew about it. She knew about it. She didn't even say anything either. She didn't tell us nothing. But anyways, I saw it yesterday for the very first time. I haven't tweeted it out. I did post something in the back of the Big Tramp, but I didn't tweet anything out because I know a lot of people are already seeing it on Twitter. Robert says, I'm just finding out now. I know. I know, man. Robert, tell me about it, right? If you want to find out what it is, just type in his @ backwards. So it would be... it starts with a Y. It's at YTTIKGNIRAOR. And I think there's a space in there. So Yiddick Gennaro with the space in there, right between the two. Anyways,
Yeah, but then it should have ETH for the Roaring Kitty.
It does in the at. If you look at it, it has it in the at.
Yeah.
It has
Yeah,
it in
and
there.
that.
Yeah. The at has it, but the main title does not. Yep. Good morning. What do we got? Novocaine. Novocaine is here to defend himself, I think. Trevor, good morning. Rex, Novocaine. Novocaine, defend yourself, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, so here's how it went.
No, I'm ready. I'm all ears. Trust me. Go
I
ahead.
saw it come up. I followed it, but I didn't get any chance to like decipher anything on it yet because I was taking my kids to the playground. So this was just yesterday that I followed it, and then when I came back, I saw that you had followed too. I was like, okay, well maybe there is something. But I started looking through the videos and the pictures. I wasn't quite sure if he was the exact same style, so I didn't want to push out anything false before I got a chance to, investigate.
You are going into the bucket with Kim. You and Kim are in the same bucket. You're going like, well, I didn't have a chance to take a look at it yet, so I didn't want to freak everybody out. You guys have the same exact story. We're gonna have to get Stone Man in here at some point. We're gonna have to ask him. We'll be like, "What's your take on this?" And he's gonna probably. I have a feeling his story's gonna be the same way. Well, I saw it, but I hadn't had a chance to really look at it, and so I didn't say anything.
Well, Casey, you taught us to be critical.
I did.
Turning eyes. So,
Yes, I did.
It's really your fault.
It is. It is all my fault. You're absolutely right, and I'm just giving you guys a hard time. I thought it was funny actually. I went in there, I looked, and I was like, "Oh, who's getting in trouble by me?" You didn't say shit, but I'm just teasing. I'm teasing you. It's all good, man. I do. I think it's really, really important to kind of be very careful about vetting things and not just jump into conclusions. And that's why I would say that I still don't know that this is him. I really don't. I have no clue, but what I can say is that there's enough signs there that make me really believe that it is very possible that it is him. But I don't know for certainty. I really don't. Blame Casey.
Yeah, there's not many people that can put something in that has several layers like he does. So that's what made me start thinking that, well, maybe it is him.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if the editing was quite the same, but
yeah. There was a lot of stuff in there that there is a few more pictures than
yeah,
than there is necessarily like video memes this time around. I just want to note that he starts off. I guess I should put it up on the screen so y'all can see, because some of y'all may not have seen this. He starts off the very first post on the 30th with the exact opposite. Instead of a red chair, he's got the blue chair. And so blue, a lot of people might assume maybe Chewy. Now he's got the leaning forward of Chewy, and we know that he had talked about there being a Kansas City shuffle, right? And we know for a fact that he had filed the ownership of Chewy on 7/1, and it was approximately 4 days, 4 or 5. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5. I think 6/26 was the date that he had listed in the filing, suggesting that that's when it was dated for, but the actual filing came in 5 days later. So, so he's got this post here on June 30th, leaning forward. If you go on to each one of these, there's actually some comments already listed in here for some of the pictures. Like if you don't get what it is, then it kind of, some of these comments actually really do help. For example, like I knew what this was from Star Wars, but I forgot about what was being quoted in here, and somebody put in here, "This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them." And if you remember, like when it was Obi-Wan and Anakin were storming their ship cruiser, their blockade, and going in there and tearing the place up and everything. There's two talking is something that he's been talking about for a long time. And then he goes on to even kind of further put in here. I don't know quite what the deal is with this. Some people put some comments in here about the type of cologne. They're saying Purberry cologne. I'm not sure exactly what that I'm not sure exactly what that is or the meaning behind it. You got the mic drop. These are all June 30th, right? So he may have, whatever the Kansas City shuffle was, he was basically stating that the Kansas City shuffle was in and that it was done, right? And then we know that the filing came out on 7/1. So, I mean, this account was created. I don't know when it was created. I know it was created in June, but the first posts are June 30th. So he knew that whoever this person was posting in that that the mic drop was done and it was over. It was in, right? Like the Kansas City shuffle was done. And then this refers back to the two are talking. And I don't know if this is in reference to GME and Chewy in regards to perhaps maybe ETF issues. If there's a lot of borrowing of shares from ETFs, this, the communication could be maybe disrupted, perhaps maybe from positions that are being created. Just noticed down here there's a line. I'm not sure what that's about. But anyways, the two are talking, so that kind of goes back in hand with this picture back here. Then you've got the dog, again, also on June 30th, the dog days. You've got, somebody commented on this one. I don't remember what this one was exactly. Some people are posting up Ryan Cohen, Jimmy Schwartz, and George Sherman in a picture of the good, the bad, and the ugly. But this is the picture for me, I guess, that really kind of, gave me maybe perhaps some clues. Time to take your medicine. There's a clock here, and the things that are not in this picture normally: the dog, the clock, an empty chair, an empty chair. The time on the clock is 7:08. I zoomed in on it to figure it out. 7/8 is a very particular date. Nobody else in the community, except for probably myself, that I had seen was listing off or giving off particular dates when DFV's cycles were happening. 7/8 was the exact date of one of the end of his cycles. It would have been the second announced cycle that we knew about, based off of the positions that he gave us. And so the fact that this clock says 7:08 on it, the only person that I know of is myself, who would have known that, because nobody else was getting those cycles correct. And he's got 7:08 on the clock. This was posted on July 1st. Just 7 days away from that happening. Also, July 1st, he's got yes, definitely on a 8-ball. He's got a couple of videos in here that you can go watch if you want to. Just a couple of videos. You got Forrest Gump on August. Oh, by the way, this is the last video in July, and then this account goes silent for a while. And it starts back up on August 19th, just a couple days ago. And there's some more memes in here, video memes to watch. Some Forrest Gump. Kansas City Shuffle maybe being completed on August 19th. If you go back to Chewy, and we know if the mic drop was actually the 30th, because that's when he posted it. If we made the assumption that that's when he made the completion of the, and then he filed on July 1st. If we made the assumption that he completed on the 30th, and it said that the transaction started on the 26th, so if he took 3 days to gain his positions, and you could suggest that maybe the 29th would have been day number one if his first positions were taken on the 26th, but he posted the mic drop on the 30th, so I feel like maybe we should start the counting from the 30th. So if we count out 7 weeks, which would be T35, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which would be like mid-September, September 17th. plus or minus a couple days. Might be like September, because there's a holiday in there. 2 holidays actually, so it would be September 19th exactly, which is ironically the day before the quad witching. So yeah, there's just way too many things on this that for me, because of some of the dates that I know are dates that he's been directly responsible for. These make a lot of sense. These pictures and memes. Anyways, that's the last of them. 9 hours ago was the last one that he posted. Crazy. It's kind of cool. Don't know that it's him. It's not 100% certain. Yeah. Today is the last day. Today is the very last day that broker-dealers have to be able to deliver shares from the 31st of when everything started falling apart. Right? Because 31st was the day. Actually, it could be the 22nd, because if 31st was the day where everything fell apart, delivery would have started on the 1st. So it could technically be the 1st, and then that would mean tomorrow. But today and tomorrow would probably be perhaps the days where the last broker-dealer days. But it seems to me like the 21st makes the most sense, simply because on the 21st, you add 6 days to that, and it becomes the 30th with the holiday on the 26th. That makes a lot of sense to me. After the 30th, it'd be 14 days of DTCC. Forced buying from the 30th of August. And so if you count 14 days out from that, 14 trading days, that's just shy of 3 weeks, right? So 1, 2, 3. All these dates are lining up, guys. They're all lining up. It's all lining up right. It's pointing to one spot and saying, here I am. This 30th date is going to be significant. If I'm correct, and I really believe I am, because I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this ever before, this is the final countdown. Broker-dealers move over. Market makers start buying, force buying. And if they want to be able to buy it at the prices that they want to be able to buy at, then they're going to have to do it within their time frame, which is going to be between now and the 30th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, now and the 30th. Yeah. Tinfoil hat's coming off. You guys can say what you want back here. I woke up this morning. AMC had traded like, I can't remember if it was 400 shares or 200. It was 2 to 400 shares this morning. What was it? Hold on a second here. Jeez, nothing but rabbit pellets. What do we got going on here? We had I woke up at around this time here. Yeah, 287 shares traded so far when I woke up. And we're at 570 shares right now. I'm telling you guys, there's no market being made right now. This market some participant is no longer participating. And so dealers and brokers have whatever liquidity is left in the marketplace to trade back and forth between each other. And every single day, some of those shares are getting bought up. And every single day that those shares get bought up, the less and less shares that they have to be able to trade back and forth to create trading between broker dealers. Whoever the market participant is that's either refusing or willfully not making the market is showing their true colors here, because we are seeing absolute liquidity just drying up into nothingness. It's just drying up. What's next? I already told you the steps. Dealer brokers have basically, I think today, maybe tomorrow, tops, to deliver shares for any positions that they may have out there. And I'm sure they're probably trying to find shares like crazy. And then market makers take over. Market makers are going to have the opportunity to be able to buy shares. I don't think that if they're in a situation where this is forced and not willful, then they're not going to be able to create a market any longer. They're going to be stuck in a situation where they actually have to buy. And if they're going to buy, they're going to want to buy at a price that they would probably choose to buy at. But they need to find shares. We may see a bit of a sell-off coming. I mean, the SPY is kind of signaling towards that. The SPY had a doji candle on the daily. Oops, I'm on hood. I was like, that is not a doji candle. Right there. If you go back to just before it reached the day before it reached an all-time high, it was almost a doji candle. It's pretty close. Not quite, but almost a doji candle on 7/15 when it reached the all-time high of 565. I think that's the all-time high. Yeah, it is. 52-week high. 565, right? So we got a doji candle, the all-time high, and then an absolute tanking. We got this upwards momentum here from 8.5 going forward to this point in time. We may see that all-time high hitting today. And when I say all-time high, I don't mean like all-time high. I shouldn't say all-time high. We may see that one last green candle in here for today before going into that next big down push. I think today is the last day. I mean, that's how it's shaping up right now. Broker dealers have 15 days, trading days, to complete orders after massive failure to delivers, and that's exactly what today is. It's that 15th day. So if we see a bunch of buying going on today, then that would more than likely see you'd get a green candle. You get a green candle in here, and then it moves over to market makers. Market makers just are going to, if they can't print liquidity, then they're going to have to sell. They're going to have to start creating liquidity somehow, and the only one way you can really do that is by selling positions. $7 o'clock pokey stick of volume came in, 31,000 shares. We now have 32,000 shares in volume for the day today. I can't even predict 5 to 25 million. Yesterday we had a massive 5.8 million shares traded. Today is probably going to be lower. I'm going to go one. I don't do this. I'm going to go 1 to 20 million shares traded. I don't even go that low. 5 to 25 is the minimum I go. I can't go 5 to 25. There's a chance we don't even see 5 million shares traded. This is going to be the most boringest day we have ever seen. And my price prediction right now, I can guarantee you is 450 to 550. I'm putting it in. There's no way. There's no way that they're going to trade this market. It's just going to sit right there. They're going to park their ass on $5. They can't afford to go up. They can't afford to go down. It's going to park. We're going to sit back and do what we always do. What do you guys got to say? We got who entered in here? UPS delivery guy? No, he was already here before. Rex, good morning. If I didn't say it already. You guys have any thoughts before I get into numbers? Because I haven't even gotten into numbers yet. Nothing? Y'all are silent. It's creepy, man. It's like sitting in a room and everybody's just looking at you. No participation. I got a song for you guys.
So you're telling me 2 weeks.
I'm telling you 2 weeks. That is what I'm telling you. Hold
We're all
on.
going to go down a 4-day work week.
What's that?
It's all going to go down on a 4-day work week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Adam Aaron's
Right.
prediction.
Yeah. The 4-day work week. It all line. You're right. It all lines
all
up.
know.
It all lines up.
They all know.
They know. They know what's coming. You're absolutely right.
It's crazy. I'm going to be in the up north of Michigan all next week through Labor Day, where I could barely get any phone service.
Just remember, none of this stuff is going to happen in a single day, so you'll be all right.
Oh yeah, oh I know.
Yeah.
Yep. Just the worry and anxiety going to eat me alive. I'll be driving into town to sit in a Wendy's parking lot so I can get reception.
You might have a better opportunity at Starbucks. I don't know. Wendy's might be better. I don't know. Yeah. Amazing Blue 2, good morning.
We're going to be about 30 minutes outside of town. Good morning.
Just get a Frosty and sit back.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sit back with a Frosty and kick your feet up. I remember like it was clear as day. My boys, my Bradley and Hunter's birthdays are both in June, the beginning portion of June. And I'll never forget this. We had booked in 2021. We had booked a day at one of these places where you spend a little bit of money to get in and you play a bunch of free video games. Whatever the entry fee is what you. So we booked a birthday party table at this place. It's called Cidercade, and Melissa had bought me because we were planning on going on vacation and we were planning on doing all these things. And she's like, "You're not going to be able to pull yourself away from the computer, are you?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "So I got you this. It's an early birthday present because my birthday's in July." She goes, "It's an early birthday present, but here's an Apple iPad." That you can use to take with you, and you can just continue to monitor stuff. And so the birthday table had this iPad on it, and with the charts pulled up and everything. And I was just sitting there monitoring this. Of course, I was going around and playing too. But the birthday table had the. I bet Hunter remembers that. I think it was Hunter's. It might have been Bradley's. I can't remember if it was Bradley's or Hunter's. Bradley's birthday is first, so it might have been Bradley's. And it would have been because his birthday is. Fourth or the shoot, dang it, six. What's D-Day? Damn it, 6/6 is his birthday, and so if you remember 2021 all that well, 6/2 is I think the height that we hit. So it was just a couple days after that we had just hit like that all-time high, and so I was just like sitting there going like, I gotta watch this. I can't walk away from this. I know. I got to be ready for the backside of a squeeze here, and so, yeah, kind of crazy.
That's like me in the fall. Any weddings or events, my wife knows I'll be watching college football on my phone. I'm a sports nerd.
Yeah. All right, so dealer broker has today's is probably the last day that they have in order to be able to trade a market before market makers get unleashed to start finding shares, where they're tasked with 6 days of finding shares, which takes us into the following Friday. So today's probably going to be a little bit of upwards momentum in perhaps the SPY, and we'll probably see very low, I would imagine low quantities of volume. Let's go back to the SPY real quick here. I would imagine very low quantities of volume. Yep. day-over-day volume on that doji candle to the all-time high was lower volume. It was about 36 million shares traded, 36.4 million. Yesterday was 33.7. So yeah, very, very, very familiar numbers here, right? Like things are checking out. And so we'll probably see lower quantities of volume with upwards momentum on the SPY today, and this will be it. And then market makers are gonna have to start creating. They're gonna have to start creating a market after today. And I don't know what that's gonna look like. It should look like a bunch of selling with volume. That's what it should look like. Because if they can't create the shares any longer, because that's what's happening right now, is they're either willfully or being forced to no longer make a market with synthetic shares, a naked short. So what's the alternative? And the alternative is to sell their positions to get more liquidity into the market to create a situation where you have more volume so that you can get shares traded, you can have price action and movement that actually gets liquidity flowing back in the market again. So they have to sell off a position first. Positions. It'll probably be across the board, I would imagine, because they don't just hit one sector or two sectors. They go across the board selling. Six days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 days. If they can't get to a situation or a point to where they can't continue to make a market in 6 days, the DTCC takes over and then all shit breaks loose. They have no control after that.
So we can expect our brokeragettes to go through updates tonight and tomorrow to not work correctly in the morning.
Yep. Yeah. I'll expect that. Yeah. Watch for updates tonight. Notifications on your brokers. They're going to go through, and then tomorrow, nobody's going to be able to access their accounts for the first couple hours. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, as they sell, the power sell into it, and everybody's like, "Oh, my broker's not giving me access. I can't get in." Everybody's gonna have problems. Yeah, probably the same repeat thing. What day was that? Do you remember what day that was? Was that back on? That was the 1st of August, right? Yeah, I think it was the 1st of August. Yep.
So what you're saying is that we should screenshot our accounts.
I think you need to get, you can do that, but I really would implore you. It's just a couple clicks to get a statement sent to you via email or PDF download. Just do that. Get the official documentation sent to you from them. Do a couple clicks. It's not that hard to do. It's not hard to find. You can do it tonight. I would do it now. Don't wait. Get it done. Have it there. Numbers?
Go for it.
Tyler said, all right, here's Tyler to defend himself. Hold on. Before Tyler says, good morning, Casey. I just want to say I followed Roaring Kitty backwards account after I saw you were following him, Casey. Trust me, I would never miss a chance to bring up a good topic on the Casey show. Okay. All right, Tyler. All right. I will admit that I probably went to look and see who was there after I had followed it. So, I'll give you that. I'll let you out of the. You got a safe card on this one, because I don't know when you started following. I just know that I went and looked afterward. I was like, who is following this account that I know that didn't even say anything? There was quite a few. Which, by the way, Novocaine brought up a great point in here. I have always tried to tell you guys or express that it's really, really super important to kind of vet things, but it's okay to talk in private DMs to people, right? Like send somebody a DM and say like, hey, is this real? I actually got a couple of those last night. I got some people sending me some messages saying, hey, do you think this account's legit? What's going on here? And I was like, I don't know, but it looks real to me. All right. Let's do this. I'm so late on numbers. Guys, I'm going to leave the back of the big tramp, I think. Actually, no, I'll stay here. I'll stay here in case you have any questions real quick for me after I get done with numbers. But after that, I'm going to take off for break time. Let's do this. Let's get into this. Let me log into my account. I think I'm already logged in. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back on the page again. Melissa's probably driving home right now, and she's going like, what the heck is going on? Why is he just... She's probably used to commentary happening at this point on her drive home, which is probably way more entertaining than numbers. She's probably getting about ready to turn me off. She's like, oh, numbers? She's not listening anymore. So, I love you too, hon. So, let's take it. This is her Friday, guys. She had a rough night last night, apparently. So, I can only imagine the last thing she wants to hear right now is numbers. So let's see what we got going on. This is probably, if there was ever a time where it was a drinky drink Wednesday, this would be it. Numbers. Let's go here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So those personal comments, questions, concerns, and specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to set it up for your account. And if you do, your broker allows you to put in a secondary device. Set that up, as you never know when you may need to change. You may need a passcode to get into your account from another device because something happens to your primary. Last but not least, as we just talked about, make sure you guys are getting those statements from your portfolios from your brokers, and have that on hand and available for yourself. Hard copies wouldn't be a bad idea. At least two different places. I think I have mine saved to the cloud and also have it on my computer as well. Price prediction tally points. Nobody hit yesterday. In fact, we all had a very tight spread. The closest person was Apex, but he was still off by 4 pennies. And but nobody missed, and so there's a price prediction tally point for everybody. This is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes guessing the price prediction as best as we possibly can. Some people are going to be coming in this morning and going like, what the heck is going on? Why is Casey did he get on late today? Why is he just now starting numbers? No, Casey had the longest intro this morning, like almost nearly an hour-long talk. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume day over day. See, these numbers are going to go down, guys. They're absolutely going to go down because they're not making a market anymore. And short exempt volume is just going to drive down with these low quantities of volume happening. They need it to drop. They can't even. This is the point that somebody made the other day that was a brilliant point. Was when we have such a low volume traded day for day, and we only have a 6 penny spread, then why do you have 200 and some odd thousand shares in short exempt volume? How can you not make a market on 6 pennies? It's crazy, right? The total amount of short exempt volume from yesterday coming in at 59, we'll just call it 60. It's 59.9 thousand contracts, 59,921. So we'll just round it up and call it even 60. On my Excel spreadsheet, I'll put in 59, but... utilization is down, by the way, and guys, this is the reason why they're getting out of the way. Somebody's returning shares right now because they know what's coming. I guarantee it. And yesterday's price change was down 0.2%. Utilization is definitely down day over day on AMC, down to 53.28%. Somebody knows exactly what's coming. I'm convinced. Normally I would move to max pain here and read off the numbers to you or show you the numbers, but I can't. I have to actually look at the charts because their page has been jacked up lately. So, oh, it's back to normal. Yay, they fixed it. All right, here we go. Are we back in business? Is it showing up on there? It is. Nice. Max pain is still $5 for AMC. Started out the week that way, and it's still this way. GME's max pain was $22 the last 2 days, and it's still $22 today. I wouldn't have expected anything less. There's not really anything happening to price all that much, so I wouldn't expect those to have changed. Taking a look at let's look at exchange traded volume so far from yesterday, or I shouldn't say so far, but by the end of the day yesterday, our exchange traded volume was 55.5% going through off exchange. EDGX was at 8.94. The combined total on that was 64.44%, or about 0.44% more than what I would expect it to be. So it was right on target for normal amounts of volume going through those exchanges. CHX was 383 shares, so nothing big there. GME CHX volume for the day was 1,702. The one thing I want to say is that it wasn't too long ago, but let me look and see what day it was exactly. There was a day where we had just a little over 30,000, a lot over actually. 813 was the last day that we saw like a really, really big number on CHX volume, and I've told you from the past, I believe that that's a place where we can see some of the shares that are being returned. And the numbers have just absolutely are so low in the last 5 trading days since then. We had 89,220 go through there on 813. Then it's been 9,460, 530, 10,870, 4,728, and yesterday was 383. Low numbers. Somebody is accumulating right now. GME's CHX volume yesterday was 1,702. Total amount of shares available to borrow this morning is at 1.3 million. Fees are at 3.19% according to IBKR, and rebate at 2.14. At the end of the day yesterday, we saw about 1.5 million shares borrowed, and then they borrowed at 20:45, the usual time when they start borrowing again after the market's closed. They borrowed 300,000 shares and then did a bunch of returning and then borrowed another 300,000 shares this morning. So we're at 600,000 shares. Yesterday it was 800,000 shares in total that we saw IBKR reporting as borrowed. Institutional ownership this morning was yesterday morning was reported at 120.882 million and is now showing up as 120.874. So a little bit down. Boy, I bet institutions would just absolutely love are dying for the company to do another share offering. If we saw another reported share offering coming through, I would expect to see very, very large quantities of volume starting to trade all of a sudden. Taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold on a second here, guys. There we go. Let me move these pages around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, starting with options. Highest amount of volume in open interest as of yesterday on AMC was at a $5 strike with $5.50 strike with 17.6 thousand contracts. That is no longer the highest amount of volume. It's at $5 now with 16.1 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 12.7 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 14,000 contracts. So that went up. The calls went down. The puts went up in volume. So that probably is part of the reason why we saw a little bit of downwards momentum and price movement yesterday. I'll scroll through the contracts for the next 2 weeks. Okay. Historical documentation. Let's check out GME's numbers. Highest amount of call volume closest to the current trading price is at 23 for the calls and 22 for the puts. So the market's kind of suggesting like a 22.50 close-ish. By the end of the day, they're at 22.28 yesterday when they finished out. They're down 38 cents. No, is that right? Yeah, they're down 38 cents so far this morning in the pre-market. Oh, wait. Let's scroll through the options chain here for this week, next week, and then the week after. Open. Open sesame. Open says me. All right. Dang it. There we go. As soon as this loads up here, we'll take a look at Ortex data. We obviously see that utilization is down like 5% day over day on AMC. Come on, load. And go. Oh, wait, this is not AMC. I'm on the wrong. I was looking at ETFs last night. My bad. There we go. Try again. Utilization is actually up. I lied to you guys. That utilization that I was looking at was I think it was IWM. So I apologize. Utilization is not down. I told you that it was down to 55 or 54%. Utilization is actually up day over day from 58.54% to 59.76. Let me put this into my Excel spreadsheet. And to modify that, sorry about that. Bad reporting on my part. That should mean the on-loan amount's up. And it is. It went from 70.12 million shares on loan to 72.67. Let's see here. 5.5? Uh, 2.55 million shares borrowed yesterday. That's obviously going to drop the estimated amount of shares in short interest. Ortex is estimating that, or did I say drop? Raise the estimated amount of short shares in short interest to 440,000 shares in new short interest. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 13.67 to 13.8. The on-loan average age per day when you take on new loans, 2.55 seems like enough to drop this value. And it did. It dropped from 39.32 down to 38.51. Security lending volume, close to the same. It went from 6.16 million shares to 5.47. A little bit of a drop. GME's numbers. Utilization dropping day over day from 29.25 to 28.51. On loan amount dipping as a result from 29.79 million shares to 29.34. The estimated short share interest of the free float as a result dropped from 9.8 to 9.77. And the on-loan average age per day rising from 32.42 to 33.37. Security lending volume falling almost by half, it looks like here, from 4.71 million to 2.24. Trigger price for SSR for the day today. For AMC is at $4.50. We have 56.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 18.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.6 thousand. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this is right. 22.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. We're missing a date in here again. It looks like I'm trying to figure out which date they're missing. It looks like the first week of September is missing again. I don't know why, but that week keeps getting dropped when Stonko Tracker's been reporting it lately. For AMC, I'm not sure why. Anyways, pretty light volume going into the next couple weeks. GME's SSR trigger price is $20.05. Currently, there's 86.1 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 7.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 12.5 thousand contracts are out of the money in the puts versus 7.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. And again, those next 3 weeks, pretty light on volume. We are starting to see next week starting to fill up and on a quite a fair amount of volume here and here on the call side, not a whole lot on the put side. Does seem to be coming a little bit more imbalanced here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. And with our abysmal amounts of volume yesterday, I can't imagine that either are on this page. They're not. And it looked like I'll see a red. So maybe a lot of selling going on in the market by retail. MMRA yesterday is 240.64 when we end the day. It's 240.37 right now. When this number falls, we have risk off happening in the marketplace. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, when we started out the day yesterday, was 0.18 and finished the day at 0.178, which is not really much of a change. Let's see what it is now. 3.989, 3.814. We're looking at 0.175 to start off the day. We started out the week at 0.185. So we're getting a little bit of tightening between the 2-year and 10-year bonds that are still inverted. This monstrosity is not like it used to be. Everything is spacing out here. We saw the Nikkei driving back up to try and match some of the highs that it had more recently at around like 38.3. Currently trending down, but might have a reversal. We saw looks like cryptocurrencies kind of trading sideways. The VIX is obviously starting to drive back up again. The yen is weakening. And the dollar is starting to strengthen. When the dollar strengthens, the market usually goes. Yesterday, there was definitely a little bit of downwards momentum happening in the market. SPX. But it was still higher of a close than the previous day. Just it closed further down than where it started. VIX showing that it should be around 1598 for an open for the futures, down 0.38% from yesterday. And is that right? Does it say down? Hold on. Yeah, down. The VIX closed yesterday at 1588, so we're really looking at VIX kind of being very close to about what it finished at yesterday. The Nikkei is up 1.34%. As I mentioned, it was climbing up last night. Hang Seng is up 0.31 and the Nifty 50 up 0.34. Our markets, depending on what you're looking at, everything's pretty much up right now, anywhere from 0.17 to 0.44. Kind of doing about what I said. We're going to see a little bit of a green day here in the SPY. followed by very, very low volume. And this is, I think this is the last day. It was longer than I would have anticipated, that's for sure. Moving on. Mag 7 this morning, all but one are green, so 6 out of 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5%. By the way, there's been some more selling going on of banks by Warren Buffett. So we're seeing a lot of signals for maybe not a whole lot of strength in the banking system right now. But anything plus or minus 2.5% or more from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out in the pre-market, as that would be a pretty decent move. Stank of California is up 2.73% in the pre-market this morning. And that's about it. Gold is down 0.15 and trending up. Silver's down 0.65, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 0.54 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.04 and is consolidating after an uptrend. Oil is up in the pre-market. Hasn't traded a whole lot, but is up 0.89 in the pre-market this morning. SPY is up 0.18, trending up. Tesla is up 0.29, trending up. Amazon is up 0.81, taking a nice jump up here early in the market open, and then still trending upwards here. You can see that the market got, when the banks opened up this morning, you can see the difference in the trading. Found some more liquidity to enable, I guess, proper trading here. To me, this looks more real here than this does. Cinemark is currently breaking even in the pre-market this morning, traded 43 shares so far. So not really doing much of anything and kind of consolidating. Doge is up 0.01, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.34. I'm going to call that consolidating. It looks like it's trying to trend upwards towards this level of resistance that I've got in here that needs to be broken in order to have a good uptrend. GME is up, or down rather, 0.45 and is currently finding a little bit of stability and is consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is up 2.82 in the pre-market this morning, trending up. Good morning, hon. NCMI is up 1.02, 9 shares traded so far this morning in the pre-market. It is, I wouldn't really call this a trend up yet, but it is heading up. Hood is up 0.45 and consolidating after a gap up earlier this morning. AMC is barcoding, breaking even with yesterday's closing price of $5. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $1.3 million more outflow than inflow on AMC, and 37,000 shares traded in the pre-market so far. Very, very, very low volume day today, guys. I only have 1 to 20 million as a prediction. It's not going to be a big volume day. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.31, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 47, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.82, which is average, and a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 30 minutes. 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.65, which is just slightly below average. Ichimoto. On a 1-hour time interval. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is now crossing base. Price needs to move up and get beyond the cloud today to turn into a buy signal. Yep. So we're looking at 510. That's exactly where the buy signal was yesterday. Going into tomorrow, that number decreases down to about 505. So we're going to see a 5-cent reduction in what would cause price to move. Getting very, very tight here. Where are those Bollinger Bands at? Yep. They're a pinching. So 510 is the number for today, same as yesterday. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently the lagging line is below price line. This is that scenario that I mentioned to you before where the cloud doesn't necessarily facilitate the idea that we're going to be breaking through. It just simply means it's a point of indecision in the market as to which way price is going to be traded. And typically speaking, when you look at an indicator like this means don't touch the stock. The cloud area is a do not touch zone. And so you got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. In order for this to turn into a buy signal for the day-to-day, you got to see price driving above 520. And then going into tomorrow, that number is going to drop down to probably 515. That's all I got. We should take bets on whether or not we'll have less than a 6-penny spread today. Hold on a second. We're going to put ranges on some of these. All right, there we go. I think I did that right. How big will the price spread on open market trading on AMC? I shouldn't have said open market. I should have just said trading hours. But that's what I meant. On AMC B today, 1 to 5 cents, which would break a record. We know 6 pennies is we hit that recently with the 6 pennies being the lowest amount. Today, anything between 1 and 5 would be a break for an all-time low on the spread. 6 to 7 cents would be a tie. 6 cents would be a tie for the lowest amount. 7 cents would be the second lowest. 8 to 9 would be definitely in the the lower range, and then anything greater than 10 cents is I don't want to say normal, but it's it's still pretty low. That was not my stomach, unless you're behind on the live stream. Yeah, John saying, has anyone seen the price target on HYMC as 130? It's only been one analyst that did it, and it was way back. If you go to HYMC and you look at analysis on it, you can see that there's just been one, based on one analyst chart here, is saying 130. I don't know who the analyst is. It doesn't state who that I know of. Yeah, I don't see who the analyst is exactly, but it says $130 here on the average, low, and high. Currently at 248. So there's only one analyst, though. So just kind of keep that in mind. All right, guys. That's all I got. Let me, for those of you in the back of the big tramp, I'll see you a little bit later. Let me put my message up on the screen. I already gave my price prediction for the day today, but I'll be back at 8:15 to discuss those. About 30 minutes. And I will see you guys on the other side of the break.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and as far as price predictions go for the day today, yesterday we closed at $5. I don't think we're going to change anything from that. I think it's actually going to be $5 again today. Today. Wait until you hear the intro. For those of you who have not been here earlier, $5 is currently where it's at right now. I just drew a trend line from where I've got the wedge point started for this current trading pattern, and it's kind of pointing towards, perhaps maybe like a close closer to maybe like 506. Does it actually have a value on here? Come on, put a value up here. Style. It doesn't put a value up. It's kind of stupid. But anyways, yeah, it's kind of pointing towards like a 509 close. But I don't think that's where we're going to be. I think it's actually going to be a $5 even. You can see here that I've got a potential breakout point coming up, going into the end of this month, somewhere between the 27th and the 9/2, September the 2nd. This is just kind of an estimation on when I think price could move on either side of this wedge here, and I do believe it's going to be up on this, but I don't think we're going to be really doing too much right today. And you'll see why when I talk about it at market open. We've got a major tinfoil hat going on today, and lots to talk about. It'll be fun. I think today is going to be extremely boring. I don't normally do less than 5 to 25 million on a volume traded day, but we are looking like we're going to see less than 5 million shares possibly today, which will be an all-time record low. We'll talk about volume levels in the marketplace and why liquidity is drying up. And it's going to be an interesting day. Probably more interesting going into tomorrow, I think. So I think maybe today might be the last day of interestingness. Is that a word? It's probably not even a word. Yeah. $5 is my price prediction. Let's see. We've got Tech coming in with a 498 close for a prediction for the day today. Let me put him down. 498. So 448. Oops. 448 to 548. Nana is coming in with a price prediction of 455 to 555. And Apex is $448 to $548 as well. And there's nothing wrong with two people picking the same price prediction. So we have we have a 7 penny spread between us. Maybe you guys might have voted in the poll for the day today. The question is whether or not we'll see price spread during market trading hours less than 6 cents, which is our record on the books for our lowest spread ever in a traded open trading session. And so 1 to 5 is winning the way right now. So you guys are thinking less of a spread today than we've had. I actually think it's going to be more. I didn't want to throw out my opinion, but I think we'll be more than 1 to 5 cents. But I do think there's going to be incredibly low volume today. 7 cents spread between us. Maybe I didn't say what it was. Yeah, it's 7 pennies spread between us today, which is a little bit more than we had yesterday. Mike's going 513. So 463 to 563. We got a couple more minutes here. Today's song is unique. I've been holding on to this song for a long time. I kind of wanted to play the song a little bit more when I felt like it was most comfortable for me to play it. And today was that day. There was stuff that happened yesterday. Some of you guys may know about this, and we'll talk a little bit more about it when market opens. But there's a new account out there that potentially may or may not be DFV, and a new Twitter account. And that just kind of got me thinking, and I started looking at numbers. It didn't necessarily have to do with specifically the account itself. But I started looking at some numbers yesterday and kind of crunching some stuff. And then I went to sleep last night. And I actually really didn't get a whole... I know I sound a little peppy today, but I really didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. And I woke up this morning, and it just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, you know, what are the steps that you would see, or what kind of things would you see just before something's going to happen? So we'll talk about that here as soon as market opens and we get the intro through. So I will see you guys on the other side. I know it's a little bit of a cliffhanger there I'm leaving you on, but you know, that's such as this world, right? Cliffhangers everywhere. See you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SCO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear? Well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Guys, today is a special title. It's a special song. Willful or forced market making has stopped. The evidence is very, very clear as to that happening. It all started with that carry trade that happened in Japan. When I woke up this morning, I was like, wait a minute. I know what's going on here. I know what's going on. It's just a matter of piecing all the puzzle together and just trying to figure out like what steps are going to happen and when they're going to happen by. That really is all what this is about here. And I think the best way for me to be able to visualize or give you a visualization as to what's going on here is to simply just look at the market from the SPY's perspective. The SPY's perspective. Did I say that right? Perspective. Yeah, it sounds right. Just sounds weird saying it. Let me take you over to the SPY real quick. There is a complete liquidity dry up in the marketplace happening right now. I'm on a 1 day time interval for the SPY, and specifically what I want you to focus on is 731, where things kind of blew up a little bit. Over that weekend, we had the carry trade hit. On 731, they raised the interest rates in Japan, and we had the carry trade by 8-1 going into the very next day of trading, showing up as some extreme risk in the marketplace that was going on. There was large quantities of volume that was already starting, but without downwards momentum on 731. And you can see the volume starting to rise down here. But it was really kind of the next day where we started seeing the volume rising and price dropping. And it found a bottom at 510.27 with the largest spike of volume being 146 million shares traded on that specific day. Now that's a lot of shares, guys, for SPY as an ETF. Normal days is somewhere probably between like 60 and 80 million shares is what it should be. And then after that point in time, you know, there was this very obvious trend down every single day in volume except for 2 days where it was 813 and 815. This morning, I was like, you know, the way that you visualize this, the way that you really kind of take a look at this and say, like, how is this different? As you pull up a historical documentation of volume on a spreadsheet, and you look and you see what are some of the most common dates that had some of the most lowest amounts of volume that we've seen in the more recent past. Now, I'm going to pull up this chart here, and as you can see on the page, I'm actually going to select all here. I'm going to start off with everything. I've got everything from 1993 going forward, and as you can see on this page here, this highlighted date right here is going to be, I think it's give me 1 second here. I need to, I'm going to leave that highlighted for right now, but the only days that are really highlighted are ones that I think are kind of important here, but let me just scroll to the point at where we had yesterday's volume. Now, some of this is that if I show you this on the chart here, 1994 September 30th was the lowest ever that I could get from 1993 going forward. And obviously 5,200 shares, you can't really compare these numbers to currently. So you can almost just kind of wipe out like a certain period of time that's been traded in the marketplace as a period of time that doesn't really compare very well. It's like apples and oranges. The volume is super low during these periods of time, obviously. But what you can do is you can start filtering this out to specific dates. And if I were to pull up everything from basically COVID going forward, we'll go from 2020 to current, and we'll look at all volume during those periods of time. And if I do that, the top 10 days of lowest amounts of volume, and these are all kind of there's similar amounts. You got the lowest amount ever in that time frame is 12/24/2020 with 26.4 million shares in volume, to today's date or yesterday's date, which is the 10th on this list here, with 33.6 million shares traded, almost 33.7. Yesterday was out of the since COVID. 2020, I think. Yeah, since 2020 to current, the last 4 years, we've had. Yesterday was the 10th lowest volume traded day. This is liquidity drying up in the marketplace. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to filter out specifically, just because we know something happened in 2021 or 2020 and 2021, right? COVID happened. And so I'm going to leave out 2022 and 2023. I'm just going to count 2020, 2021, and current year, because we know something happened during that period of time. And what I want you to see here is I want you to see that there was specific times that were being forecasted in advance, letting everybody know in volume amounts what was happening in the marketplace. There was a countdown. Out of the top 3 here of the most lowest traded volume days, 2 out of the 3 were in 2020. One was in the month of November, 11/27 of 2020, had 28 million. It was the third one. Then you had the lowest traded volume day and out of those years, which was 12/24. And we all know what happened in January of 2021. There was a countdown. Volume started getting lower and lower and lower. Their countdown was there. If I filter out just this year in low quantities of volume, the countdown is there. Starting in May, 5/21, we all know what happened in May. 5/21, 6/6, 7/3, 7/9, and 8/20. Those are the top of this year. Those are the top lowest amounts of traded volume days. There is a countdown going on. The liquidity is drying up. There are market makers that are out there that are either willfully or forcibly not allowed to be able to make markets right now. And you're watching liquidity dry up. That's what's happening. I don't know if it's forced or if it's willful. I can't tell you that. I would assume that it's forced because something happened on the carry trade. If it's forced, if a market maker is forced and the liquidity is not, they're not allowed to be making a market, which means they're not printing fake shares any longer, that's why you would see volume dropping. The market's literally trading on what was last created when they stopped making a market. And so you're seeing all this volume trading every single day, and because they're not creating more just fake positions, you're seeing the volume starting to compress more and more and more as the dealer brokers have less and less shares available to be traded back and forth between each other. That's what's happening. We know failure to deliver is the way they work. We know that the first 15 days, dealer brokers have an ability to be able to return shares during that period of time. 15 days. If 7/31 was the first day, then we know that 8/1 is where you start the countdown, T1. If you look at the amount of trading days that there are from that day, or let's count 7/31 because that was the day that started, right? Let's count that day. That puts us at 15 trading days today. If we start from the first, then it puts tomorrow as the last day that dealer brokers would have an ability. But I think it broke on the 31st. Because you can see the volume rising the most in that time frame. Today would be the last day that they would have an ability to be able to, where if a market maker is no longer creating synthetic positions to be able to trade into the marketplace, it would create more volatility, more volume, and it's been slowly decreasing over time for the portion of this month so far day is that last day, or maybe tomorrow. And then we go into a 6-day trading period of market makers being forced to make a market, deliver shares. And I'm talking about across the board. I am not talking about just AMC here. We're talking about the whole market. If today's the last day for the dealer brokers, count out 6 days, and don't forget that we have a holiday on the 26th, and holidays is 3-day weekends, and we've talked about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th day would end on the 30th of this month. There's other things that align to this. There's other things. We're not there yet. We're not done. I'm not done. I spent an hour this morning talking about this stuff. We're not done yet. There's more. There's more. I'm expecting if we take a look at the past, right? Past is a really good way of knowing your future. When we hit an all-time high right here in our more recent past on 7/16, there was a little bit of a doji candle. It's not quite. I wouldn't quite call it a perfect doji candle, but it's close. That was printed the day before. What was happening with volume? Volume was starting to slow down. Then you had this day where we hit an all-time high on the SPY, which was 7/16. And then a massive dropout started occurring, right? And then there was a little bit of a recovery, and then even a bigger dropout, which is the time frame that we're talking about here at the beginning of this month. Yesterday, we printed a doji candle on some of the lowest volume. We had what did I say? I forget what I said for volume traded yesterday. 33.7 million. Back here, it was 40.5 million. The next day, it had 36.4 million shares traded on a green day up. We are printing a TD9 today if we have a green day today, and I am expecting lower quantities of volume in the SPY today, and I am expecting a green day on the SPY today. Very similar to what we saw back here. Very, very similar. Because we know that last day for dealer brokers to deal with the amount of volume that they have to trade back and forth ends today. That's what I think. Going forward, it's going to be up to the market makers to find shares in the market. What could you possibly expect in order to do that? Now, if they can't print new shares, if they're either forcibly or willfully not making shares out of nothing, how do you make a market? There's only one other way. You have to sell shares. You sell shares into the marketplace, you create liquidity, and you move a market. That's how. That's how you do it. So that's what we're looking for here. If we get one day up of green today on the SPY, this could be the last day that we see it going up for a little bit. I'm not sure how long. It could just be 2 or 3 days where we see these big jump downs, but they've got to sell off a bunch of shares in the marketplace in order to create liquidity, because we can see that the liquidity is drying up as the amount of shares that are being traded is falling. Remember, price rising, volume falling, bearish. If we start seeing volume fall, or volume starting to rise, and price falling, bearish. AMC is getting very, very close to a breakout. My time frame that I've got here to reach the end of this is 8:27 to 9:3. Somewhere in the middle of that is 8:30. We are getting very, very close, guys. I'm going to preface everything that I say now from the past, going forward into the future. Do I sound like anybody? What has been will not burden us going forward. What I'm telling you is that I do not want you to make any changes in what you're doing. It's your money, it's your choice, you get to decide, but I do not want to see you guys making any decisions based off of what I'm telling you right here that are going to impact you financially in ways that are potentially harmful. The turtle wins the race, guys. the turtle always wins the race against the hare. Be careful. There's going to be booby traps out there all over the place for you. All over. And there's going to be a part of you that's going to be tugging for you, knowing what it is that I'm telling you right now. There's going to be parts of you tugging to try and do something about that, to try and benefit off this somehow, to try and change your positions, perhaps maybe in some kind of way that's going to help you. No, you already did it. Whatever you've done is done. What you do going forward is you just know. You don't change the plan. The plan stays the same. You do what you were always going to do, regardless of what it is that I have to say. Nobody wants those booby traps. Don't get caught up in them. Don't do it. It's going to be, the desire is going to be super strong here, but avoid it like a plague. And things will not turn out the way that you think they will. I can promise you that. Be careful. All right. Now off to the good stuff, right? Because not everybody knows this. New account shows up on Twitter. Let's pull it up. Give me 1 second. I don't have this very well prepared. That one, and let's do... Actually, you know what? We'll put this here. And then over here, we will put... this here. All right. We know Roaring Kitties. This is his normal profile right here on the left-hand side. There is obviously a flippening going on some of the images that are on this new account, this new Twitter account. We can see that the pictures have been reversed imaged. We can see that the name has been reverse imaged, along with the @ has been reversed. Everything is in reverse here. Nobody knows whether or not this account is actually DFV or not. That has not been confirmed. And the only way that I think that could be confirmed is if he were to say it himself. So left-hand side we know for sure his. Right-hand side we do not know. On the left-hand side, some of the one, and I'm going to make a little bit of a case here for why I believe that this is his account. On May 17th, he played some video. He played a meme in here where everything started going backwards. And he also had a point in here where he was kind of mentioning where it seemed like there might be a little bit of a goodbye on this, and then he plays a reverse card. Right, and then the very last meme that he posts up here is the Chewy dog. Where I'm assuming is a Chewy dog here on June 27th was the last post. There is a pinned post here, but that's from the past. So June 27th was the last post on this account. This account just says it was created June 2024. I don't know if there's a way to be able to see exactly when it was created, but I know that the very first post in here is this one on June 30th. So literally like 3 days after the last post on this account. This account posts this leaning forward in a blue chair. We know that DFE came back, or should I say came back, or started posting on this Twitter account with the leaning forward in a red chair looking to the right. So we have some might assume or maybe suggest that the Kansas City Shuffle could be considered this. If you were to look at the red chair, I'm trying to scroll back to it here. If you were to look at the red chair and the red arrow on it, you could make the assumption that it could potentially be related to GameStop, with it being red, because that is their primary color for their backdrop, or at least it is now, anyways. Holy crap! There's so many. DFE, if you're listening, it really truly is a masterpiece on this account here, and I got to keep on scrolling back. It's so long. This is April of 2021. I went too far. Sorry, this is too far. Hold on. I'll get there. April. Okay, here we go. We're close. June 2nd. Those are 21s. It didn't go far enough. I didn't look at the date. 24. There we go. All right. So first post when he comes back in May, red chair looking to the right. This account first post 3 days later after the last post on the original account, looking to the left. Chewy's got blue. The dog's got a blue background behind it on the dog. I think there's a lot of. I think you could kind of figure that this is probably, it's got to be in relationship. I would imagine to GameStop and Chewy would be the two things that we're seeing here. Then there's the Volsroy. I can't remember how they said his name in the Star Wars movie. If you go into a lot of these and you look at the comment sections to him, some of them help you kind of figure out what's going on here. But you remember the quote where he says, "This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them." There was a lot of different things talking about the two of them in some of DFE's original posts. And nobody really knew what the two of them meant in regards to talking. I'm still up in the air on that one. One of the things that I went to go look at last night was some ETFs, because I know that there's some ETFs out there that are major ETFs that are usually borrowed against in regards. And if you were to make the assumption that he's talking about, perhaps maybe market makers are talking to each other using borrowed shares from ETFs, and maybe that's part of it. He also went on to post this. This has something to do with like purring berry cologne or something. I'm not sure what that's all about. Then he's got a mic drop. This is all posted on June 30th, by the way. He's got the mic drop with the microphone on here on June 30th. If we were to assume, we can make some assumptions. First off, number one, this was posted on June 30th. Nobody knew DFE was going to make his position on Chewy when he did. The filing, and this is from memory, if memory serves me correctly, the filing for his post that he had a very large ownership in Chewy was on 7/1, which was a day before this mic drop happened, this post. But it says that it's backdated for an event that started on 6/26. So if he started his, I think it was 6/26. So if he started gathering his shares and then got to the point to where he had 5% ownership and it was on the 26th, he could have started gathering shares as early as like the 21st, perhaps. Because if you look at the volume and the price action on Chewy, it starts rising around the 21st, 24th, 25th. And if he completed his position by the 26th, and then he posts something up saying that he's done it, that he completed his purchasing, or maybe even went up to the 28th. I don't know. Maybe even purchased more after the 26th, but the 26th was when he hit 5%. He posted this on the 30th, and then the first, July 1st, the post came, or the filing came out. 5 days is what I think they have. I think it's 5 days, 4 or 5 days. One, two. It's like the third day that he posted the filing. So this count seemed to have noticed that maybe that something may have happened and the mic drop occurred when it occurred. Again, more of the two are talking stuff going on. And then you got the dog in here from Up, the dog days. This is still June 30th posts. And now he's got the good, the bad, and the ugly here, all kind of in a stand down, staring at each other off. This, I think, is probably one of the more important pictures. This is July 1st, by the way, when his filing came out, right? And this picture right here, I think, is probably one of the most important ones to me that tells me that this is his account. And I'm fully willing to admit that I might end up being wrong on this, but there's two things that stand out. It's the only two things on this picture I think that anybody has mentioned as being different on this picture, and it was the clock was not in the original picture and Up, and I think the dog was not. So we know the dog was kind of mentioned in here, and the interesting thing about this, not very many people were getting the dates correct on the countdowns for the T+35. So many people were getting it wrong. And one of the only few people out there who knew what the T35 was, because he gave us what the 35 emojis look like. And if you all lined them up and everything, you could tell when they were on there. This clock states 7:08. If you go to look at the dates, 7/8 is one of the dates that one of DFE's cycle ends on. His second major purchase that he had, the T35 cycle would have ended on 7/8. He's probably the only, besides myself, I think he's the only one out there who's posting up T35 cycles correctly. And yeah, the lamp is on. And the T35 date would have ended on around 7/8, which is about a week before he made his purchase on Chewy. So you had these two events occurring at the same time, where there was the completion of one of his major portions of purchases on GME, and then leading into, before the T35 was over, leading into a Chewy purchase, and you notice that there's an empty chair in here. I think this picture, by hands down, is probably one of my favorite out of all the stuff he posted in here. There's the yes, definitely he's got in here for the July. I say he, I don't know whoever posted this, right? Yes, definitely on the 8-ball. There's some other videos in here. I'm sure there's some stuff to extrapolate from some of this, but I haven't really picked it up yet. He kind of went silent on this account here from July 1st. Probably, I would imagine, because not very many people were probably picking up on this account yet. And was silent until about August 19th, where he starts popping back up with some memes in here, which kind of almost scream his handiwork. Leading into August 19th, Forrest Gump running, the Kansas City Shuffle merging, completing. Blue and red chips, right? We talked about that. Red chips being GME. Blue chips being perhaps maybe Chewy, and the shuffling of those chips and merging them together. And then it leads into a couple more posts on the 19th, and then we got 20 hours ago, we got some more posts in here. The last post that he had up here was this one right here. I don't think he's posted anything yet today. Again, we still don't know for a fact this is his account. I don't even think I've looked at these two pictures yet. Who's going out of business? What is this? Better Call Saul posted in between two eyes, before and after it, two eyes, like the emoji events, eyes with a sparkle in them, like Bruno, the fortune teller, and like RK on the live stream. Looks like there might be some kind of Better Call Saul reference here. Could be a restructuring. Could be businesses going. It could be businesses going out of business. Like empty strip mall. Hard to say. I haven't really done too much looking into this one here and figuring out what this is all about. But anyways, we'll find out. We don't know for sure whether it's his or not. And I'm talking past numbers. So far for the day-to-day, we've had a 5-cent spread between our top and bottom. So anybody who picked 1 to 5 cents would you're on the hairy edge of not being right. But so far so good for you. I mean, it's not, we haven't broke 505 yet, so there's that. Barrington says nothing about AMC. Hey, you want to hear something about that? Hold on a second here. Let me go over to the back of the Big Tramp. I got something for you for that to help cure your.
Oh, movies! All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking.
There you go. Take that and eat it. Nothing about AMC. Killing
Put
me.
that in your pipe and
Yeah,
smoke it.
take that and put it in your smoke it. That's right. Yeah. So there. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's see here. Billy says 30 minutes trading and volatility, still less than 1 million. Yeah, it's gonna be super super low today. I know there's more. There's more I want to tell you guys. There was something else I was focusing on. Oh yeah, we talked about the VIX. We talked about the VIX and potentially like when it could potentially be seeing a significant rise on the VIX here. And I pulled up this this window for you guys here and said that there's the odds are more often than not when we've seen the spike past 35 and 50 that within 18 days or 13 to 14 trading days that usually we see another spike on the VIX again. And that's not for another couple days out yet still. That ends on 8/23, that time frame, which means what's today? Today's Wednesday. So the end of this week here. And if today is that final day for dealer brokers, that means that if market makers start moving into selling off of positions and there's a bunch of volatility that occurs, we could get that spike before the end of this week is over. And that might actually, I don't know if we'll break 35 on the spike or not, but if there is another spike on this, but it could certainly be drumming up to big moves here. So there's that. There's a couple different things that are happening as well. I'm trying to remember what some of the other things that are lining up to those same dates, and I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. Let me just look at some stuff real quick here. No, not that. Well, if I run through the numbers, I'll probably stumble across something and be like, oh yeah, that. It could have been, I don't remember what it was. Yikes, that's ugly. Let's do some numbers. Did anybody in the back of the big tramp, good morning to you, by the way, Funky, Maze and Blue 2, Pirate, Quack Quack, did any of you guys have any questions or comments that you guys wanted to make before I get into numbers?
I seen yesterday was the 26th 26-year anniversary of Run Lola Run being released in Germany.
Oh yeah. Those numbers were all lining up too. There was what did we have for the Jeepers Creepers thing that I posted out not long ago? What was that? That was 23 every 23 years, and this is 23 years since. This would have been 23 years since that movie came out. Was this year, and then there was the date that it got released on was. Let me look it up here again. Here, I feel like that was something as well. Jeepers Creepers, where is it at? Come on. August 31st, 2001. Very, very close dates. We're literally talking, August 31st would be the 23rd anniversary. Those of you who don't know what that is, it's a horror flick. The last traded day of this month is only the 30th, though. So more of those dates just kind of lining up there with the whole Jeepers Creepers stuff, which I talked about a while back.
The real Hayden's birthday is 1 August. That's all I need to know.
Somebody else had a birthday today. I can't remember who it was. I was trying to remember. It was it? I think it was Mac. No, it wasn't Mac. Who was it? It was Brandon. Brandon's birthday is today. Let me write that down. Brandon's birthday is today. So if you happen to see
birthdays, Casey.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of birthdays, I know right now you're only playing songs for specific reasons.
Uh-huh.
My birthday, you played the wrong song. Please, on your break, write this down. Look up Creed, Are You Ready? You need to play that song in the next day or two. You will know by like being a school kid again. Get the lyrics, look at the lyrics during the song, and you'll go, wow, that's perfect.
All right, I wrote it down just now. Creed, Are You Ready? On my page, so I will look at it, and I'm just know that I've got I've had for years a lineup of songs that I wanted to play at a certain time when I felt like I was ready to play songs. So if something happens and I got to continue to play the songs that I'm playing, just know that it's just because it's not part of the lineup that I got. So yeah.
Oh, I understand. But
Yeah.
once, like I said, when you read the lyrics and you listen to the song, it'll fit right into what you're setting these songs up for.
Sounds good.
Do you want me to go back to West Palm and make some reservations at the dealerships?
No, I don't.
Okay.
That is not what I'm asking. I'm actually asking everybody to not do anything different than what you've done. If you weren't planning on doing something already,
Right.
don't change your plans. Everything should remain the same. I know there's going to be so much desire there for you to change what it is that you've done or what you're doing. Don't do that. I cannot express enough. Don't do that.
I was going to ask them to have a barista for you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning.
All I have to say about the whole thing is, let's go, everyone! Cheers.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, and I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying it's been a long journey. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It may continue to be a long journey. You know what I haven't done yet today? Cleaned off my glasses. I have gone this entire day so far, and I have a raging headache right now because of it. It's crazy. Raging headache. Let's see here. Oh, I think I know why too. I think I forgot my blood pressure medication last night. I should probably go take that. I'll take it on my break. Let's see here. Any nurses out there? Do I have any nurses in the group? I know Roseanne's a nurse. Not medical advice, but is there any? Last time I went into my doctor, the doctor asked me when I was taking my blood pressure medication. I told her at nighttime, and she said good, but I couldn't tell if that good was because it was I should be taking it then, or if it was just because she just wanted to make sure that I had like a regular time I was taking it. And so the only reason I'm asking is because I wanted to know if there's like, is there a good time or a bad time to be taking? Is it better to be taking that kind of medication at night, or what's the deal? Just kind of curious. I don't want medical advice. I just want to know, because I'm still going to take it one way or the other. I just want to know, is there a reason why that doctor might have said good for that? All right, my glasses are somewhat clean. Yeah, they're pretty, just kind of a little cloudy, but we'll work with it. Glasses are on. Numbers are ready. Preacher says Kim's a nurse as well, right? Yeah. Yes. But I don't know if she would know this or not. She might. Let me log into my account. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you do not have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you sign up for that, make sure that if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, that you set that up as well, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys, I cannot stress this enough. Please, 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 please. If you, whatever you're doing right now, if you have not gotten a statement of your portfolio from either your broker or brokers, please go just do the couple clicks that it takes to get it. It's usually really quick, and it's very painless to do so, and it might save you from having a massive heart failure in the future. So please do this. I cannot implore enough for you to go do this right now. Just stop listening. There's nothing else that I can say to you right now that would be more important. So yeah, numbers. Starting at the top left-hand side, I think Apex was the closest yesterday, missed by 4 pennies, but nobody. There was only like a 5-cent spread between us yesterday in total. A little bit larger. There's 7-cent spread from between us today. But price prediction tally points, everybody got a point, and this is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to guess the best we possibly can as where we think price is going to close for the day. The lowest person on the total pool, we actually have a tie between two people or not a tie, but two people predicting the same exact price. So if they hit, there would be a tie. Tech and Apex are both going 448 to 548. There's nothing wrong with picking the same price prediction, especially if you think that's what it's going to close at. I'm next up from there, 450 to 550. I think it's going to close right on $5 again today. I think it's going to go dead even. I don't even think they can afford to have it close anything above 501 or below 499. And then Nana's got 455 to 555, which is 5 pennies up from that. So, yeah, those are our price predictions for the day today. Short exempt volume yesterday was only 59,000 shares. Super, super low volume. Utilization at 59.76%, which is a little bit higher than what we had yesterday. Day over day, I just noticed that is not correct. Day over day price change was not a negative 2% downwards momentum move. It was only 0.2% down yesterday. What else? Let's see. Max Pain is still $5 for this week for AMC, $22 for GME. No change there. Let's take a look at the off-exchange traded volume so far. Normally, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 54% combined between off-exchange and EDGX, or 44% going through off-exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. We have 52.19% going through off-exchange. EDGX at, hold on a second here, 15.26, so that's definitely elevated on that one. For combined total, 67.45% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's about 13.45% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is a very, very low number, 200. We have not seen a high number on CHX on AMC since, when was that day? The 13th. There was 89,000 shares. I've oftentimes said that when you want to see shares that are being delivered, it usually shows up, some portion of it shows up on CHX exchange. That's the last time we had a really big number on there. Anything big is considered over 30,000 shares. The day prior to that, actually, I kind of want to scroll back here just a little bit and see what it was looking like in July. Give me a second here. I just want to look at this real quick. No, I want the beginning of August. Beginning of August. It was the first big day that we had in the beginning of August would have been 8/5. There was a big day, 29,674. So only 2 days so far since the beginning of this month have we had two large quantity of amounts of volume going through that exchange. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day is coming in at 901 shares, also very low number. Shares available to borrow is on AMC is at 1.3 million shares with fees at 3.17 and rebate at 2.16. Since yesterday, we have seen a total of 600,000 shares borrowed so far. Does not appear to be... Yeah, no additional shares borrowed since we looked at this earlier this morning. Institutional ownership this morning was reported at 120.874 million shares, and that is now showing up as the same value, no change. Let's take a look at volume on option contracts. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at $5.50. So the market is currently, that's actually double the amount of volume I would expect to see normally going through options. It's kind of odd to see it that high. $5.50 is 50 cents higher than what it was at yesterday. And there's currently 7.5 thousand contracts in volume so far. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $5 strike, and there's only been 768 contracts in volume. So very, very, very low put volume. There's a lot of call volume right now at 5.5. There's even some call volume at 6 as well. Again, guys, I want to stress to you, Everything that I said this morning needs to be taken with a grain of salt, and you should not plan on altering things that you were planning on doing already based off of what I said. GME, highest amount of volume on option contracts, coming in at a strike of 2250 with 1.7 thousand contracts in volume so far. The highest amount of put volume coming in at 22, so the market's kind of suggesting maybe 22 to 25, 22 and a half close, but GameStop's at 22.58. It's a little bit higher. Take you guys over to the other page here. I'm going to transfer a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. Normally by this time of the day, actually I'm not going to say normally. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just said it for no reason at all. So far for the day today, 931,000 shares having been borrowed. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 13.85%. Cost of borrow ends at 0.54, average 1.77, and max 4.35. There's currently 72.67 million shares on loan for the day-to-day on AMC. That's an increase of 2.55 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 440,000 of that is in new short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like day over day, just to kind of get an idea as to what's happening. Come on. You can do it. Go. What the heck? There we go. Here's our utilization starting to rise a little bit. Yesterday it was 58.54 to today, which is at 59.76. The on-loan amount, as a result, also driving upwards from 70.12 million shares on loan to 72.67. The estimated amount of short share interest of the free float, as a result, drove upwards from 13.67 to 13.8. With 2.55 million new shares on loan, I would expect that to drop the on-loan average age per day, which it did. That value went from 39.32 days to 38.51. Security lending volume did drop a little bit day over day from 6.16 million shares to 5.47. Holy moly, this is going slow. Isn't my internet? Nope, my internet appears to be good, and I'm blinding the crap out of you. I apologize. It's not my fault. It's my computer, which is partially my fault. Shares borrowed versus returned for the day-to-day on GME, about 593,000 shares returned so far. The cost, that's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 9.73%. The cost per borrow ends at 1.05, average is 1.2, and max 1.66. Taking a look at some of the data. Holy moly, man, this is so slow. Taking a look at some of this data here, the utilization day over day on GME dropped from 29.25 to 28.51. The on-loan amount moving from 29.79 million shares on loan to 29.34, so small dip there. Then we had estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 9.8 down to 9.77, and the on-loan average age per day went from 32.42 to 33.37, so it went up. Security lending volume dropped off by a little more than half, I think. It went from 4.71 million shares down to 2.24 million. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $4.50 for AMC. GME is at $20.05. On AMC, there is approximately 56.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 18.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 2.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, 84.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 15.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 17.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only ones on this list that I'm looking for at this time. AMC and GME are not on the list of most heavily traded stocks, and that would likely be due to the fact that we have such low volume right now. MMRI earlier this morning was 240.37 and has dropped down to 239.35. We're actually starting to see a bit of a drop here on these numbers. 239.34. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields, was 0.175 this morning and is now currently at 0.159. Ooh, that's a big jump. It was 0.175 this morning. It's now 0.159. So we're seeing a little bit of a tightening there, a normalization in the yield curve. The yield spread, I guess is probably the right way to say that. In case you guys never noticed, I never really say things the way you're supposed to say it. Let's see here. So yeah, lots and lots of changes. One of the things I kind of mentioned to you guys that was one of the most strange points to me was right about here when we started seeing that the U.S. dollar, we saw the U.S. dollar to the yen separating here. We saw a little bit more of this in the past where there was a point in time here, and I can't even really see it on the page here because I've got it shrunk down to kind of visualize where we're at before, but there was an unbalanced point in time back here where the green line was way off of everything else, and then you could see that it dropped way back down and started aligning back up with where it started following the red line that's on this page. I know there's so many lines on here. But really what I want to look at the most here is just that there was a separation between how the yen was trading to the dollar right around the 19th at market open. And now we're starting to see that they are back in alignment again, but there was a separation here for a period of time. The VIX is still rising. Cryptocurrency seems to be kind of leveling off right now, and the Nikkei is experiencing what appears to be some volatility in here. I did not put a line in here. Why did I not put a line in here? I meant to put a line in here at 36.5. 36.5 was where the Nikkei was when everything started blowing up at the beginning of the month. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Horizontal. So I'm just going to put that there. NASDAQ is up 0.43, Dow Jones is up 0.09, and the SP 500 is up 0.31. We have 3,071 advancers to 2,089 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. 3071. There's only two down sectors for the day today. It's financials followed by real estate. Those are the two worst sectors. And financials and real estate are kind of the ones that we felt were going to be some of the bigger issues when things started happening. At least I did. Healthcare just went red too as well. But the most positive sectors for the day today is consumer discretionary followed by consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. One of them looks like it's borderline almost green. Oh, some of them going red now. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 6.25. Silvergate's down 5.76. It appears to be more red than green for the day-to-day, but not huge movers. Here we go. American Express down 2.57. Gold is down 0.58 and trending down. Silver is up down 0.26 and consolidating after a trend. Actually, it looks like it. Yeah, consolidating after a trend down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.25. Looks like it's starting to get a little bit of a move here and breaking into an uptrend after some consolidation. The US dollar is currently, let's get this back on 1 minute. US dollar's got some volatility in here. What is it doing? Where did that come from? What is going on? Look at this. How far back do I got to go before there's some volatility like that right now? Nowhere. I'm back on 8:19 right now. I know this. I'm doing this on a 1 minute. Let's go back. Let's go to a 5 minute here and see if we can see some of this volatility like this. Ooh. I mean, you can see those. You can see that volatility in a 5 minute time interval right there. Those candles are massive. What do we got going on? Do we have bond? I'll bet there's some kind of like bond auction that's like having some. It looks like we might have had some struggling back here on 8:14. That kind of looks somewhat the same. Well, this is starting to look a little bit like this here. Definitely a lot of volatility on the US dollar right now. It looks like it wants to trend upwards. I'm going to go ahead and call it a slight trend up on the US dollar. Oil is currently up 0.22 and is starting to break a consolidation period into an uptrend. It would be unusual to see the market trending up with the US dollar also trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.15 and are consolidating. Also got a little bit of volatility there as well. SPY is up 0.29. Looks like it started to take a dip here right around 10:15 this morning. It was trending upwards on the SPY, and then all of a sudden this big dump off right around 10:15, and then it started trending back up to where it was. Getting some volatility here. Definitely getting some volatility. We are starting to see... We are actually seeing some volume here. 62 minutes. We're on a pace right now for 42.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That usually comes down throughout the day. Not always. A lot of times by the end of the day, we actually get a little bit of a boost in volume, but it is low volume still currently. Alrighty. VIX is up 3.02 and trending up at 1636, with futures suggesting that it should be around 1623. So it seems like maybe the VIX might be leading the futures a little bit here upwards. IWM is up 0.44, consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. VB is up 0.44 and trending upwards. Tesla is down 0.15 and trending down. Amazon is up 1.2% and was in an uptrend and appears to be breaking that uptrend into a downtrend. Cinemark is up, down rather, 0.13, consolidating. Doge is up 0.04 and seeing a little bit of volatility here as well. Still in the consolidation area with volatility versus not volatility before. Bitcoin is, oh yeah, there's definitely some volatility going on right now. Something's happening. There's something's cooking. Something's cooking right now. There's something happening. We got a little bit of volatility here on Bitcoin as well. It was trading, consolidating, and it's still consolidating, but with more range now. It looks like, what do I got here? 821. At 9:44 this morning, it jumped up from 58.8 all the way up to, how long did this take? 9:45 to 10:11. So we're looking at less than 30 minutes. It jumped from 58.8 coin to 60.2. So definitely some volatility going on in here, and then dropping back down and just kind of simmering a little bit where it was in consolidation before. There obviously is a level of resistance on price movement upwards, as you're seeing right here, that I've got drawn out from the past. It's actually on a smaller time interval right here. And if it does break past this, obviously it'll probably get a pretty good move upwards. You can see the overall trend on a 5-minute time interval here is more up than it is down. In fact, I think we're really close to seeing something happen here. Maybe usually it's around like 10:30 my time, like an hour from now maybe. We might see something crazy kind of go on here because there's a little bit of volatility. I mean, we're seeing volatility. It's not just here, right? It's like other places too. We're starting to see some like weird volatility activity kind of going on. Something's kind of snapping appears. GME is actually, let me go back here 1 minute. GME is currently up 1.21% and trending up at 2251. HYMC is down 4.03% and trending down. NCMI is up 0.29 consolidating. HOOD is up 0.2 consolidating, and AMC is up 0.32 and consolidating after a little bit of an uptrend right at market open. We're still at a 5 penny spread between the bottom and top of where we've been trading for our range for the day today. So those of you who have put in your votes on the poll for the day today are still accurate. If you said 0 to 5 pennies or 1 to 5 pennies range today, you're on the hairy edge of not being right, but you're still right so far. Let's see here. Moving on. Volume, inflow versus outflow. What's going on here? Value. We're seeing more. Let's just call it $300,000 more outflow than inflow. It's close enough. $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 1.2 million shares traded so far after 67 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 6.98 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I hardly ever go less than 5 to 25 million in a share prediction volume for a day. Today I should have said 0 to 20, but I said 1 to 20 million shares traded a day. I think there's a very good chance we see less than 5 million shares in volume traded, which I think will end up being probably the lowest share traded volume day we've ever had, probably in the history of AMC. I would imagine. I don't know. I'll have to take a look and see for sure. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator about ready to occur, and RSI is at 48.69, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.36, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.05, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.89, which is just slightly above average. And with that, Ichimoto. Almost forgot. How dare you? Ichimoto. On a 1-hour. Lagging line is on price line. Conversion is above base. In order to turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, we got to get above the cloud, which is above the cloud. I'm still going through puberty. 47 years old, and I can't get out of puberty. Today we got to see a price of a 507. No, it's 510. 510 is what I got marked down for the day-to-day. We got to get past that in order to see some more buying pressure from short-term investors, and you know we're not too far off of that. We're at 502 right now. On a 4-hour time interval, we need to see a little bit higher value than that, and we're in the cloud right now as it stands. And I kind of mentioned to you guys way earlier back here. I said we needed about 3 or 4 days. Actually, I think I was mentioning this, like, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I want to say it was like back here on 8/13. I said we were going to have a sticky period of time where we needed to see price stay above this green cloud if at all possible, without breaking through it, and we got there. You know, we traded out those 4 trading days above the cloud, and on that last trading day, Monday this week, we went into the cloud. But this is, remember, the cloud is just simply a period of uncertainty as to which way price movement's going to go. And it really means to anybody who's looking at this as an indicator, what it means to them is stay away from making any decisions on what you're going to do here. You don't make any trades inside the cloud. No trades. And so that's where this is at. In order to break this and get the conversion above the base and get the lagging line above price line, we need to see 520 or better. It might be a little bit, no, 520 should do it. Yeah, 520 would do it. So 510 and 520 are the numbers that the 1 hour and 4 hour are kind of indicating as of right now. And I like the fact that we did not push down these 4 trading days back here and push below the cloud, which would have been around 479 or lower. It's beautiful. I love it. It could mean that there's going to be an extended period of time here where we see, because remember, usually price likes to break out down below green. So you can see here that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days before this cloud gets thin again, and the cloud now, the bottom of the cloud then becomes 498. So what this kind of means is that this is kind of suggesting that we may be ranging right around that $5 mark, even for some more time going forward. It doesn't have to mean that, though. If we suddenly see price start spiking up, we'll just see the cloud get bigger and bigger and bigger on a green cloud as it starts to rise. So we're in a real just uncertainty type of period right now on the 4-hour time interval. Period of uncertainty with vortex indicator about ready to cross over with more buying pressure, RSI rate smack dab down the middle, and TTM squeeze suggesting strength. And now, and that's the rest of the story. Gosh, it's so iconic. I wish I could come up with something cool like that.
I miss Paul Harvey.
I do too. I so miss him. Like, you don't know how much I hated as a kid listening to the stuff that my parents listened to, but then I loved it at the same time. It was a weird time in my life where it was like, I wanted to know what was going on, but I was annoyed that it was always like I wanted to see other stuff too. You know, I do miss Paul Harvey.
It's funny you mentioned Paul Harvey because I think I said it before a year or so ago about the one episode, and I don't even know if you can go back to his episodes. It'd be great to listen to it. But about an inventor who had patents on a ton of stuff, and his family used to make fun of him that he had all these inventions but didn't do anything, and unfortunately he cut his life early. Yeah, that guy's invention was frickin' nylon. DuPont bought it, and his family became wealthy.
I mean, even just something stupid like Post-it notes. You know, if you could just, I've got actually an invention that I want to make, and I think it's going to change music. But I need a little bit of money to back myself first, which I'll have in the future. But I am going to change the way that guitar players, the picks that guitar players play with, and I don't want to talk about it too much because it's up here in the head. My son actually 3D printed at his school a what do they call it? Like one of those original versions of it, not beta testing, but a
Prototype.
Prototype. Thank you. Yeah, we printed up a prototype of the pick, and it was pretty good. There's just you can only do so much with a printer, and you can't really play with them too well, but. It is going to absolutely change the way that musicians play their guitars. It's going to sound so much better. It makes the playing the guitar sound so much more beautiful. I know it's hard to imagine, but it does. in my opinion. Text says, Casey, I take losartan and I take it before bed. However, my friend also takes losartan and he takes it at 5 p.m. I'm thinking about setting a fixed time and taking it at 8 p.m. regardless of sleep. Yeah. I try to set times and I'm just so bad. If I was a girl on birth control, I'd have had so many kids. I'm so bad about stuff like that. Prototype, Pro Jeweler says, yeah, prototype. DM says same size. Exactly. In fact, the pick will be it will feel no different than how you would normally hold a pick. It'll just change the way that it sounds. I know, and it has nothing to do with, it'll even be the same. It can even be made of the same material. I think a lot of them are made out of like nylon, I think. Some are made out of acrylic. Some are made out of, there's actually a lot of different types of, there's wood, there's metal. But it can be whatever the standard pick is made out of, it could be made out of that. It's just a design difference in exactly where the pick plays on the guitar. Yucca says, but you are a girl, Casey. I am what I eat, man. I can't help it. Mick says, Casey.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Mick says, Casey, just set an alarm on the mobile. But see, the thing is, Mick, is I'm the kind of person that, like, an alarm goes off and I'll go like, oh yeah, I'll get right to that as soon as I'm done with what I'm doing. And I just forget. So that won't work for me, unfortunately. I'm a different beast over here. What I really need to do is just carry the pill bottle with me everywhere I go. That's the only way that I know of for myself. If I wanted to be really regular about taking it, I would just need to have it on me so that when that time hits or of the day that it needs to be taken, that I just have it right there in my pocket. Or maybe just put the pill in my pocket all day long and just have it there ready to go. That would probably work too. How are you guys doing today?
Casey, I'm looking at the calendar, and you were saying the 26th, but the 2nd is Labor Day. What's the 26th?
Of this month?
Yeah, you said something about the 26th
Isn't
of
that
August.
I thought we had a holiday on the 26th, no?
No, 2 September's Labor Day.
Then we're looking at the 29th. I thought the 26th was a holiday. Are you sure?
See, I'm looking at the calendar right now. That's why I was curious.
Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up. Yeah, maybe I got it wrong. Yep, you're right. September 2nd.
Well, I think that works out because Hayden was born on the 1st. He runs the 109.8, and he runs the 200 in 22.5. And if you add those two together, you get 32.3, and he doesn't take a day off. So 3 September in the morning. No dates.
Yeah. So this is the thing is I don't know when I should be counting the break. I don't know if I should be counting it as the 31st or the 1st. If it's the 31st, 15 days ends today. If it's the 1st, 15 days ends on tomorrow. The 6 days preceding that, so 6 days after that for the 21st would be the 29th, and 6 days for the 22nd would be the 30th. So I don't know which days I'm supposed to be counting here, but it's somewhere in that range, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yep.
I had no idea that this all hinged on Hayden's track times. Little did I know.
This whole world is.
If you look into numbers, you can find a number that justifies anything.
What was that movie with Jim Carrey? I can't remember what it was, like 13 or I can't remember what the 20, 27, 22. I don't remember what the name of the movie was. 23. I feel like it was 23. Jim Carrey movie 23. Numbers. Let's see.
Like those guys that have that shirt, John 3:16. Today I'm going to go get a T-shirt that says Hayden 32-3.
The number 23 is the film. It was 2007. It was actually, I don't think anybody ever talks about that movie. Nobody ever talks about that number. That movie actually kind of made me a little crazy. I think it. If there was any movie out there that would have made Jim Carrey kind of crazy a little bit, it would have been that one because it made me feel a little crazy. Psychological thriller film by Fernley Phillips and directed by Joel Schumacher. Speaking of 23, interestingly enough, Jeepers Creepers. Jeepers Creepers. 501. 1 penny difference from yesterday's closing right now. No, it's a date, Yucca. March 16th. Chi-Town Turtle says, did we find out what they were laughing at? Yeah, it was the song, Censor Content song that he introed with. The JJ, if I didn't say it, good morning. Funky, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome back, Pirate Quack Quack, UPS delivery guy. Uh-oh. Some of you guys out there. Oh, we do have. Actually, I missed it. Do we have? I missed it, guys. Those of you who said 5 penny spread on trading for the day today, I missed this $4.99 earlier. There is a 6 penny spread right now. Womp womp. All y'all who said 4. You know, it's interesting. In the past, normally the people who vote the second group is usually the right group. The second highest voted amount is usually the more often right group than not when we do these kind of polls. And some of you guys, 24% of you, which is the number 2, said 6 to 7 cents.
But if that's true, and before I vote, I look at it and I flood into it, wouldn't that make it the first? And isn't that our time, Mr. Hand?
You'll see. I guess you'll see. Your vote counts. Tom says, Casey, according to AMC historical data, July 6th, 2016, volume was 2 million. Tom, if you want to go backwards to, I've got the data still pulled up here. If you want to go backwards in time to dates beyond something current, which I would consider maybe like the last 5 years, and I can pull up 2016 and see that there must be something wrong with what you're looking at, because you're saying, oh, you're talking about AMC. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about SPY. My bad. You're talking about for AMC, the lowest volume that we've had was July 6th, 2016. That must be what you're referencing. It's got to be, because I know you're not talking about SPY. Censor content. Good morning to you.
There is no censor content. What are you talking about?
I got fooled. You're early. Good morning, Yucca.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo estás?
Oh, sin comme ça.
What language is that? That was not Spanish, I don't think.
That was French.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's true.
C'est comme ça. So.
Así, así?
Así, ajá. Así.
You know,
¿Cómo va?
I used to work with a bunch of guys, and I walked in one day, and it was the beginning of the day, and some of the guys were greeting each other as they were walking for work for the first day. And one of them said, dos que tres. And so I had to ask him because I know what it means, right? Like I translated, 2 what 3. I was like sitting there going like, what the hell does that mean? So I had to ask him.
He's trying to say dos X.
No, that's that's not what he said. He told me, he said, dos que tres is like slang for saying I'm not 2, I'm not 3. It's kind of like in between. So it's the same thing as like saying así, así. It's so.
There you go. Look.
You're not one, you're not the other, you're in between. Yeah.
Come see, come sa. That's what it is.
Yeah.
See, come sa. What am I talking about?
I don't know.
I forgot. I forgot to come. Come see, come sa.
Come. Is it come? It's not come?
For here,
it's come?
Come.
It's come. It's not come.
Come see, come sa.
Come see, come sa. Come sa. J. Ape says, Casey, for my wife who is a nurse practitioner. So he must have put something in up above. I don't see anything above.
I sent you a DM. I don't know if you saw that video of that one dude.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Japes. I appreciate that. I did. Let me go back and review it again here. AMC and GME squeeze incoming video. Yeah, I had not watched it yet, but I plan on watching.
Okay.
And then for all the viewers out there, in case you were wondering, Yucca also sent me a special video called what was it called again?
Which one?
In the bubble, it was called
Are you talking about the Costco hoe?
Yeah, that Costco hoe.
Like a wholesaler, yeah.
Yeah, that is not what that's for. But anyways, she is. He posted up 3 videos that he wanted me to play, and I don't know, Yucca.
Look at Pro Jeweler. I mean, he says Costco whores.
All right,
Well,
I'll play the first. The last one's the most cringiest of them all, so I'll play the first one.
What do you mean?
It is so cringe. It's not even funny. I can't.
All right,
I can't.
fine.
Yeah, I can't do it otherwise. So
Class, pay attention.
All right, here we go. Class, pay attention. This is Yucca. He thinks this is funny.
I'm at Costco Home today. We're gonna find out if Costco is secretly shrinking their chickens after switching from cartons to plastic bags. Now, it all started when a fellow hoe tagged me in this story about the chicken.
So Costco just changed their packaging right here. Not only did they change the bag, look at the size difference of this bitch, bro. Whole ass chicken the size of my hand.
Is it possible that Costco is phantom taxing our beloved rotisserie chicken? Don't worry, Costco Hoe got your back.
So they're supposed to be 3 pounds. This actually kind of feels pretty heavy. This is the first one. It's 55 ounces. This is actually heavier.
7 ounces heavier. That's almost half a pound. This is what it looks like on a plate with my hand for scale.
This passes the test. Now this one's heavier. This one is actually heavy. Oh my God. This one's 74 ounces. Holy shit. Wait, what's 74? 16 times 4, 5. This is 5 pounds.
Okay, so my math's not the greatest. It's actually 4.6 pounds. That's 1.6 pounds over the advertised weight. So there you have it, hoes. Chicken myth busted. Now, no more Costco slander. Bye.
I'm excited about our future here in the United States.
Hey, you know what? She's doing the
it's so elevating. Yeah, it's so elevating to know that people are, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I mean they're weighing out the chickens. It's good.
Of course, chickens can't be all the same size
Yeah.
That would be rigged, right?
Yeah, it'd definitely be rigged. Leo says
Yeah.
I can never get those seconds back.
Oh, come on, Leo.
That's what I'm kind of saying a little bit too, but
If they would have seen the other one, they would have flipped.
all right.
You can be.
I want to
You
see
can be a Walmart.
everybody who wants to see another one, throw up a bunch of ones in the chat, and if I see a bunch of ones, then I'll go ahead and play another one. Otherwise, I'm gonna end right there. Tech says she was funny. Yuck is throwing his own ones up. Yeah.
Oh,
I gotta know. There was a no. It's numbers time. Would you look at that? Billy throwing up twos. Billy's over here like my brain hurts now. All right. Well, there's a couple ones in there. All right. Nana's going ones. All right. Let's do it. We'll play one more, and then we'll go to numbers. Let's see. We'll go to the next one. It's the third one that's the most cringiest that I just don't want to play. That one I don't want to play for sure. It was too cringy. The pink pants
meat?
one. No,
the one with the meat.
it's the T file. She's showing off the T file. This one's I think this one's shorter here. Yeah, here we go.
I'm a Costco hoe, and this is my honest review
Where's the
of the
meat one?
USDA ribeye steak from Costco. Now, I paid $53 for 3 big-ass steaks, which come...
$53 for 3 big ass steaks is what she just said. And I just want you guys to know that it, first off, if you ever go to Costco and you buy ribeye, buy it in the slab. You can get a way better price than what she's getting for this, and all you gotta do is cut it up yourself. Number one, I'm gonna do a critique of this video as it happens because I'm telling you right now, she's messing up this meat bad. So here we go.
Comes out to be about $15 per pound. I'm actually not quite sure about the going rate for ribeye steak, but I'm pretty sure it's a great deal since if you were to get one of these steaks at a restaurant, it would be way over $50. Cooking instructions also very easy. Just waterboard with butter. And look at that.
That is like the most. The outside of that looks like the nastiest piece of steak I have ever seen for a ribeye. I would probably consider not eating it if I saw a ribeye steak that looked like that. I understand pan frying's a thing. I get it. I'm more of a grill kind of person when it comes to my ribeyes, and that's okay. You know, everybody's different. That's fine. But when she goes to talk about the tenderness of this meat when she goes to eat it, I think part of it has to do with the fact that she may have overcooked this a little bit, and so if I was her and I was going to pan fry it, I'd at least do a skillet. And maybe avoid like the I don't know if she had oil in there or butter or what she had, but this does not look right. The juice is coming off of this thing right now. So anyways, those are my critiques. And where's the seasoning? Where is it? I saw salt. I don't know.
BFL pace of mate. There was some great marbling on the meat, so the end result was nice and juicy. I mean, look at this piece right here. Decadent, fatty, with a nice crust on the edge.
It's really good quality meat. Nice and fatty, lean in the middle, a little bit chewy, but just the right amount of chewiness. Wish it was a little bit more crustier on the side, but I think that has to do more with the cook and not with the actual cut of meat. Final Costco Hope rating for the Costco USDA Prime Ribeye, 7.9 out of 10.
If you're rating your steak 7.9 out of 10, you fucked up. Because there's a ribeye. It's a ribeye steak. You cooked it wrong. No ribeye should ever be a 7.9, no matter what. She flash fried this thing, and I don't, maybe too long. I don't know, but it didn't cook correctly. It's chewy. It's not good.
Oh, and ketchup and steak, chef's kiss.
Okay. I mean, far be it from me, since I do like steak sauce, for me to judge anybody for putting any kind of condiment on their steak. But ketchup?
Called ketchup.
Ketchup?
Ketchup, not cat.
Ketchup on a ribeye.
It's
She's
the
not.
same thing as
She's
putting-
not. She's not a Costco hoe. She's on.
He's a different guy, bro.
I'm telling you right now, that is not what you do with a ribeye steak. That is, I can't take it. You know, like this. I watch stuff like that, and I go like, no, why? Why would you do that? A perfectly good piece of meat.
Where's Pirate when you need his feedback?
I don't know. We talked about it, I think, yesterday, but DM says she's nuts. She's D's nuts. That's right. Yeah. Special kind of person right there.
You see these videos of they're like, oh yeah, I'm fixing a dinner for my husband, and it's like some lady trying to fry like a pot pie in a dirty skillet, you know, and she's like dumping
I
salt
saw
all
that.
over it.
Yeah. She was cooking it. She was deep frying a pot pie. A pre-made pot pie from like just something you pull out of a box, like a TV dinner kind of thing. She's pan frying it in oil. I saw that, and she didn't even wait for it to, I don't know, maybe properly crisp on, and then like turned it over, and it was just like it was drenched in oil. Oh, it was terrible.
I think she had the heat up too high that it burned the outside. Because the inside looked good.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not how you cook a pot pie, though.
That's no. We're talking about the steak, I think, right now. But you're right. I think she seared it too high on a temperature way too high, and that's probably why she got that chewy effect on the meat. So I agree. Pro Jeweler's agreeing with me in here about pan frying. I think pan frying is okay, but you need to do it on a skillet. Like I know they do it probably in the kitchens and some fancy restaurants probably in a pan like that, but I think I would do a skillet just because you probably get a little bit better cook out of it.
Cast iron.
Yeah, cast iron skillet. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Sorry, I said skillet. I meant cast iron. Sorry. Yeah, a cast iron skillet would probably be way better for pan frying a ribeye. If I was going to do it, that's how I would do it. Tom says now the pink pants won. Dude, it's so cringy. I don't even know if I can, man. I don't know. I mean, it's like after watching her eat ketchup on a ribeye, I have my limits, my sanity. So yeah, see, DM says on a cast iron, butter, thyme, salt, and into the oven. Yeah, I'm with you, DM. I would have never. I probably wouldn't even said anything about the ketchup on the ribeye had she at least done what you just said. I would have been like, you know what, whatever. She's got her own weird taste.
She don't know how to cook. That's what it is.
Yeah, Costco ho.
That's right. That's what you get when you date a Costco.
By the way, she said she paid $15 a steak. The method that I told you guys, where if you buy the whole slab and you cut your own steaks, the steaks you can cut them about the same size, not about, bigger than the same size that she had on their cuts. And you end up getting enough steaks to where it's about $12 a steak. So save yourself $3 a steak.
Where's this at?
Buy the full slab at Costco. Costco. Just go in Costco and ask them. Yeah,
you should be a Costco hoe then.
I am. Well, I don't know if I'm that much of a Costco hoe, but yeah, for meats, I'm a Costco hoe meat kind of guy.
Apologize to you guys for my abrupt departure. My son called and he broke down on the interstate. It's never a good thing when somebody calls and says they're on the side of the highway with steam coming out from under their hood.
Oh, especially in Florida. Yep. Later. Take care.
Yeah.
Safe
Mrs.
driving.
Pirate's on her way to save him, and I've got a tow truck en route as we speak. But so.
Yep. Understood.
That's all I can do. Throw money at it. Yep. There was a time I would take out with my truck and a tow strap and drag that thing all the way home. But it's not worth the headache for $300.
Yeah. Turtle says, Casey, what are you, the authority on meat now? Oh, wait, you live in Texas. I stand corrected. That's right, damn it. I am in Texas. This is like, if you don't know how to do meat here in Texas, there's something wrong with you. It's kind of like I mean, I was good with cooking before, but I would say here's crazy thing, right? Like I spent most of my life out of Texas. I didn't move to Texas until about 12 years ago. I learned more about cooking meats in the last 12 years. I have had 5 times the amount of knowledge on cooking meats in the last 12 years than I have the rest of my life. I have learned so much more here than anywhere else I've ever lived. California, Oregon, Arizona, hands down, I know so much more now than I ever did before. And it's just because I live in Texas. Ape Tucker says, best way to cook a steak, salt it 24 hours in advance. Next day, bring to room temp, add pepper, pan sear on one side, flip over and place in 450-degree oven for 5 to 7 minutes. Time may vary. There's one thing I don't know if I'd say that's the best way, but there's one thing I would probably change to that is when you add the pepper. I don't like pan frying pepper. It gives it a sour, I don't know if it's sour. It screws up the taste a little bit. So if you can, and I don't like adding pepper after it's cooked either. But what I would do is I would certainly not cook it for a long period of time. I would be a very short period of time cooking of pepper on there. Or there's actually another way to do it too, is you can tenderize, and I don't normally like to tenderize ribeyes, but I'll do it on occasion. Tenderize it to where you're poking holes and rub the pepper in so that it's actually inside the meat and not necessarily on the outside of the where it's cooking. That's another little trick too. All right, numbers. And that little tip right there, I think, will help your steaks turn out just a little bit better. Cooking pepper, for some reason, especially when you're searing it, just does not. It turns out, I want to say bitter, but I don't think bitter is the right word for it. There's a word for it. I don't know what it is. All right. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. All right, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 55.54% of our volume going through off exchanges, EDGX at 11.99%. The combined total 67.53% or 7.53% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 200 shares for the day today. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume is coming in at 3,197 shares. Also nothing unusual. Taking a look at shares available to borrow, it looks like there's been a bunch of shares returned in the last hour, about 600,000 to be exact. Fees are still at 3.17 and rebate at 2.16. 2.16. Sorry. What's going on in Casey's mind? We have. I'm not going to be able to recover from this. Go ahead. Spit it out. Say it.
No, wait.
I can't wait. You got to say it, and then I can move on. It's just not going to work any other way for me, because I'll just be sitting here thinking about it the whole time. It's going to interrupt my numbers. So just throw it out there. Go ahead and say it.
So you do like the Costco host.
That's not what Yeah, you got me. That's so true. Can't wait to taste her food. Let me tell you, she's got me cornered. All right, moving on. I did not expect that at all. Ortex data, as of an hour ago, is reporting 931,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 582. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 13.83%. The cost per hour ends at 0.54, average 1.78, max 4.35. In total for the day today, we have about 72.67 million shares being reported on loan. That's 2.55 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Nortex is estimated about 440,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at GME, there is a reporting of about 599,000 shares having been returned so far. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5.50 strike for calls. There was 7,500 contracts at 5.5 an hour ago. There's now 8.4 thousand contracts at 5.5, and 1.1 thousand contracts at 5 for the puts, which was 768 contracts an hour ago. The market is suggesting a closing price between 5 and 5.50 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and due to the fact that we've had extremely low quantities of volume, if we're on here, I would be super surprised. We are not. Where did MMRI go? Maybe that's the other page. Hold on a second here. Yeah, okay. Must be the next page. Looks like the US dollar is starting to fall in value, along with the yen strengthening. The Nikkei is starting to drop a little bit. The VIX is still rising. MMRI an hour ago was 239.34 and is now currently at 238.97. How many of y'all remember when we had a bunch of risk when we were sitting up over 300 for a while, and now we're down to 238.98? There's definitely been some risk off going on here. 2 year to 10-year bond yield spread is coming in at 0.152. It was 0.159 as of an hour ago. So it's still dropping, normalizing from the 0.175 that we started out at today. Taking a look at NASDAQ up 0.38, Dow Jones up 0.05, and the S&P 500 is up 0.3. We have 3,317 advancers to 2,060 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago by about a little less than 300, maybe 250 advancers more now than it was. So not quite cooking with bacon grease. It's really close. Very, very close to that. Maybe in the next hour. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day, financials followed by real estate are the down sectors. The highest performing sectors for the day is actually a tie between energy and consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out from yesterday's closing price. FRC is up 6.25. SI is down 5.76. I think the only other one that I shouted out an hour ago was American Express, which is down 3.32 right now. Gold is currently down 0.41, appears to be making a reversal off the downtrend that it was in earlier into an uptrend. Silver is up 0.16, making a reversal off of a downtrend and an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 2.25% and definitely starting to move into an uptrend. The US dollar is down 0.07, saw some volatility in the last hour. That appears to have been kind of reduced a little bit and starting to move into a downtrend after that volatility, which means the market should be heading up. Oil is down 0.22 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.26 and trending upwards. SPY is up 0.28. Also seeing some volatility earlier, but for the most part, the volatility really just kind of has us really consolidating from where we were at before we went into that period of volatility. And 10:30 was when I was suggesting that I think that we may see, which is in about 10 more minutes here, we may see a little bit more action starting to occur, because I think we were going to get a, if I'm not mistaken, a breakout on Bitcoin, I think. VIX is up 4.41 and trending up. You can see it broke past 16 this morning, and has retested 16 and continued to bounce up off of that. Currently at 1658 for the day today, with futures suggesting that it should be somewhere around 1628. So it is leading the futures upwards. IWM is up 0.54 and consolidating. VB is up 0.6, trending up. Tesla's up 0.25, consolidating. Amazon is up 0.59 and looking to break into a downtrend. Cinemark is up 1%, trending upwards. Doge is down 0.04, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.33 and is, I'm still going to call it consolidating right now. GME is up 0.58, consolidating. HYMC is down 0.81, trending. I just want to get this one right. Yeah. We're gonna call this consolidating right now. NCMI is up 1.02, trending up. Hood is up 0.43, consolidating. And AMC is up 0.2 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend from the uptrend that we had earlier this morning. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have about $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.64 million shares traded so far after 111 minutes worth of trading. Hold on a second. We're on a pace for about 5.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's obviously, we started out at very, very low numbers today, and I'm expecting less than 5 million shares traded, which I mentioned in pre-market this morning, but I still gave a 1 to 20 million share prediction for the day. But yeah, I don't normally do less than 5 to 25, but today I felt like we would see less than 5 million. So the prediction was in. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur on the 4-hour time interval. RSI is at 47.17, which is slightly below average. 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 52.37, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 54.57, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 42.94, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. It's gonna be a. I'm telling you guys, today is a boring day. Mick says sexy time. Big Sloppy says easy, big fella. Nice. Ape Tucker says the takeaway was salting 24 hours in advance. I never have any issues with the pepper burning. I'm an original Texan. Okay. Well, maybe, yeah, okay. That's cool. Let me ask you this question. Are you using, I mean, I feel like since you're saying that you're a Texan, I feel a little embarrassed to even ask this, but I'm assuming you're using ground pepper, right? Just curious. I mean, I feel like it's kind of lame to ask, but it might make, I mean, it makes a difference. In my opinion, it makes a difference between ground pepper versus already ground pepper. Freshly ground pepper versus already ground pepper.
Why do I think censored content would come up with the, how dare you?
Is he in here?
No, that's what I expected. If you asked a Texan whether it's ground pepper or you just buy it. It's a grinder. Come on. Hell, I live in Atlanta and I use ground pepper.
Yeah. Did you know, I just saw ice cream say sea salt done. Did you know, I don't know if you know this or not, that there's, I think if the sea salt's pure, there's no iodine added to sea salt, and that it can actually be bad for your health to eat or only cook with sea salt. Did you know
heard that?
Yeah. check into that. Don't just take my word for it. I'm not some kind of dietitian or any kind of nurse or anything like that. But we were using nothing but sea salt for our cooking around here, and then we found out about that, and we're like, ooh, maybe we should switch that up a little bit.
About that.
Yeah.
Yeah, first Casey's talking about sex, then he's talking about Grinder. Where's this channel going?
Talking about sea salt and bad for your health or like liver.
We got bath salts.
I'm an engineer. Yeah. I'm an engineer. What can you do? Everything has sexual names.
Did you see Trey's new video?
Yes, and I kind of touched on it yesterday without saying any names.
Yeah. He's living with his demons. What can I say?
Yeah.
He's got to deal with them.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just I'm gonna avoid.
Man, that's crazy, huh? Having all that money, and then we gotta retouch that again. We gotta touch on that when we get all this money. We gotta set it aside and invest it correctly.
Yeah, we all have these ideas of what life is going to be like after this is all over, and I just want again, I guess I'll just say that what you think is going to happen versus what really happens are two different things. Yeah, Chaitan Turtle says it helps iodine helps prevent thyroid problems, and so that was actually one of the things that Melissa was actually She was getting some results from the doctors saying that she was having some health issues with her thyroid, and I to be honest with you, like they put on her some medication and she took it on and off. But when we changed the salt that we were cooking with to not always cooking with sea salt, her numbers started getting better, and the medication she didn't take it anymore. So I truly and honestly think that it had to have something to do with that, because I just don't understand how you can have a thyroid problem one day and then the next day you don't.
Maybe it depends on where the sea is that the salt comes from too. Maybe it has that iodine kind of naturally in there.
Well, the sea salt doesn't. I think they have to add it. Somebody who said Himalayan salt, that was actually one of the ones that we were using, and I don't think that has the iodine in it either. We were switching
Not
between.
to pile on someone's misery, but is that video under Trey's trades, or did it just pop up?
What was the question?
Yeah, you can go on there.
Is it under his regular channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, so it's not. It's ugly.
There's nothing AMC related.
I posted it. Yeah, I posted it back here too. I posted it in the general if you need. So scroll up.
I can summarize it very, very quickly for you. My life sucks. I'm going through a really rough time, and I'm dealing with steroid usage problems.
Ouch.
Yep, and that's it.
That was easy.
Yep.
Why would you want to put that out there?
So, yeah, that's a great point. Again, I really didn't want to talk about this, but that's a great point. And that's the same thing that I've been saying for, I said this so many times. We're going to see people come back that we hadn't seen in a long time. He doesn't have, he admitted to not having any of the money that he had from AMC from the past. You got to ask yourself questions, guys. Why are people coming back? Why are they saying some of the things they're saying? I'm not saying that he's not being legit about what it is that he's talking about. He could be 100% legit about what he's talking about, but why now? Why specifically come in with a despair message now? at this point in time.
I'm with you.
Could it simply be that somebody's paying him to say something that's really important in his life and stressful for him and at a convenient point in time? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's completely free will. I don't know. I'm just saying, after this much time of no communication and then all of a sudden coming back and saying something like that out of the clear blue is the exact same thing that went through my mind, is like, why this? Why now? Why? What's the purpose? What's the end goal? What am I supposed to feel here out of this? How am I supposed to react? Right? That's what I say to myself every single time I look at anything, including that DFV alternate account. What am I, is there feelings that I'm supposed to be feeling from this? Is there an intent to try and get me to do something? So just, remember, there's reasons behind all the things that everybody's saying. Things. Always.
It's like I asked yesterday about how do you find a face call, and basically everyone probably listened to me and went, "Yo, moron, it's because you do this on the internet." And I would spring back with, "I'm not part of the Facebook generation. You could find me because my old HOA required to have one, but I just don't see a need to make my life into a game show for everyone to watch, like the Truman Show."
Yeah.
I could care less.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do is give misery to people.
Did you say game show?
Yeah.
Yeah, game show.
That's what I said.
That's a good game show. Yeah, why would you put stuff out on yourself? And then again, I always say this to the wife. I just don't feel like everyone needs to comment on things.
The wives? Are you saying wives or wives?
Wives.
I was thinking about moving to Utah.
The wives.
It sounded plural, but it was supposed to be possessive.
Wives. My wife's.
How many wives do you have? What are you, Mormon?
LDS is what we like to say, sir. Please. Stay with the corporate logo. But yeah, the whole thing of needing to comment on, how people say they get bullied. Well, why would you put it out there? Because everyone, if you're miserable, what better way to do it than be an internet 250 pound just sitting there just typing horrible things.
Yeah.
Why even give someone the opportunity? Just, hey, this is your life. That's it.
Which is part of the reason why I really don't want to continue on with a YouTube channel after this is over, because I just don't. For me, I never really wanted this to be my life, right? I knew that I wasn't working at the time, and I wanted to make something. I wanted to make a difference, I guess maybe within the community, and give people an opportunity to be able. I desired something. There was something that I desired that I couldn't get from anywhere. And it's I wanted to see numbers on an hour. I wanted a place I could go where I could see numbers on an hourly basis, and just know that there was some place where I could go hang out with people where I could see some of those numbers projected to me. And so I created what it was that I was desiring, because I left my job. I quit. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
So I just made it, and it was never a plan. It was more or less like, well, I'm already free anyways. What can I do to help the community out to make us more successful? Because our success as a community is ultimately whether or not we win or we fail. Our success together. So, and I don't see why I would want to be creating more of this kind of content in the future, because I don't have anything to offer after this. I got nothing to offer. So, and I feel like even if I did have something to offer, it would be boring as shit. Super boring. More boring than watching a 6-penny traded day on on less than 5 million shares traded. Like way more boring than that.
Come on, you could review Costco home.
Right.
Review the reviewers.
No, it's not music, Julia. I don't want to do music stuff at all. Music. I learned a long time ago. Music's for me. It's for my own. It's for my own benefit. It's healthy to my mind, and it's better when I keep it that way. There's nothing like being able to grab, like when you're having a bad day, or when you're happy, or just whatever emotion it is that you're experiencing, and when you're experiencing a lot of it, and being able to go grab a guitar and just hammer that out and work your way. Whether it sounds crazy to say to work your way through like happy thoughts, but yeah, it happens. You can work your way through happy thoughts with music. It's crazy. It just makes you feel better, right?
Casey, what you can also do is start an Only Beards fan, right? You can sit there and stroke
No, it'll be gone because we'll be over $90 and I'll have shaved it all off.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's true.
Yeah, I won't have that anymore. I was thinking I think it was just this morning. I was thinking about like everybody's gonna assume that my beard's gone, and that's why I don't have my video showing anymore. I was like, I better get this camera. I better get a camera up and working, otherwise you guys are gonna accuse me of just not having a beard.
Casey, what, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion because I've been, listening to you for quite a few years now. The reason that I listen to you and go to you, not just because I think you, cool guy, whatever, but it's because, yeah, no way. It's because you do a lot of DD, and when you're doing numbers and stuff like that, you're. So, for example, if I'm at work, I may not have access to my Fidelity account to look at stuff, and it's nice and it's great that I can just tune into you and listen to the numbers and all the DD that you do and all that. And plus, like, it kind of just brings people together where a lot of other, I'm not going to say names or anything, but it just kind of regurgitates stuff that's already been told.
Yeah.
Or they try to put you with super headlines. Oh my God, AMC squeezing tomorrow. Like,
right. Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah. Screw that.
And it's just like
2 weeks.
That's the stuff that you would get like when you type in AMC on YouTube. You immediately get those kind of super crazy content creators, but what I feel about yours is just genuine, so we do appreciate that. In terms of like when this is all over with, you're right. I mean, what do you do after that? I mean, I guess the best thing is to get everybody together and let's have a massive party.
Yeah, and welcome, by the way, Janita. It's good to see you back here.
Thanks.
I mean, it's just what I wanted, right? Like I wanted something and I wasn't getting it anywhere. And I was like, well, damn it, I'm not doing anything. I might as well make some use out of my time. If I'm going to just sit here and watch and wait, then, maybe I can at least help out somehow. And so that's why I did this. But that's part of the reason why I did this. Actually, the original reason that I started to do this was there was actually an intent because me and another guy had both quit our jobs. And the other guy was he wanted another source of income while he was waiting, and so originally the plan was for us to both. If you go back and look at some of I never deleted any of them. If you go back and you look at the original start, there was me and this other guy that were doing this together, and we were doing it for a while. But then he just kind of bailed because he didn't. I guess he didn't think that we were going to be able to grow into something bigger or something. I don't know. I have no idea. It wasn't making any money quickly enough, I guess, for him. And so he just left. He bailed on me. And so I was like, well, all right, I guess I've already got it started. I'm already going here. And I had no desire to make money doing it. And so I was just kind of like, well, I'll just keep doing it. And under the conditions that I won't make any money. I made it conditions at that point for myself and said, I don't want to make any money doing this because I know long term, if I do this and I'm pulling in an income off of it, the chances that people will see that as a what's the word I want to use here? A betrayal of trust will become very strong with that happening. And so I was like, if I'm going to do this on my own and I'm just going to power through this, then I'm going to do no monetary stuff at all, period. And that way the trust can be there. And so that's how this channel started. It started out as a, hey, let's make some money while we're waiting to, we'll make ad revenue and we'll make some money while we're waiting for this to happen. And to me being completely opposite, going the other way with it, saying like, screw making money. I'm just going to document history.
And that's what sets you apart from everyone, to be honest with you, man. As a viewer, that to me is like, makes a big difference. And not only that, but when people try to call you out or try to, call you some sort of a paid show or something, you'd be like, wait a minute, I don't make any money off of this.
Yeah.
This is my time.
Yeah.
All you're getting from me is my time.
Yep. I love that. That's beautiful. That's the beautiful part about the whole thing from the get-go of making that decision is that they can't touch me. They literally cannot touch me because they know for a fact that if they try to touch me, then it's game over for them. Because there's nothing else other than me just giving up my free time.
Another good thing too, Casey, is that sometimes when the stock price is going down, or there's negative news everywhere, sentiment, and people are trying hard to get you to sway. People struggle. Retail struggles mentally.
Yep.
Because they don't know what to believe, and being able to go somewhere, and connect with other people, and like one thing I appreciate about you is when you always talk about your whys. What are your whys?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good kind of grounding time for any retail investor to just sit and think about themselves and what they want to do with their position without anyone telling them what to do. But it's just a reminder of why we are here together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and your whys don't have to match my whys, but ultimately your why should tell you why you're here, what you're trying to accomplish, what the goal might be, what the end product might kind of what you want to see the outcome look like. And your whys don't have to be mine at all, and we can still be here for different reasons, but yet still be here. That's a great part about that. I love that. Yeah.
Like the Grinch who stole Christmas. When he steals the Christmas and he looks down and they're all holding hands, still living their lives and being happy, even if they don't have all the presents.
Yep.
I ain't holding anybody's hands.
Oh yeah, what are you holding?
You go see the Navy boy for that kind of shit. I'm not holding anybody's hands.
Going all the way, are we?
Wieners.
We're going all the way here. He's like, we're not holding hands. You know what I'm holding.
That's all the line, holding hands.
After you come to my camp, we old.
Keep your dick beaters to yourself.
That's right. Touch your old dick skinners.
Oh boy. Game Time Wrestling says, so Casey, you're like Deadpool when he tried to join the Avengers, had your own motives and decided to go and make your own safe area. Hopefully this ends with $1 billion box office hit too. Yeah, I don't know. I think things will turn out a little bit different than we think. But point two, this person talking about early really needs people around him right now. Those drugs he's on is no joke and makes you have bad thoughts. Some reached out, keeping him close. I mean, that's the whole reason why I said what I said yesterday about like who you surround yourself is what you become, and why it's so important to surround yourself with people who are good influences on your life. When you fail yourself by surrounding yourself with people who are bad influences, your life goes to shit. You get bad influence, bad turns into bad apples. And
you become who you hang out with.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I like Trey a lot. I really do. Like Trey as his original person is how I remember him. Man, you guys got me talking about something I didn't want to talk about. I like Trey. I just think that he's been surrounding himself with shitty ass people, and he has a terrible decision making process on who he puts around himself, and he needs to fix that. And until he can fix that, he's not going to have a better life. And it might just spiral out of control. Hodor says earnings for NVIDIA 8/28 after market close. Did they extend it? Because it was supposed to be this week, I thought. I thought it was tomorrow. Wasn't it? Why do I feel like NVIDIA... Hold on a second here. Let me pull up... I always forget the name of this website. And every single time I think that I'm going to put this down in one of my... Maybe I did put it in here last time. Resource. Every time I convince myself I'm going to put this in my list of useful things to look at, I always forget to do it. Is this it? Nope, that's not it.
So NVIDIA's earnings is going to be right when they're having to buy everything back?
We'll see. I mean, yes. If they're pushing it out, it certainly seems like that might be the case.
Good morning, Casey.
There he is. What's going on, StockWiz? Good to see you.
I'm good. So if it's on the earnings and they have to buy back everything, the stock's gonna get crushed.
If they moved it out, if they did move it out, because I'm almost positive it was supposed to be tomorrow. If they moved it out to next week, that's gonna be really super suspicious to me.
So you're saying that?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, how do you say it? Oh, how do you say it in English? When shit hits the fan, that's what's gonna happen. Possibly, that could happen.
It does. I just went to Wednesday, August 28th, and it does say that NVIDIA is on August 28th. So I could have sworn it was this week, though. Can somebody confirm that for me, if you can?
No, it's August 28th for sure.
Why was everybody saying tomorrow? Did they just
NVIDIA reports today?
No, it's the 20th. It's showing up now as the 28th now. I thought it was reporting.
No. But they remember.
They must have changed it.
A company can change it, at any time.
But that's what I want to know. If they changed it, I want to know because that's actually big news to me.
They're kicking the can. Yeah. These effing cameras everywhere here. They want to catch me speeding. I ain't falling for that. I'm already paying enough taxes as it is.
Yeah, it's the stock that's holding up the market. Fakely.
It says
they don't want it to go off in the middle of the mess.
What day did this? When did this come out here?
It's not only that stock, though. They have multiples that they're playing with.
Well, yeah, the Magnificent Seven, but that stock is the big one. That's
the big
valued
one.
It.
Yeah, that's
90 times what
it's
it's
the one.
supposed
The
to be.
rest of them.
It's gonna get to maybe.
That is so. If it truly did get moved from today or tomorrow to next week, that is super suspicious. Very, very suspicious in my mind. I'm trying to find it if I can see. Oh, I think I know. I think I know how to find it. Hold on a second here.
You getting tingled, Casey?
Well, it's just very crazy to me because the timing is so odd. Let me go back to way back here and see if I can find the Wayback Machine and see if I can find out what it was posting as. Paste.
Nvidia and Bitcoin will move big time. Not financial advice, but I'm just saying.
What is today? Today's the 21st. I have images from the 17th at 6 o'clock in the morning.
You having a vision, Casey, or what?
No, it's just the timing is just so odd to me here.
It's because they know something is up. That's why.
I don't know.
Yep. Judgment Day is calling.
This is really weird. The website that I'm trying to do a wayback on is saying data. It looks like it's been scrubbed. The latest press release says data is like it printed everything out for the page except for that section for the latest press release, and it says data is not currently available. Let me try another date here.
You're checking on the website of the SEC where all the filings go out?
No. I think actually they could have retracted it. Let's see.
They can do whatever they want. I think they have like, even if it's a day before, they can still postpone it. I think.
Data not currently available.
Like a lot of
Like
Chinese.
they kicked it back a week.
A lot of Chinese companies do that as well. They like to postpone earnings, and there's always a reason for that. When things get postponed, something's up, good or bad.
August 20th. So here's a Yahoo article as early as yesterday that's reporting it as being the 28th. So at least as far as yesterday goes, it was being reported that it was the 28th, as far as I can see from this. Let me keep searching here, though. It might have just been estimates on the release for this week, and maybe they just finally officially released the earnings date and not changing it.
Well, Fed minutes comes out at 2 o'clock, correct?
Yes,
If it does,
I think that's correct.
If they're possibly going to make an interest rate decision, maybe that's why they pushed it out.
Well, we have we also have the Fed.
Announcing a dividend?
We have the Fed talking on Friday. Jerome Powell on Friday. So, and he might give a.
They want to align everything.
Your blinker's different. It doesn't sound the same.
I had new ones.
That's what I thought. There's difference. There's a big difference now. Now it sounds like you're. It almost sounds like you're playing a metronome.
He's in a different car.
Mm-hmm.
No, same car.
How did you get a different sound for your blinker?
I went to the maintenance.
No, you did not. You lie.
Maybe they changed it.
Bullshit. Somebody threw the bullshit flag.
I'm throwing it. I don't believe it.
I'm waiting for my AMC money to put golden blinkers in, you know. I'm serious. I'm gonna put like.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Oh my god. What are they doing? Heavy traffic here.
What is this? Okay, so here's one. I found one here that says NVIDIA will release its next earnings report on August 27th. I found something on that. That's tipranks.com. But then when I click on the link and go in there, they're stating the 28th. So the title, they forgot to change the title on it, and we're saying the 27th. So I think that might be what's going on here. Is I think there were estimates on what day it was going to be, and then not an actual announcement. So I think what we have here is an official announcement.
Normally that's supposed to be an official website from the SEC.
Yeah, I think NASDAQ, I think, is usually where you go to find that, but or is one of the places you can go to find that. I'm just trying to find some kind of evidence of somebody predicting something this week, and I'm having a hard time finding it. Because I know, like, I feel like I know for a fact people were saying this week. But I can't find it.
Maybe you should call a hedge fund and ask. They probably know.
Let's try a different search here. Let's try.
Casey.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you Forbes link. August 14th, they were suspecting it would be the 28th.
Okay. Well, it really makes me wonder why everybody was forecast. Like, I know I've heard a couple of different forecasts for this week, so I'm kind of curious where that came from exactly.
Yeah.
It's
What
weird.
is Weeble saying about Weeble? Yeah, is that?
Sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't. Let me see.
I think I saw August 28th.
I don't see anything listed on Weeble as of right now.
Anymore?
34 minutes ago, there was here's why NVIDIA is a buy ahead of earnings. So they're already prepping everybody. Most of these articles for NVIDIA are all within the last day. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I'm done with this. I'm done looking. Sorry.
You know what's funny? I was like, those blinkers are kind of annoying, right? But there's actually a market that they can serve. Hey, Casey, they can serve the market for the 60 or 70 and older.
Wait, what are you saying?
Yeah.
I'm
saying they can serve a market. I'm saying I have relatives who have their blinkers on. They can't hear them.
Uh-huh.
And that would serve a safety feature.
So you're saying you want to buy my blinkers?
That's what it sounds like he's saying.
No, I'm saying there's somebody that would be benefited. Not me, but I'm saying they don't have hearing aids, but some of those blinker sounds are faint.
If you want to buy them, we can always negotiate a price. But let me first put those goldens in, so I can up the price a little bit.
I'm betting that there's like an underserved population, you know?
Oh, Peter Pearson says Swedish media reported that they would have it later today, the 21st. So there was at least there was. I'm glad. Thank you, Peter Peterson for that. Because I knew I felt like I was hearing that the data that it was coming out. I thought it was either today or tomorrow. So that at least it makes me feel like I'm going less crazy. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Do they have a link or a picture?
I don't know if he has a link or not, but we can look up Swedish.
He's claiming now that he was wrong.
Oh, he's saying he's wrong. Okay.
Made an
Damn you!
apology, said he was wrong, so move on.
Damn you!
Mandela effect, Casey.
I need it. I need to feel like I'm not going crazy here. All right. Where did I hear that?
Where did you hear what, Casey?
That they were having the earnings report this week.
It was, you and I talked about it yesterday. It was all over the news yesterday. MSNBC did a 3-minute thing about how their earnings were today. So it was scheduled for today. Let's put that to rest. Whether it's not, it's news
I can't
to me.
find it anywhere. Why can't we find that? If it happened, why can't we find that anywhere? Why can't we find some kind of media press that shows that it was scheduled for today or tomorrow or whenever?
Different timeline.
Because
you guys crossed timelines, man.
They don't want you to find it.
I heard it before. I know you and I talked about it, Perry. I remember that, but I also remember hearing it from other sources as well. So,
if you Google Casey, it's saying Nvidia Corporation is expected with a star asterisk to report earnings on August 28 after market close. The report will be for the fiscal quarter ending July 24. According to Zacks.
Who the hell cares?
Zacks Investments.
I care.
Like I said, Mandela effect.
We care because it's a really big thing. The fact that they're reporting is huge. You need to wake up and pay attention to what's going on. NVIDIA is running a con, same as Enron did. The same thing that put Ken Lay in prison.
You know,
I believe he went to prison or he died of a heart attack before then. Yeah. They were cooking the books, telling people to buy their stock while they were unloading it the whole time because Enron was bankrupt and they were hiding it. NVIDIA is doing this. It's my humble opinion that NVIDIA is doing the same shit. Not so much that they're bankrupt, but they were inflating their sales numbers.
And it's you know, you can actually even look at for example, Carl Icahn with his, you know, the whole thing about what happened with him and why he's in trouble right now is because of what it is that you're talking about, cooking the books and making something look like it was better off than it was. Somebody buys it for billions of dollars, and then it's, you know, the company's like not doing nearly as well as it's being reported as.
In Carl Icahn's particular case, he is required by law to disclose certain things because of the enormity of his holdings, and he was pledging his assets and his holdings as collateral for personal loans. And what I've read was he was failing to comply with his disclosure, so he's in hot water for that.
Darius was what network was that?
MSNBC. Excuse me, CNBC.
They also make it public knowledge that Nancy Pelosi is such a great trader, and then they promote it to the world that she's in NVIDIA. Everybody jumps in NVIDIA and helps the push.
Right. It's a way to unload.
They sold it to you.
Yeah, that's why. Listen, that's why Jim Cramer had the CEO of the guy that wears the leather jacket, all the Mr. Cool. He had him on no fewer than a half a dozen times. It was like an infomercial about singing the praises. They did everything but get on their knees and beg you to buy NVIDIA. And if you paid any attention to what's been told about Jim Cramer, is that's his modus operandi. He goes on a paid network and tells people like us to buy the shit when all of his cronies are in the back room selling it. It's a pump and dump. I know that's a cliche. We use it all the time, but that's what they engage in on almost every single one of these news networks. They're not out there to help the little guy pick a few stocks. They're out there to unload when they're ready. When their people are ready to sell, you're the guy. You're the sucker they want to take it, and that's what this is all about. People's going to see. They're going to see when NVIDIA falls, it's going to be fucking epic.
D. Dario says that he mentioned that when I gave my prediction on Jerome Powell doing the rate cut at 2:30 in the afternoon, the emergency rate cut, I gave a date of 8/28 at 2:30 with a red tie, and he's saying that he had mentioned that the 28th was when I had mentioned that a couple weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago, the Nvidia was the same date as that for the earnings. So I'm not sure where you and I both are getting some of this information from earnings report this week, but I think it's just kind of interesting. I know you weren't the only person that said it. I feel like nobody special might have been talking about it in one of his videos as well.
I knew that it was the end of the month. That's all I know.
Yeah.
But I don't know what timeline you guys are on.
Yeah, maybe
It's hilarious.
Yep. It's probably everybody knows it, but like Jensen's been offloading his shares every like week or two. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm buying them.
Since back in May.
All right. Numbers.
Keep it tight.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. And that one. All right, here we go. Off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58.27% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.41. The combined total 69.68%. That is approximately 7.68% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 200 shares. Nothing unusually large going on with that. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 3,197 shares. Shares available to borrow, according to IBKR, is at 1.9 million shares. That has not changed in the last hour. We've seen so far for the day-to-day IBKR report about 600,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 3.01%. Those have dropped a little bit. Rebates at 2.32. Taking a look at Ortex as of an hour ago, remember IBKR reporting 600,000 shares having been borrowed. And Ortex is suggesting that 631,000 shares have been borrowed so far for the day today. So these numbers are starting to align, which is not very common that we see that happening. But they are starting to line up here. That's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float maybe a little bit to 13.84%. Cost borrowments at 0.54, average 1.81, and max 4.35. There's currently 72.67 million shares on loan for the day today. That's 2.55 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 440,000 of that is in new short interest. On GME, an hour ago there was 599,000 shares having been returned. It's now showing 478,000, so more shares being borrowed on GME for the day today. Option contracts on AMC, as of an hour ago, the highest amount of call volume was at a $5.50 strike with 8.4 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 8.6. The market is showing highest amount of volume for puts is at a $5 strike. We went from 1.1 thousand contracts in volume to 1.5. The market's suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. And with our abysmal amount of volume today, I cannot imagine that we'd be on there. We are not. MMRI, dropping very steadily for the day today. We were 538.98 an hour ago. We're now 537.6. Definitely seems like a lot of risk off occurring right now. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates coming in 0.148. It was 0.152 an hour ago. So we're also seeing more and more normalization of the 2-year to 10-year spread. It was a 0.175 when we started out the day. VIX still continuing to drive upwards. The Nikkei is still continuing to drop down. The SPX is starting to fall. Crypto seems to be holding its value, and it looks like we've got... I'm going to have to move this up just a tad to see what it's doing. It looks like we've got the U.S. dollar and U.S. dollar dropping in value as the yen is strengthening. NASDAQ is up or down rather 0.03. Dow Jones is down 0.12 and the S&P 500 is up 0.01. We have 3,258 advancers to 2,198 decliners. The market is less advancing this hour than it was an hour ago by about 50 less advancers. Overall, still advancing though. Sectors that are doing poorly for today. The worst two sectors are financials followed by real estate. The top two performing sectors are consumer discretionary followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. That's pretty drastic. We saw 5 were green earlier, so it's flip-flop now. We had 2 reds, now we have 2 greens. We're starting to see a little bit of a change in the market sentiment right now. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change today. We'll give a shout out from yesterday's closing price. FRC is up 6.25. SI is down 5.76. And the only other one to shout out here is American Express, which is down 3.5%. Gold is down 0.32, was trending back up and now appears to be falling back down again, which means the market should maybe start making a trend upwards unless everything starts trending down. Silver is up 0.01 and starting to trend down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.99 and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.22 and trending down. Oil is down 0.22 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.35 to 0.37 and trending up. And the SPY is up 0.02 after some consolidation that turned into a downtrend. VIX is currently up 6.8%, trending up at 16.96 with futures suggesting 16.58. So the VIX is leading the futures up in a spike upwards. IWM is up 0.51 and trending up. VB is up 0.52, trending up. Tesla is down 0.49, trending down. Amazon is up 0.31, trending down. Actually, kind of moving into some consolidation after a trend down with some tightening of volatility. Cinemark is down 0.26, trending down. Doge is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.3. Almost had another attempted breakout of this level of resistance here. We've had three, 4, maybe 5 attempts here to break out and have not yet gotten it for this. But it does look like Bitcoin wants to try and break to the top side. GME is up 0.09 and trending down. HYMC is down 0.81 and starting to make a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. NCMI is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating. It looks like it may be moving into a downtrend. HOOD is up 0.73 and consolidating. AMC is down 0.3 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $800,000. That's a little bit less than that. $700,000 more outflow than inflow. We have 2.24 million shares traded so far after 162 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 5.39 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I'd lowered my volume prediction to 1 to 20 million shares traded because I felt like there was a strong chance that we saw less than 5 million shares traded today. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.57, which is slightly below average, with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.48, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring on an RSI at 44.14, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.15, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Casey, look at the image that I posted in the chat.
You're talking about the bubble? Two things changed since last night on the Twitter account.
Profile, yeah.
At least two things, anyways. The eyes were replaced with ZZZ, and the following amount has gone from 2 down to 0.
Yeah, that account was following Ryan Cohen, and I can't remember the other one.
GameStop.
Oh yeah. So I
not that I know, not that I know or anything, just throwing it out there. I think it might have been GameStop, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
But yeah,
in regards to what it is that you were talking about with the eyes, it was down here underneath the Roaring Kitty. Backwards was a pair of eyes with fire next to it. Now it's just a bunch of Z's.
Yeah. So.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of funny, kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's some kind of activity, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Gordon says the mags will have to pay to make the apes whole. I mean, we know that in just the last year alone, a year and a half. Actually, let's go with a year and a half. In the last year and a half alone, there's trillions of dollars there that's been dumped into it. So if those drop down, if just the Mag 7 alone dropped down to what they were trading a year and a half ago, we're talking about, people would probably flip out that owned it. But it wouldn't be probably the most devastating thing that ever happened in the whole wide world. But there would be a huge amount of money there that would be coming out of it, right? A lot of market cap bleeding out into other things. How much in market cap? I haven't ran the numbers recently. When we checked it at the beginning of this year, from 2023. So since 2023, the market cap combined on the 7 was 6.8 trillion. From 2023, beginning of 2023 to beginning of 2024 was a doubling almost. It went from 6.8 trillion to 12.1 trillion. 5.3 trillion increase. I think that number is way higher right now. If you give me just a minute, I might be able to figure out what it is. Give me a second. Dang it, I put the wrong. All right, let's see. And this might be based off of yesterday's data, so I'm not 100% certain if this is yesterday's or today's data, but let me just add these up real quick here. This doesn't look accurate to me. Yeah, that can't be accurate. There's no way that's accurate. It says 11.25 billion, but I don't think that's right. Let me just check one of these real quick just to verify how accurate this information is. Oops. What do we start off with? Let's start off with Apple. 2.85 trillion. Yeah, this is definitely not accurate. All right, let me just go through and add these up. We'll do it the old-fashioned way here. I don't know why I just didn't do this in the first place. It would have been easier. .04. 3.13 plus 0.7. All right, so the beginning of this year, the market cap on the Mag 7 Let me go back to my other. The market cap on the Mag 7 was 12.1 at the beginning of this year, 12.1 trillion, and is now currently at 15.67 trillion. So if I subtract out the market cap from the beginning of the year, we're looking at about a 3.51 trillion market cap increase over the last 8-ish months. So again, 1567. If the market on the Mag 7 just alone were to retrace back to what it was for a market cap in the beginning of 2023, in total, there would be about $8.85 trillion in market cap that could be moved from one place to another. That's 8.8 trillion. We're just talking about the Mag 7 and nothing else. I think we did some rough math one time to just kind of figure out like what kind of market cap we would need to see in order to get like, you know, some specific prices on stuff. And I don't really like doing that, but because there's no reason why, you know, their market cap does not cap how high a stock can go in price. Anybody who's ever tried to sell that information to you is a complete moron in thinking that that would be the case. Market cap is simply a number that defines how many outstanding shares there are multiplied by how much the price is currently trading at. It doesn't mean that there's actually that much value in the stock being traded. It just simply means that at the current price that's traded, which can fluctuate very large amounts in small periods of time, happens to be that much money. That's it. It's just a snapshot of where you stand, price versus outstanding shares. Yeah. Mick says, I said Mike. I mean, it could be Mike. Mick says, that's what, 400 million per month? Let's divide it out. I'm not sure what it is. Oh yeah. No, it's a trillion a month. I don't need to divide it out. It's basically a trillion a month. Oh, no. I'm sorry. You're talking about from the beginning of this year. Yeah, that's probably closer, somewhere around that range. I see what you're talking. I thought you meant from the beginning of 2023, but from the beginning of this year, that's probably pretty close to accurate. 400 or 500. Danny, welcome. Danny, did you show Luke the cornhole board that I showed you? Please tell me you did. I thought he would get a kick out of it. Danny. I shared that with you because I had the expectations that you would show Luke because it's so freaking cool. It was an awesome board and you didn't even show it to your son. Come on, man. You must have your mind on other things. Speaking of which, I gotta pee. It's break time. Tech, good morning, by the way. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
Well, that doesn't sound very positive. Well, I guess I'll be all right. What's going on, man? Why you sit down?
I got a family member in the hospital.
Oh.
They'll be coming home soon, but it's keep having dehydration, magnesium, and other problems. So
I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah, you push one thing into the right place, and then it gets out of whack, and then it's just a lot of doctor appointments, a lot of trying to keep people healthy.
Yeah. And doctor appointments are like, you know, kind of annoying because they take up like the middle of your day, and it's like you go and you wait and you wait and you wait.
Well, and like I ask all the questions that I think I should ask,
And then you come up with more.
Well, and like nobody cares about your loved ones as much as you do.
Yeah.
And so like you'll never get the service that you think, like at least that's the way I've had it experienced, that I ask all these hyper vigilant questions, and then 3 months later we're back in the hospital again because somebody didn't like care as much as I cared, you know. So
Life is tough. My uncle just had surgery. He had lung cancer, and they took a piece of cancer out. And so, you guys can pray for him.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
It didn't spread once it was in his lungs?
I don't know. I don't know the full details. I just know he was. I guess he caught it early, but he's a big smoker, big drinker, and he just, he had problems and he quit. He's just been going through cancer therapy, chemotherapy, and yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
I hate it.
What's up, Denny?
Yeah, I hate cancer
Hey,
too. man.
Yucca. Yeah,
Cancer's-
so I'll show.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say cancer's an asshole.
Yeah. Takes one to know one.
I should know. What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say I'll show Luke the cornhole set when I get home.
Good.
Yesterday I got home. We went to the movies. Went to see the Penguin. Forget what it's called. My friend Penguin, or my penguin friend.
Yeah, how was that? I heard I've heard some good reviews so far.
Not too bad. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good, and it's based on a true story. So I thought that was pretty awesome. Makes it even more. It was good. It was a good story.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
I recommend it.
Nice. What was the movie you saw prior to that?
What's that chick? The chick flick one. Everyone's reading the book. Hold on. I'll...
You saw a chick flick? Oh man.
Yeah, my
That
wife
sucks.
dragged me to it. I'll tell you right now. I got it. Pulling it up. Oh no! Actually, before that, I saw Harold and the Purple. That was not too bad. I thought it was gonna be worse. It was better than I.
Is it? It ends with us.
It ends with us. That's the one I saw.
That's the one. Oh.
Yes.
I pulled up my phone. I was looking. I was like, oh, that's the only thing that looks like a chick flick right now on the top list here.
Yeah, it's a book, and all these
You know what
women
that-
are reading.
Like if
And,
you were to
you
write
got-
the sister, what is it called? The Sisterhood of something pants or something. What was the name of that
Traveling,
movie?
yeah, the traveling pants.
Yeah, the Sister of the Traveling Pants or something like that. Like I feel like if you had a follow up sequel title to that, it would be It Ends with Us.
Yeah. I think it was like what's that? 50 Shades of Grey. You know how like it's a little. The book is a little. It goes. What I was told. I didn't read it. I think Yucca told me about it.
AMC Hawkeye is saying it's a very good movie. Like all capitalization letters.
Nah.
Like really good movie here apparently.
He must have read the book. So the book goes into detail. The book gets a little, little X-rated. So the movie is PG-13. So they don't go into all that detail, but it's pretty, it gets steamy. So I have Luke. We brought Luke to the movie.
Oh no!
And we made him. He had headphones on and he was playing his Nintendo Switch. So he wasn't really watching the movie, but there was no nudity, but it got a little.
Do you not have a babysitter? What's the deal?
We
Why?
could, but I guess that day couldn't get one. We usually leave him with my mother-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Or my wife's sister, his aunt.
That's so awkward.
Yeah.
Do you put him between you and your wife?
No, I usually sit next to my wife, and he sits on the other side.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but a lot of girls were at the movie, so it's PG-13, so they were able to go, and they must have all read the book.
Don't judge me. Listen to my entire story here that I'm going to tell here because I know the instant you guys are going to jump all over me like, that's so gay or whatever. And here it comes. All right.
You read 50 Shades of Grey.
No. I had a buddy, a coworker that I worked with that said that he was going to go see the movie 300, and my ex-wife would never in a million years think that it was appropriate to go watch that kind of movie. And so I had nobody to go with. And so he's like, hey, you want to go with me? I'm going to go see 300. And I was like, why not? Let's go see it. So, because, I thought like, it's just, I didn't know what to expect, honestly. I just figured killing or something like that. Right. Yeah. And so I get to his place and he's like, hey, I'm bringing along my kid with us to go watch the movie. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Thinking again, it's just more of one of these just, kind of movies. Right. And his kid's like, I want to say he was like 11 or 12. And he sat his son in between us, which was fine. I didn't have a problem with that. But it got to those like really, I don't know if you remember the movie 300 or not, but it got to some of those scenes that were in that movie. And I was just like, wow, this is probably the most uncomfortable. I've never met this kid in my entire life. And I'm sitting there going like, how uncomfortable is this for me? I can only imagine how uncomfortable this must be for him. His dad and a complete stranger seeing something like this, and I'm going like, this is terrible. I was like, oh man, that was probably one of the most awkward movie sittings I've ever had in my entire life.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah, it would have been awkward if it had just been me and just him too. I feel like so either way, it was still going to be awkward, but Nana says, my daughter and her girlfriends went last night. She wasn't paying, but they wouldn't go to AMC because the seats are uncomfortable. AMC needs to upgrade. Altamonte Springs, Florida. Apparently they don't have the good seating over there.
AC.
Yes, sir. Here
Did you pee yourself already?
Here it comes. I got to go. I do need to go.
I was just wondering. You've been saying I need to go pee. I wonder if you're sitting in your own piss right now.
No,
I was watching. I've never seen the movie Idiocracy. I know it's an old movie with who is it? Luke. No, but the guys, they watch TV. One guy's watching TV on his couch, and he has a toilet on the couch. Like he doesn't have to get up to use the bathroom.
Gross.
So that's what Casey should use.
Danny, the next movie that you watch outside of a theater, that's got to be it.
What? It ends with us?
Wilson, Danny.
Idiocracy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Such a great movie.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It's crazy. It was 30 years old now, and it's exactly how life is now.
Yep.
Drones of idiots and presidential debates. That's ridiculous.
Have you seen it, Yucca?
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't like it. It's boring.
Just freeze yourself and a couple hundred years, you'll be the president. You'll be the smartest guy on earth. Sorry, Casey, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
you
no,
have to
no,
go. You have to use the bathroom.
Yeah, I do, but I was gonna
I don't
say
see
the Crow
nothing.
releases this week, guys. 2 days, Friday. So
I know I'm gonna get booed. I'm gonna get tomatoes thrown at me. I haven't seen.
All right, too late. I'm doing it right now. Boo.
I haven't seen Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh,
and I
yeah,
haven't
boo.
I haven't seen Alien, and I really want to go see those.
Okay, first off, don't take Luke to Deadpool. Not probably for
know.
kids. And then what was the other one? Alien?
Alien, yeah.
Definitely don't take Luke to Alien. He seems a little bit too young and innocent for some kind of movie like that yet. So those are not. Take him and put headphones on him and give him a Switch to sit in front
I
of.
think I'm going by myself. I don't think my wife would want to go see it, so I'm gonna wait for them to go to bed and go at night.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
That's a solo movie.
I went and watched that last Godzilla movie that came out. The shoot, I can't think of what it was called. It was anyways,
Black and white.
Yeah, the black and white one. Well, yeah, it was black and white. I think
That's
through some of it, and I think it went color maybe at some point. I think, but anyways, I saw that and I had to go watch that on my own. I don't really like watching movies on my own, but I did it. I'd rather go with somebody so I can talk about it afterwards. Otherwise, I just get to sit in the car on my ride home thinking about the movie myself and going like, geez, I sure wish I had somebody to discuss this with.
I wish I could tell somebody.
Yeah.
No, you look up a YouTube, YouTube review, and they talk about the movie. So it's like you got a buddy, on YouTube.
Oh, Hawkeye's seeing it tomorrow. Nice. My area must not be playing it tomorrow. Either that or the tickets are not on sale. Oh, you know what? Actually, it does say August 20. If I pull up the actual movie, it shows up August 22nd. So you're right. Opening up tomorrow. If you have the, I think maybe if you're an A-lister. I don't know if you have to be A-list or if it's just members. What is this called? I forget what this is called. I can't think of it. It's either Members Connect or Members Investor Connect or something like that. I think you have to be at least a part of that in order to get into this. I think.
The thrills and chills.
No, the getting into the movie early, like a day early.
I thought that thrills and chills is that's not an early thing.
I don't think so.
This is advanced tickets.
It does say thrills and chills. You're right, but that's not.
And then when I go to Reagan, it also says thrills and chills.
Yeah.
And it says advanced tickets are on sale. So I don't know.
I'm seeing. It still seems like there's plenty of seats available for the most part on the Crow. So I've been hearing really good things about it, but I'm not seeing it getting like, at least on my app here, it doesn't seem like it's getting as much. Let me look up some of the other days. I'm looking up Friday. Yeah, it doesn't actually have. There's lots of seating here available.
And I was mistaken as the screen unseen and the early access.
The Crow is not getting very much rep right now in ticket sales from what I'm seeing based off of my app. All right, break time. I gotta go pee. Let me take away my image and I got my stuff already. All right, I'm out. Later.
So yeah, you said you watched all of Idiocracy.
Yeah, I saw it. I just didn't like it.
You thought it was boring?
Yeah, I thought it was slow.
Like the whole thing, or just part of it, or?
I don't know. I started watching it, and I just didn't enjoy it.
Hey, did KC leave already? Sorry, I had to
Yeah,
step
he
out.
left because you tried to keep one to show his panties.
Oh no!
Stop.
Damn it!
Gotta pull off on the highway. Yeah.
Because of that Idiocracy movie. Sorry, I got a potty mouth. Yeah, it was okay. I mean, I can see why people like. It just felt my wife's like, oh, it's like it's like based on the liberals. I was like, oh, I can see that. It was funny.
Well, there's certain scenes I just really love. Like I really love the doctor scene, like that.
Yes. Yeah, it's funny.
Anytime I have problems in life, I think of that scene.
I gotta go.
You're always.
I got such a short break. I know. I got no break this year, man.
You've been on vacation all this time, bro. What are you talking about?
I know. I wish.
Anyways,
I'll see you later. Bye, Yucca.
Later.
See you, Tech. See you, Pirate. Quack, quack. Yes, Funky.
Good.
Doug.
Well, I got lucky. The tow truck only cost me $150, and in today's world, that's a bargain. That is a deal. But I've used him before, and he kind of remembered us. And, he showed me a little love. I thought for sure it was going to be closer to 300. This is him calling again. Yeah, here, see if you can help him, honey. See if you can help him with a good credit card. I tried so hard, it disconnected. I've been having to walk out back to talk to him. Phone doesn't work in the house. That's the card I gave him.
Maybe you just dialed it by mistake. It says 11:26. That's your maybe you can phone. I try to keep up.
I know you do. Unless I typed the number in wrong for him. I give him a thumbs up, like you said, unless he just butt dialed us or something.
Dude, we're all on edge. Hello?
Thanks, DM. I appreciate you giving me a heads up. Max of the Rock, if you've been here, well, you've been here for a while, you'll know that you'll recognize that sound is Yuck has got his creative juices flowing. He's doing some sort of design or cutting and pasting. It's kind of like the song of his people. Everybody's got their signature sounds. We got the baby-headed blinker boy with his blinker. I have Diesel with his endless lapping up of water. Our friend in Poland, preacher, he's always got the sound of laughing children, which that's good. I mean, that's probably the best sound in the world. There's nothing better than the sound of a laughing child. What else do we have? There's some signature sounds in here for sure.
I hear ya.
How you doing? How you doing, Max?
That's my.
I'm doing good. Someone's doing the dishes.
No, that's Quack Quack. He's rooting through. I'm going to say those are wrenches. They don't have the right sound for sockets. Those were wrenches. You know, that's a sound of a sick mechanical mind when you can listen to the sound of the tool and just about identify. Am I right, Quack Quack?
Yep, that's me going through my tool set.
Yep. If you ruffle your hand through the socket drawer, it has a higher pitched sound to it. Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing like
Papa Max said he's got a train whistle. Exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Quack Quack. Or Max, I'm sorry.
It was me. I was saying the unmistakable sound of a 10mm socket falling into your engine bay. That's the only sound of dread that I know working on cars.
Yeah, that's the worst one.
And I should know I've got 2 Evo 10s and a 370Z that I wrench on, so it's all good fun.
Gotta have a place to spend money somewhere. Might as well be a race car.
Well, I'll give you guys an update because I haven't been on for a while. I've been busy with work. I think Mark shared with you that I became a papa 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, little baby girl. Little
Congratulations.
Evelyn. Yeah, she's doing good, and they're a bit further away from us than we'd like. They live down in Ontario, and we're up in Newfoundland, but we're going to see them for a month in September, which is awesome. And you know what? It might just time in with a certain event happening in September.
That would be nice. Can you imagine the celebration you could have? That could go very well for you.
Yeah, it certainly could. I'm retiring in 5 years. I got that confirmed as well with what I've got right now, but I might retire a bit earlier.
Nice.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. Spend more time with the granddaughter, you know. So life is good. I'm looking at the comments. Someone says it sounds like a xylophone. Well, Richard, if you play a xylophone like that, I ain't signing you up for any parties that we're going to have to be the music provider.
Max, my youngest son drives a older Mustang, GT Mustang with the V8 in it, and it's a noble steed. It's a fine little car for any young man would be fine, proud to have. It's older. I bought it secondhand, but it loses the tiniest amount of coolant and I can't figure out from where. I've replaced the intake, and there's no dripping or anything. But my point is, over a period of time, it does go through water. And I've been harping on his ass about the need when you drive an older vehicle you know, check your fluids, pop your hood from time to time. And like any young boy, he doesn't listen to his dad. Today, he had to pull over on the side of the road because the car overheated, steam was coming out. I do give him credit for pulling over. I told him, I said, you did the right, because I've preached to him. I said, you know, sometimes you're better to pull over than to just go on about your way and turn a $200 problem into a $10,000 problem. So I was conflicted. I wanted to give him credit for pulling over, but I want to jump in his ass a little bit for not keeping his water levels up in that car.
Yeah, that could be a bunch of different things there, Pirate. I would check the dipstick in the oil and see if it's looking a little bit milky.
Yeah. I've been through all of that.
Gasket. Yeah. If it ain't a head gasket, it could be some seals.
Well, those GT Mustangs, the V8s, they're badass little engines, but Ford, man, these fucking Ford, I love them, but sometimes I hate them. They put a plastic intake. I mean, who the fuck puts a plastic intake on a V8? But they did, and that was what failed the last time. And he wasn't getting any water in his oil, but I think it was going in the combustion chamber and it was going out the tailpipe a little bit. So we put a brand new intake on it, and that was some time ago. Now, I think he just assumed that all was well, and apparently it's whatever's leaking. It's very, very trace amounts, but you know that accumulates after a while. Even if you just lose a tablespoon a month, you know if it goes unchecked, eventually you find yourself where you got to ride down the highway and half of the radiator's empty. So anyhow, we had a little bit of drama here this morning for that.
Yeah, I don't know what the throttle bodies are like on that specific engine, but typically a throttle body has coolant tie-ins as well. It's kind of like an automatic choke setup. I don't know, if you're not seeing it in the engine bay and you're not smelling it, which is a big one, if you can smell it, smell coolant, it's typically a head gasket is leaking somewhere. And it could just be one tiny gallery, especially on a V8. They're hard to see.
Yeah, roger that. Yeah.
Grub
said, "Isn't that gaslighting?"
I've always got a Tesla and be done with it, but I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's not going to happen in my family. Yeah, I'm old school internal combustion till the day I die.
Yeah, I ain't getting. Especially in Canada, you know, the laugh up here is, you know, I got an F-150. I'll confess I'm a Ford guy as well, and I get the 3.5 EcoBoost, and I love that engine. It's my third F-150 with that engine, but you know, the range I get out of that versus, especially if I'm hauling the rally car, I could never do that in an F-150 Lightning. I just couldn't do it. And there's no infrastructure up here to charge up in any sensible time. So it's just not an option if you live in a rather sparsely populated province, you know?
Hey, Max, what type of rally car?
The GSR, the Evo 10 GSR, that's a caged one. And the other one's an MR. I'm actually just putting meth injection on that right now. So I just changed the turbo and the fuel system out on it, and going to give it. We get crappy gas up here. We only get 91 RONs. So unless you like putting octane booster in, which I don't, I'd rather put 50/50 distilled water meth in and get another few ponies out of it. You know.
Yeah. Rally car that I love to actually be in at one point was the Renault. Yeah, I forgot the model, but let me see if I can look it up real quick. It was the one that won a couple championships. Hold
on. What Group B rallies, like the European ones?
Yeah, the European ones.
Audi S2 or Audi Quattro S2 or something like that.
As a Quattro, it was the Renault 5 Max.
Oh, the Gardini Turbo one. Oh, that was
that thing was beautiful. Yeah, one of my neighbors. But
no, you go ahead. You just got me thinking. I'm a 60s child, so I grew up and Group B rally was my thing, you know, and Renault did some, you know, the craziest things that people did back then. They made it a production car, and then for the rally, they just completely just kept the shell and changed everything else. It was absolutely nuts.
It was an 85 Renault 5 Max. My neighbor down the street, he had one. He was also a rally driver, but he had one for the street. Oh man, that thing was beautiful. Never got to sit in it, but very very nice, beautiful looking car.
Yeah,
It's ugly. It's an ugly car, but it's beautiful because we know what it's for, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they weren't built to. The Audi Quattro is probably one of the fewest ones I say actually looked nicer when they did all the flaring and everything else on it. Wasn't keen on the big aerofoils they put on them. That was just for the track stuff. But the rally version, it was a beast. That and the Toyota Celica. The Renault 5 was it was a beast in its own right. One of the funniest things with the Gardini turbos was if you had the street version, if you took it for a little back spin on the roads, then you went into town and you shut it down, it wouldn't restart. There was so much heat soak right next to the injectors that they basically couldn't ignite until it cooled down again.
Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was a little bit of French engineering that went wrong. Yeah, but I like my Evos. I must say they're a very forgiving platform. Apart from the one I crashed, that wasn't the car's problem. That was a bad instruction.
Yeah, I like watching the old 60s and 70s rallies, and because everything was there was no quattros or anything, so that's when they really learned. That's when they really drove those cars to performance. And when the quattros started coming out, it's almost cheating, right? Because it hugs the road. It's just a different style.
Yeah. You remember the Skoda Estelles? They were winning everything for a while because they were one of the few cars that had a twin cam engine and it had so much punch. And the people that learned to drive in them, it was a light car, perfect for rally, a light car with plenty grip and a good short wheelbase, and they mopped it up before the Quattros came on the scene, big time.
Yeah, but I mean, if you watch the old videos, you know what I'm talking about with the rear wheel drives. I mean, they were just swinging that thing around everywhere. It's just beautiful to watch. It's almost an art form.
If you ever watch, there's an Irish rally driver who drives the old Mark II Ford Escorts from the 80s, the RS2000s. That thing is unbelievable. I mean, you could change you basically straight cut gears, a Cosworth engine under the hood, rear wheel drive, and once you knew where it was going, you just sent it there. And you had to be a good driver to recover them, but on the gravel, nothing could touch them.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's good. It's good times.
Oh yeah. Well, we're gonna have more good times. Now we're gonna have all the tendies to buy all these vintage machines and restore them.
Ground up to replicate it, right? Just because I don't think it's going to be so expensive to buy an actually restored or history kept rally car versus just finding another body shell and replicate it yourself if you really wanted one.
Yeah, I had a 1974 BMW 2002 Tii a couple of years ago, and that was fully caged. It came from the States actually, and then get caged for doing Targa. Anyway, that thing, one of my friends co-owned it, and he went off into a guardrail. We were over a year getting replacement parts for it. That's how hard they were to get.
Yeah.
But he's now racing that down in Ontario, and it's called Varak. It's a vintage automobile rally. It's track racing, and he is having an absolute blast in that car now. So it lives on, and that's what we need to do: is keep them going.
Other beautiful one is the Lancia.
Oh, the Delta? Lancia Delta?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that one was one of that.
The Stratos? There's
the Martin.
The Integral, the Delta. They had a whole bunch that were They were
Yeah.
wicked machines too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's when I think the Lancias also started the four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, I should say. But and they were winning stuff left and right for a while. The Martine, I think, what was it called?
Yeah, that's right, Martin. Yeah. Jesus, we're going back in time now. Longin and Martin were the names that and that's when you used to be able to put cigarette company names all over your car and get shit ton of money off them, you know?
Right. All right, I got to get back to work. I'm going to silence myself.
Awesome. I'm the same. I'm just getting a computer upgraded here remotely, so that's why I can chill out. It's brilliant.
did some research for you there, Grove. I think you misunderstand what gaslighting is. And I was curious myself as to the actual definition. So now we both know. Now we both know.
Holy mother of pearl, would you look at that price change?
Dead
That is
calm, like sitting out on a mill pond. Light as a flither.
I could sharpen a knife on that price range. My goodness. I need to unplug my sound real quick and plug it back in. I've got some like weird staticky noise going on. I'll be right back.
That's been there for a while. I
Oh,
couldn't figure out
is that
what
you too?
was.
Okay, well, never mind then.
Yeah, it sounds like wind, like somebody's driving with the window down or something.
Yeah, I thought it was just me.
The funniest part is it doesn't illuminate. Nobody's picture on the Discord illuminates to signify that it's emanating from them.
Right. That's what I thought too. When I saw it, I was like, that must be from just in my headset if that's the case, because I didn't see anything showing up on there. And I was like, okay, well, I'll just reboot my sound so it's not in my headphone anymore. It's actually gone now. As soon as
Yep, you're right.
I don't know why I want to call your dog Tank every damn time. I know it's Diesel, but I want to call him Tank every damn time.
That was his short list. That was one of the two names. We were down to Tank, but I've always wanted an English bulldog named Tank, so I saved that name. Tank's probably my favorite dog, so I saved that for the eventuality that I will someday have an English bulldog. So
I don't know why. It's just
it is.
Yeah. So what was I saying?
There goes your candle. You came back. You haven't been back 45 seconds, and look at that candle.
Yeah, with volume.
Yeah.
324. Which one?
Static might have been the FBI tap. Sometimes when those guys with the van, when they record everything, the SEC and the FBI and all those. Sometimes when they wiretap your phone, you can hear the feedback. So that might be what we're experiencing.
You say that, and haha, funny, but I don't. That actually goes through my mind when stuff like that happens. So yeah, I don't. Man, I really hate being conspiracy kind of guy, but
no, it's all right, man. I admire the hustle. Look, G-Man, if you're out there, if you're sitting out there somewhere with your headsets on, and your day, you have been relegated to the lowly position of listening to us all day long, I feel your pain, man. And I hope we entertain you, and I hope we keep you filled with laughter and smiles, despite the fact that you're here.
Maybe you can go home.
Just doing something ugly. Yep.
Maybe you can go home, and the worst case scenario is that you're not having to watch all that really crappy stuff that's happening in the world, and that you get to go home with a smile on your face while the rest of your coworkers are dealing with murders and child molesters and all that kind of crazy ass crap that shouldn't be happening.
Of the world. If all he has to put up with is us, let me just put it this way. I'll put it out there. If you're listening, Mr. FBI guy, if your van was parked outside of Camelot right now, I would bring you coffee out. I'd bring you out coffee, and
I'd bring him donuts.
I might even bring you a pastry.
Pizza.
Yeah, I'll bring you a pastry out, dude. Yep, all that shit, man.
I'd take care of him.
Hey, come on in and sit down. Come on in and sit down in the living room. There ain't no point sitting out here in this hot van, this hot car. Come on in and sit down. And
there could be worse people sitting out front of my house. Reporters.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Okay. But if I do bring you in and I'll let you sit on one of my beloved recliners, then you're going to have to take notes. I got a few things I want to share with you about other people involved in this play. So if you're going to investigate all the players on the board, not just the pirate.
I totally thought you were going to say, "Do you know Jesus?"
Yeah. You have time to talk about our Lord and Savior.
I thought for sure you were going to say that. You didn't go there. I'm proud of you.
No. I'm improving, man. I'm improving. I'm working towards that good conduct medal.
All right. I think it's numbers time.
I was about to say is, for me, Discord keeps getting stuck and kicks me out, so that's why I keep coming back and in. I don't know if anybody else is having any problems, but
yeah, I had that same problem earlier too.
Quack Quack, you just started talking and that wind sound came back, but then when you stopped, it went away.
Okay, so is there wind sound now?
Very faint, but it sounds very similar.
No, but when you first spoke, it was.
Yeah, so maybe it's when I get disconnected or something, because I'm talking through a Bluetooth. So,
maybe that's what it is. Interesting. Quack Quack, you are the mole. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. Are you? Don't lie. Don't lie. Come on, we'll feed you pizza. We're gonna take care of you. It's okay. You can
okay, I'm knocking on your door right now.
What the hell?
FBI, let me in.
Oh man. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna take you guys over. Could you just not mess with my hard drive anymore? Because that was really annoying. Can we move past that? I don't want any more hard drive errors. All right.
All right. Next time I'll just take the whole thing down, melt it.
No, I don't. Don't do that. That would suck. Really hard. What am I doing? Oh yeah, numbers. Taking you guys over the other screen here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at some of our numbers here and see what we got going on for the day today. Dang it, I just closed out one of my windows. Give me 1 second while I pull this bad boy back up. There we go. And move this one over here, and here we go. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have about 60.75% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.86. The combined total on that 71.61%, or about 8.61% higher than usual. Interesting note. Normally through the day, we see like a big, what we have been seeing more, in the rear. I just said rear. In the closest amount of time, or the near past, we've been seeing most of our volume kind of hitting at the beginning portion of the morning, going through those exchanges, and we have like a really high percentage when it is that way, and then it kind of slowly kind of comes down throughout the day, and by the end of the day, we're kind of averaging about where I would expect us to be. The interesting thing is that in this last hour, we were actually at a lower percentage of volume going through those exchanges than right now. It just went back up because I think we were down to like 7% an hour ago, and now it's back up to 8.61% going through those exchanges. So somebody's having to do damage control on price discovery right now, it seems like, at least within the last hour. CHX volume for the day is coming in at 200 shares. GME CHX volume coming in at 3,804. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow still showing at 1.9 million shares. Fees are at 3.01, rebate at 2.32. In total for the day today, we've seen about 600,000 shares borrowed by IBKR, or through IBKR. An hour ago on Ortex, there was 631,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 617, so it's just dropped down just a little bit. It's going to keep the estimated short share interest, the free float, cost to borrow numbers all pretty much the same. So I'm not going to read those off, but shares on loan for the day is 72.67 million shares. That's 2.55 million shares more on loan today than there was on yesterday's numbers. And that's about 440,000 shares more in short interest, according to Ortex estimates. GameStop, 478,000 shares returned for the day is now shown at 478, so no change there. Highest amount of options an hour ago was for the calls was at a $5.50 strike with 8.6 thousand contracts. It's now 9,000. Highest amount of puts at a $5 strike. There was 1.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 1.7. Market is suggesting a closing price between 5 and 5.50. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are the only two I'm looking for on this list. And we are not there. MMRI was 237.61 as of an hour ago. It's now 237.53. Very small drop. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yields, was 0.148 as of an hour ago, and is now currently at 0.146. Still seeing that continue to fall. We started out the day at 0.175, so we're seeing a big difference in the 2 and 10-year spread. The closing, normalizing. Yeah. The cluster F. I don't even know. I don't know what to call this page anymore. This is my page of the unusual suspects. VIX is still going up. I mean, there's stuff to see out of this. I don't know. Historically speaking, it's just there for you to see. Moving on. NASDAQ is up 0.26, Dow Jones is up 0.11, and the S&P 500 is up 0.26. We have 3,523 advancers to 2,014 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour by about just about 300 more securities. 3523. Almost cooking with bacon grease, not quite. Starting to get that afternoon trend up here. That's going to give us that green SPY movement with low volume for the day. What kind of volume movement are we getting on the SPY? 18.06 million shares traded so far. What do we have time-wise? We are at 237 minutes into trading. The SPY is on a pace for about 29.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I was going batshit crazy this morning over 33.6 million. So 29.7. Ironically, 29.7 is getting down to the levels that we were seeing back in 20. I think it was 2020. Let me see. Yeah. 28.5 million we had on 11/27/2020. And the day is not over. Sectors. There's only two poor performing sectors for the day today: financials and real estate. The top two performing sectors looks to be consumer discretionary, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase, sorry, not Coinbase. FRC is up 6.25. Silvergate's down 5.76. Starting to see a little bit more green on this page than we had a while ago. American Express is down 3.2. Gold is down 0.17, trending up. Silver is down, or is up 0.08, and I'm going to call it trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 2.4, trending up. US dollar is down 0.26, trending down. Oil is flatlining and looking like AMC. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.39 to 0.42 and are trending up. Actually, it looks like BlackRocks are trending up, but Vanguards are consolidating. SPY is up 0.24, consolidating after somewhat of an uptrend at 560. VIX is currently up 5.23, trending. We're going with the more recent trend was down, but the overall trend up here I think is still maintaining. It's at 16.72 right now, with futures suggesting somewhere around 16.48. So it's still leading the futures upwards. Did hit a high for the day today at 17.17. IWM is up 0.88 and trending up. VB is up 0.79, trending up. Tesla is up 0.49, trending up. Amazon is up 0.63, trending up. Cinemark, it looks like everything is just on auto control here. Tesla, Amazon, Cinemark. I guess it was not Cinemark. IWM, VB, Tesla, Amazon, all just kind of trending the same way. Cinemark up 0.55, consolidating. Doge is up 1.04, trending up. Bitcoin is up 1% and finally got that full breakthrough on this. I think it was a 30-minute time interval that I had drawn this out on. We had some volatility earlier on cryptocurrencies, and shortly thereafter we started seeing some significant movement, and you can see Bitcoin is trending upwards currently now. GME is up 0.11 and is slightly trending down. HYMC is down 1.62, trending down. NCMI is up 0.59. Consolidating. Hood is up 0.18, trending down, and AMC is up 0.4 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day to day. There's actually like $2,000 more inflow than outflow. That's a big change right there in the last hour. Likely would have been this minute right here at around 13.18. 3.11 million shares traded so far for the day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 242 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 5.01 million shares traded by the end of the day today. There's a very good chance that we might see some volume underneath 5 million. It might just barely break 5 million. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence in the vortex indicator that occurred within the last 4 hours RSI is at 48.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.89, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.36, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.97, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. We have anybody new in the back? Nope, nobody's new. One hell of a crazy day today, huh? Paris says, something interesting, Casey, if you want to look at it. Do you have TradingView? I do. I do have TradingView. What you got? While we're waiting for that, oh, Pirate's not listening. Never mind. Just kidding. Let me look real quick in here and see if we have any specific related AMC news today. This is from Bloody Disgusting. I don't know if that's the name of the website or not. BloodyDisgusting.com, maybe? Let's see. It is. BloodyDisgusting.com. It's got a hyphen in between blood and disgusting. So in case you were wanting to go there, now you know. Fear Fest returns to AMC for a full month of Halloween programming this October. It was an article published yesterday. And here's what it says. The spookiest time of the year is upon us. AMC has taken to social media to officially tease the return of Fear Fest, their annual block of Halloween season programming. Spooky season is right around the corner, and your favorite fears are coming back. AMC tweets this afternoon, get ready for the Fear Fest all October long on only at AMC. They've also shared a short teaser for this year's Fear Fest celebration, which includes clips from Hellraiser, Friday the 13th, Halloween, and Nightmare on Elm Street franchises. Other films featured in the video include Creepshow, Poltergeist, The Thing, and The Shining. It's worth noting here that last year's Fear Fest ran through both September and October, but it looks like this year's celebration is back to being a month-long affair. That said, you can expect tickets and treats on the AMC-owned Shudder in both September and October. Is this? You know what? Damn it. They tricked me. Son of a gun. They totally tricked me on this. This is not AMC. This is not our AMC. Dang it. I thought this had to do with like our fear. I feel like we have a. We just talked about Chills and Thrills. I think is what AMC has. Man, they totally got me on this one. Normally, I preview it real quick first to verify that it's actually AMC related, and of course this one's the AMC, the TV network. I got hoodwinked. Damn it. I hate that when that happens. I see it now too. It's like directly in my face. It says TV. Sorry.
Damn it, Venus.
Stop being such a dumbass. Don't make me slap you. Let's see here. Nope, nothing else. Parrot, since you're back, quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
What happened? What was the outcome from the truck?
The driver was very fair to us. I've used him in the past, and he remembered me, but he only charged us $150, which that's a bargain. That's very fair to have a car towed, especially
How
at
far?
that distance. He had to drive across the interstate to Pensacola and back to my mechanic. So for him, it was probably 50 miles round trip.
Wow, that's actually really fair.
Yeah,
or at least it seems like it.
$150.
Yeah. I had my Jeep towed, and I want to say it was probably about 20, 25 miles, and it cost me that much. But and I felt like I was getting a fair deal at 25 miles.
Yeah, we're not best friends or nothing like that, but he knows he can count on me for business in the future. And it's again, that's our hometown mechanic. My hometown mechanic doesn't own his own tow truck. I never could figure that out, but they're distinctly different businesses with different insurance and all that, so it makes sense. But over the course of the years, he's got one guy that he uses, so they kind of go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So there it is.
I don't know what happened to Paris.
It's such as a thing with old cars. The biggest problem I have, and I made some commentary about it earlier just to fill in the dead space, was that I've gone to great lengths to teach both my sons that when you drive older vehicles, any vehicle really, but specifically with older vehicles, you need to stay up on your fluid levels and all that, because older vehicles are prone to use a little bit, leak a little bit, what have you. And oftentimes what can be $5 worth of antifreeze can cost you an engine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unnecessary if you stay on top of it. So he learned a lesson today.
Mm-hmm. I hate when lessons are so expensive.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't really be a lesson if that were the case. Weren't the case.
He made it to his college class. There was 10 minutes left in the class, and the teacher took pity on him. She marked him down as present for the day, which I thought was very generous of her. Perhaps she felt sorry for him. I don't know. For whatever reason, he only made the last few minutes of the class and didn't get dinged for it. So I used to get triggered into anxiety attacks when this kind of stuff would happen, because, a lot of it ties into my old days where big money was involved, and if a vehicle went down, it was a real problem. So there's no excusing for it, though. I have to learn to calm down and let these things, and realize that if nobody's in an ambulance, nothing else matters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, life and health, always top priority. But
yeah. After I got through blowing my gasket, I told Sandy, I said, listen, on the bright side, he could have called us and said, I just had an accident and I'm in an emergency room.
Yep. Or not, not him calling it, somebody else entirely. Yeah.
Or be at a morgue. So I tried. I'm trying, Casey. I'm trying every day to look to be a glass half full guy. It's hard sometimes. Paris Gorman's back. She said he said, I don't know if it's a he or she, could be either one with the name Paris. So they're up and available to do the trading view inspection or whatever it was that they were attempting to bring to your attention before.
Wait, what's in Trading View? What are we looking for?
Paris Gorman.
Yeah, what about
somebody earlier in chat asked that they just came back and said they apologized, they lost connection, but if they wanted to know if you wanted to take a look.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me know what it is you want me to look at.
The first question was if you have access to Trading View.
I do, absolutely.
So far, that's no, there you go, Paris.
Yeah. I don't know if
Tendies knows me very well. He's like, Paris advice will cause you to get your hands dirty. If at the minimum, get your hands dirty. If you follow my instructions to the letter, you'll probably end up with at least maybe losing a fingernail or getting cut or at least bleeding. I used to say, if you're not bleeding, you're not working hard enough.
Man, I didn't even know people still had AAA. You know, back in the day, the only reason I even had AAA when we didn't used to have maps for, computers, the only reason I had AAA was for 3 reasons. One, they would come and unlock your keys out of your car because I freaking used to be so bad about locking my keys in the car all the time. I don't even know how or why, but I was. I was able to do it. Now I don't ever have a problem with it. Now that you have, and it's not because there's you lock it from the keys now and all that kind of stuff, but for some reason, there's a difference between now versus then. Like, for example, my truck, my Toyota Tacoma, does not have an automatic button presser that you can push to sense a remote wireless unlock of the car. I used to lock my car keys in all the time. Now, never. Don't know why that changed, but for some reason it did. So back in the day, AAA used to come out and unlock your car like 3 times a year or something like that, and then they also would make, if you asked, they would make you a key out of a plastic key, which was only supposed to be able to be used like once or twice. But if you were real careful, you could use that thing. I had that thing for years, and it kept working every single time I'd ever forget it. But anyways, the second reason that I had AAA was the maps, because they would, if you want to take a long road trip, they would go and plot it out for you.
The old days they would call it trip tick. Yeah.
And they would give you all the maps that you needed to get to wherever it was you were going to head to, along with great destination stopping points and all that kind of stuff. They'd plan the whole thing out for you. And the third reason was if you ever broke down, they would come out and usually move your car from one location to another or whatever, and that was included in part of your towing fees.
Gas.
Yeah, renting out of gas brought you can. I never had that happen, but that was definitely something they would do. And I thought it was a great thing to spend money on. But when the maps came out, when remote wireless entry to your vehicle came out, and when maps came out on computers, I had only been purchasing at that point in time newer vehicles and never had any problems with my vehicles at all. And so I felt like it was kind of worthless for me to have AAA anymore, and so I got rid of it.
I've never had it. I understand why people could, but I've never had the use for it. Yeah. The rare occasions that I need to have a vehicle towed are so few and far between. The math just doesn't work for me.
Oh, and I think they also had. Didn't they have glass repair too? No, maybe that was just insurance. Never mind. I might be wrong about that one. It's a heck of an indicator. All right, let's see here. We are curling up the exact same way we did before the January run-up to the, I'm assuming, he says January run-up, so I'm assuming that he means 2020.
He wants to look at the 2-month chart on AMC, the Scholastic RSI. That's specifically what he's referring to.
Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up. Give me a second. Got to get rid of one of my indicators on here. Boom, gone. I know this is, I think he means I think he spelled it wrong, but I think it's stochastic RSI.
I didn't want to be pedantic.
Yeah, because I started typing it in like he had it, but I just happen to know what this indicator is, and I think it's stochastic is what it really is. But yep, there it is. Stochastic RSI. There's actually a better one than this, but I don't want to get into it right now. I did a whole presentation for a while where I was talking about a bunch of different indicators and which ones you could pull up. And there's actually a little, if you want a momentum oscillator, then this is a great one, but there's other better ones that are out there. And that's just my personal opinion. This is coming from a guy who absolutely hates MACD and prefers Vortex Indicator over MACD. So some things just don't click for me. And when it comes to trading, you need to use what works best for you. So he said 3 hour, correct? I'm assuming. Did he say 3 hour? What did he say?
I'm looking. I don't think he put the time frame on it.
Okay, I thought he said 3 hour, but maybe I missed it. Hold on a second here. It's gotta be on a larger time. 2 month. Okay, yeah, I figured it had to be on a larger time frame.
Right.
Let me pull it up here. 3 month. Man, that's a huge ass long time to be looking at. I'm really surprised by that, but okay.
I'm just going to go on record while he's looking that up. If you lock your keys out of your car and you don't have one of the $3 magnetic hided keys under your fender somewhere, you're just a fuck up. You deserve to walk home.
I don't like that though. I feel like too many people can find that crap.
Stop.
I do.
Absolutely
No,
not.
I don't trust it.
I'll give you 24 hours to find the hided key on my dually, and if you can find it, I'll give you the fucking truck. If you can't find it, you owe me $500.
I don't think it works very well right now.
$30,000 truck versus $500 cash.
I don't think it's working right now very well. I don't know if I want that truck.
No, it's not in my truck.
Oh, okay.
He was in his car. My truck isn't involved in any of this.
Okay.
There's absolutely no way anybody's going to find a hided key on your car.
So you might have different parameters set up. I've got the 3 month in here as you prescribed. I am looking at AMC on a 3 month, and I see the signal. When it does that, I see the crossover here. A confirmation test here, and then obviously taking off even further. The downtrend starting here. I do not see it crossing over yet on this, but it could be that maybe you have some other parameters in there that are different than what I've got. Oh, now he's saying 2 months. Okay, hold on a second. All right, here's what I'm gonna tell you, Perry. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from here. I know you're changing time frames on me here a little bit, but
come on, man.
Depending on, I'm gonna have to add one in here. So here's the deal. Have you ever heard? What's the term? I'm trying to remember what the saying is.
Have you ever heard of Melvin Capital?
Have you ever heard of using statistics to be able to find how does that saying go? You can use statistics to be able to prove any point that you want to prove, but you have to be able to find the right perspective to look from the statistics in order to get what you want. And I'm going to go ahead and sit here, and I know you probably don't want to hear this because you're finding something here that's, making you happy, and that's, that's all cool and everything. But I'm just going to say, like, this is a very, very odd time to be looking at a 2 month time interval, to just be picking this out and being like, this looks really, good on this. And I see it crossing over. Yep, I see it. It started back, the crossover really kind of started in January of this year. But have common time intervals that you're looking at, right? Like you don't go trading Stocks. I wouldn't think. I wouldn't think you'd be trading stocks on a 2-hour or 2-month time interval on a regular basis. If you do, I don't know what you're trading, but it's going to be something you're going to be in for a really long time. So, or maybe you're, yeah, I don't, that's too long for me. Too impatient of a trader to be waiting for these kind of time frames to work out in my favor. Yeah, no, I see it. I see what's going on here. Yep. What else could we pull up? let's pull up GME, just for the hell of it. Yep, see it there too. Hey, you know what, Yucca? Yucca. I feel like
He's
Yucca.
all the way at the other. He's all the way at the other end of his shop. He's running right now to try to turn his microphone
No,
on.
you heard the clicking of his mouse. He just probably doesn't realize that he just turned off his microphone instead of turning it on. He still hasn't figured that out yet.
Yes, I'm right here. How can I help?
I wanted to let you know that your mouse clicks today are sounding a little dainty, and it's actually kind of it's very comforting actually. It's a pleasant click.
Really? Somebody earlier was saying, "Are those cricket?"
No,
putting me to sleep.
It's dainty today. I mean, you're being a lot easier on your mouse. I don't feel like you're like all through the.
I don't sound sexually frustrated.
Something like that. You don't sound like I'm typing on my keyboard.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Saving your mouse.
Those of you who do value my opinion, you can go to Ace Hardware where they sell the spare keys and you get keys made and all that sort of thing. And that's where I picked up my Haida key. It's something about the size of a credit card. It's actually about half the size of a credit card, and it will hold one key. It has a lid that snaps tight on it, and it has a really strong magnet on it. It allows you to attach it anywhere on that vehicle that's metallic, metal, non-ferrous metal, or not, excuse me, ferrous metal, steel, iron, what have you. And I can tell you, you don't want to be lazy about it. I mean, if you're just kind of guy that just puts it in the simplest place, then sure, maybe somebody would find it. But you're presupposing that people are going to automatically just searching your vehicle for a Haida key. And that's not going to happen. The odds of somebody going up to your car and looking it over for a key, it's just not going to happen. For starters, they'd have to be looking over their shoulder at any minute to see if somebody's coming. But barring that, if you give them unfettered access for the entire day, they're never going to find that key.
I would find it. Definitely would find it.
But if you take your son 2.5 hours into the wilds of Alabama down a dirt road and then go another 4 miles off into private land and you're deer hunting and you lose your keys, it makes the difference between having a really fucked up time. I mean, how'd you even describe to your family where you're at? I mean, I just can't begin to express to you how it can turn a really shitty day into a story that you tell. Because if you lose all of your keys, you got a problem already anyhow. Hopefully you'll eventually find them. But I can't tell you how many times that little magnetic box has saved my ass. It just, over the course of the last 20 or 30 years, I'm going to say no fewer than 6.
Yeah, well, that's when a rock and a screwdriver comes in handy.
Paris wanted to check out Bitcoin as well, and yeah, I see it. It's taking a very, very sharp turn here on this RSI, stochastic RSI, and it looks like it's about ready to intercept and cross over, and that technically means that you should be starting to see within probably the next 2-month period that it could potentially cross over, which means that perhaps maybe in the next 2 months or so, Bitcoin could be starting its downtrend. Notice last time that this happened, it didn't actually start its downtrend for another 2, 4, 6, 8 months, maybe even 9 months later, is when you might 9 months, 10 months later, actually. So it actually was quite a bit of time when it's indicated, but you can see that there's quite a bit of a downturn from this last point to the current one, which means that it might be actually starting to swing over the other direction pretty quickly. But time will tell. We will find out. Yep.
Tech We Love made a guess that said he would assume that it's under the trunk or the hood. And that, Tech, you need to think about that logically.
Yeah, you can't get
How
under the
can
hood.
you get to it if it's in the trunk or the hood? You can't lock your key in the trunk and that your spare key. That's, think about that. Get back to me. But I'll give you a hint. If I have to get down on the ground and crawl under my truck, roll underneath it, completely underneath it, to even get close to where I'm going to start looking for that key. And yes, that's inconvenient. And yes, you're going to get dirty, but that's all part of it. If I find myself to where I need to access that key, getting dirty is the least of my problems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
UPS delivery guy was asking about my carry trade chart, and I've kind of jacked it up since the actual carry trade started, because I wanted to kind of line things up to more current levels back here when I kind of lined everything up a little bit. And there was a specific point in time, actually, it was right here where I lined everything up at, except for I moved the US dollar because it's moved down so much that it didn't line up anymore. So I had to kind of move it up a little bit so I could still see where it was trading at. But some of the things I'm kind of looking at here on this chart specifically is I have Bitcoin on here in there's 2 different purple colors. Those are both cryptos. I'm not going to say the name of the other one, but you can see what they are on the left-hand side of the page. But I have crypto on here. One of them I think is acting uniquely different than the other, and I think there's a reason for why that might be happening. The Nikkei obviously is in the bars, red and green. SPX is in white. VIX is in baby blue. The U.S. dollar is in green, and in red is the U.S. dollar to yen value difference. So when the yen devalues, it should be moving upwards, the red line. And that should mean that the American dollar is increasing its value. So these should kind of follow each other for the most part, and that hasn't always been that hasn't been the case. When we've had the carry trade the first one through, we were actually seeing an inverse relationship where the U.S. dollar was doing the exact opposite of what it should have been doing to the yen, and all of a sudden somebody got caught with in a situation where that was happening, and there was a quick realignment of the yen was starting to strengthen, because when the yen strengthens, the Nikkei goes up, right? Just like in our market, when the US dollar goes stronger, then the market goes weaker. So same thing happens. The yen was starting to falter. The Nikkei started to fall, and then you saw the yen strengthen, which was a downwards trend on this red line. So every time we see some of these downward trends on the red line here, that's could potentially be a carry trade event possibly occurring. Possibly. I am really zoomed in on this right here right now, because if you go back and look at, this is what was happening during the carry trade back here when everything was starting to unfold a little bit. So you can see it's a lot more volatile in here than it is on this current period of time that I'm more focused on. I want to see when this gets volatile in here. That's how I know things are kind of erupting again. So those are the things that I'm looking at right now. Overall, I can see that the VIX is rising. The SPX, which the VIX is based off of, it's kind of on a slow rise. Crypto's kind of on a, I almost want to say consolidation period in here. The Nikkei seems like consolidation, but the dollar is weakening and the yen is strengthening. So if the dollar is weakening, then the SPX should be going up. The market should be going up, and it is. Right? If we go and we look at the SPY, that's obviously heading upwards. But it's on very weak volume. We got a little activity there on the SPY there. Very, 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 very weak volume. We're at 19.6. We're at 1 o'clock right now. 19.6 million shares traded on the SPY. Hold on. Hold on. 230. 230. What is that? 230. We're looking at 273 minutes. We're on a pace right now for the SPY hitting 28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And obviously there would be some aftermarket volume that occurs, which means that it'll probably push 30, maybe even a little bit more than 30 million shares traded. But there's a very good chance that the SPY sees less volume today than it even saw yesterday, which would be absolutely historical. Very, very historical. And I thought I was impressed with yesterday. Hopefully that's enough of an explanation for you.
That was perfect.
Cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Numbers?
It was in the 50s this morning, Casey.
What
down
was?
here in Maryland.
The temperature?
The temperature.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds comfy.
It was refreshing.
I personally like cooler temperatures. I'm more excited about going outdoors and doing stuff when it's cold out than I am when it's hot. That's just me. I think I should have probably been born in I don't know, I'm trying to think of someplace like really far north.
Alaska.
No. I was thinking like in Europe or something like that. I'm thinking like heritage, like where does my bloodline come from? So I'm trying to. I actually really don't know. I'd have to look at a map because I really don't know what's. I know what my bloodline is, but I don't think that's more north than where I'm at. But it could be. Let me see. Let me pull
Switzerland.
Switzerland, maybe.
French Alps.
I don't know. Something maybe like that.
We all know you're Russian.
I do have a little bit of Russian in me. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yep. But I got a lot of. I'm kind of a mutt. I haven't done the 23andMe thing. Boy, there's that number again. 23andMe. What the f? That's like the third time today 23's come up. Yeah, I haven't done.
Everybody on your poll who picked from 0 to a 5-cent spread, they lose.
Yep.
They're the first losers because we hit 5 or 6.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, they lost. What is
So now there's only 2 groups.
Well, I just want to look and see here. I know I've got a lot. I know I have German. I know I'm like part Scottish. A lot of English. Those of you who may not know, I actually have, had a lot of red hair, believe it or not. So I have a little bit more fair skin, but I get the ability to be able to tan easily from my mom who has olive skin, but I got it from my dad. My dad had very fair skin, freckles, and red hair. So I got that from my dad's side.
I don't know if you covered it, Casey. I've been going and coming because we had a little bit of drama here, but about 2 hours ago, I saw breaking news on CNBC that announced yet again another revision to the numbers. They missed by 816,000 for the jobs numbers.
Yeah, I posted
and I'm like,
it.
It's one thing to be off. Did you? I was like, fuck, are you kidding me, man? It's one thing to be. I mean, who's putting these numbers together and why do they have a job?
Yeah.
How can you be off almost $1 million fucking dollars and just do whoopsie? Oh, sorry. I'll be like, if you can't do any better than that, you need to go be a plumber or fucking whatever. Just do something where you don't have to use a calculator because you clearly can't do your job if you're off by that much.
National current employment statistics.
Know the truth. They just lie.
Preliminary benchmark revisions by major industry sector. Total non-farm benchmark revision in thousands. Negative 818 revision.
Yeah, exactly. And we were off a little bit on our numbers. We were like, "Oh, no worries, man. We'll print a correction and a retraction. How much are we off? Oh, 818,000." I'm like, "Oh."
And not only that, right? Like we're sitting.
Your desk out. You're done.
We're all sitting here screaming at the top of our lungs that the economy's failing, right? And people are going like, "No, it's a bull market. Everything's doing good. Everything's great." And then you come in here and you look at how badly they're cooking the books in contrast to anything since 2014 on this page in here, and you notice that there's this like just massive trend here in cooking of the books. To make it look like everything's way better than it actually is. Yeah. Massive cooking of the books.
They make a big deal. They have much fanfare. There's tambourines and fireworks. We're releasing the numbers tomorrow. Everybody gather around to see what the government tells us about our economy. And they put all those fluffy lies out there, and everybody's clapping and patting each other on the back about what a wonderful job they're doing. And then you just wait quietly, and like 5, 6, 7 days later,
start writing it the way I told you.
Buried way down underneath the fucking the want ads for use lawnmowers for sale retraction. Our number was off by 1 million. Like, okay, I see what's up here.
1 million.
And I want somebody else to go back and show me the last time they made a mistake where they lowballed it. Find me an example where they made a mistake, but it was much better than what they said. So the bias is always one way. It's always a lie to make things look better. You could almost give them a pass if they'd say, well, look, half the time we're wrong, but it's going both directions. But that's never the case. It always paints a rosy picture that is a blatant lie.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, why do it? Why do it? Why put these numbers out? Because they don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Piss me off.
Yeah. I know. I see Dirty saying, laugh out loud, I don't want him to be my plumber. Oops, mismeasured by 818 inches.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Or sorry, he put my microphone's blocking. He actually put 818,000 inches. My microphone was blocking the zeros.
That's what I'm saying, Dirty B. That's what I'm saying, Dirty B. I'm like,
yeah.
And think about this for a minute. This isn't some volunteer. Like the candy stripers who go work at the old folks home or the hospitals that volunteer their time. This is somebody who gets paid probably 6-figure salary. They should have a degree in probably high math and at least finance or econ. And this is what they come up with. I'm like,
well,
what do we get? Would you, I don't get it, man. Nobody holds them accountable.
Is this the pickup line you could probably start off with these days in a bar? I wouldn't know because I'm not up for eligibility anymore for that kind of stuff. But I would imagine you could have a pickup line where you walked up to a girl and said, like, I just want to let you know I have a 9-inch cock based on the government standards.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
She's like, what? And you're like, well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's
She's like, well,
overestimated.
she's like, listen, I don't mean to sound rude, but I'm a lady who has particular needs and size matters to me. Can you share with me some numbers that help me decide whether I want to get with you or not? You can be like, do you want actual data, or can I give you the data that's put out by the federal government? Yeah.
The government thinks it's bigger than it is.
But just think for a moment. Somebody drives to work every
man.
day. They get a check. They get paid on the 1st and the 15th from the federal government. They've got gold-plated health care, and they have one fucking job to take all this information that's provided from them, from the business owners across the country who submit this stuff. And their job is real simple. Total all those up and publish the data. That's it. That's all they do.
Mm-hmm.
And they fuck it up every time. They still get that check, man. They don't never get fired. They're going to get promoted, go from a GS9 to a GS10. It's just nobody cares.
Yeah. All right.
Well, see, I have an idea, Casey, that we should demand at our. I'm big on demanding here lately. I went on a Twitter rant last night after about 3 gummies and just was making all sorts of demands. But I want to demand that we institute a new government agency, and just bear with me now. Hear me out.
Okay.
We need to have a team of people who's like an investigative reporter with a cameraman and a stenographer, and all they do is randomly audit people that work for the government. Like, so one day they just show up at your office, and if you're like the comptroller, and they literally just show up unannounced at 7 a.m, and they follow you till quitting time, and they document a day in the life. The reason it needs to be unannounced is so that you can't prepare for it and paint a picture, because it's my sneaky suspicion that none of these fucking people do anything for their money.
Dude.
And I think if it's revealed, and the only way you could reveal it is if you just showed up with a team and said, good morning, we passed a new law, we're here to audit you, this is your 8-hour audit, you've been randomly selected.
So, Pirate,
Let's
you
see
know
what
these
you're gonna do
numbers.
today,
You know
and
these
watch
numbers.
these fuckers scramble.
These numbers are projected off of what's being reported by the states. So, my question is, which states fucked it up? And are
who's misreporting?
And are they losing their jobs?
Who
Are
owns
they?
this?
Yeah.
Who owns this?
Who
Yeah.
owns it?
Who owns this?
And who's losing
And
their job?
I would argue that you could probably go to somebody and say, hey, dude, how did you fuck this up? And the guy would be like, not me. I told him it was ugly as fuck. Here's my emails. You want a copy? I'll show you where I told them. Now, why they reported that to you? You need to talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's far more likely that that's the case than somebody just can't add. I'm not buying the whole oopsie whoops.
Yep.
Just not.
Yep. Me either.
Well, and you know what I think? I think it is, Pirate, too. This is my tinfoil hat. I think they make some oopsie mistakes, right, for a few years, and then they get cycled out, and they get a job with somebody, and then another person comes in and does the same thing. Mm. And a bunch of people don't like being conspiratorial all the time. They don't like to think about it, right? So they like to just believe that the government's doing everything above board, and that's why people keep getting elected.
Imagine you're paying this guy to lie to you. Your tax dollars
I'd be
goes into
pissed.
his family
I would
checking
be
account
pissed. I'd be pissed. I'd be so
to
angry.
lie to mislead you.
Some people love to be lied to.
Yeah, there you go.
Tell me lies. Tell
So
me
that's what I'm
sweet
calling
little
for.
lies.
I'm calling for an independent, like an auditor. We could call it the Office of Professional Efficiency, and their only mandate is to randomly check government officials and publish it. It has to be done every day. You should be able to log in live and follow the camera crew around and say, today we're following Mr. Johnson. He is appointed for blah, blah, blah. He sits on the Secretary of Education. He's blah, blah, blah. This is his salary. Full transparency. This is what he is paid, because it's all public information anyhow. They're public servants. This is his benefit package. Today, this is Wednesday, the 21st of August. We will follow him for 8 hours today. Let's get started.
Yeah.
And watch the shit hit the fan. People would lose their ever-loving minds.
Pirate, that's genius, the whole live part, because that's how they... Yeah, without the live part, you can't hold them accountable.
Exactly. No, this is live. Anybody should, it
yeah.
should be put right on.
And just like, okay, so what do you do between the hours of 10 and 2?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You make it a law. You pass a law that says by law, because they're a federal employee, they have to answer the auditor's questions.
Yep.
They can't, there's no dodging everything. And at any time during that particular day, they're subject to being interrupted and queried about what they're doing, why, and all that. We start out with, what time do you start?
I used to have.
I guarantee you there's so much, there
Fluff,
is so
fluff,
much fuckery in here.
fluff.
People, yeah, you'd be like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, your start time is supposed to be 8 a.m. in the morning, but you don't get here till, you didn't roll in till 10 minutes to 9.
Yeah. All
How
right.
much time do you take for
You're-
lunch?
you're-
What do you do?
you're
And
so-
people would fucking become incensed.
You are so making me want to like just go on this like long rant, but I got to get into numbers because it's like we're way past, or like 20 minutes past numbers time. Yeah, no.
My bad.
But I was enjoying it though. I like it. I like the idea. I think it's really kind of a
revisit
cool
this
idea
later.
because
we'll do more with this later on.
you know what would end up happening though if you put together something like that is that eventually somebody would be forecasting in advance to the people who, you know, were needing to save their jobs, that they had an interview coming, you know, because it
Whisper
happens
in your ear.
Yeah,
See, that's where you need
it
autonomy.
happens. It happens.
I would demand
Yeah.
autonomy. I'd say, President Shaw, I'm willing to do this for you for the service of my country. I will do it free of charge for 1 year. All I'm asking is an autonomy to do anybody I want.
Yeah.
And I don't have to provide a list in advance. So nobody is going to know where I show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Numbers. You got me all like I need to go take this blood pressure medication. I'm gonna
Think Project Veritas, but instead of going after like the abortion clinics or the abortion industry or any of the other things, think Project Veritas, but only specific towards bureaucrats. And maybe you can reveal people out there who are really good. Maybe there'll be some people who are like, you'll be like, look at this guy. This guy's a true servant of the people.
Yeah.
He deserves a closer look for higher office. But I would argue for every guy you find like that you find 99 free-loading motherfuckers who don't do anything. Numbers.
I'm gonna get my blow gasket here. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect off exchange to be about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have 55.45% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.15. For grand total 67.6%. That's about 3.6% less than what I would expect it to be normally. Part of that little run up that we had this afternoon might have helped to alleviate some of that volume that was being held back as buy orders that actually made the lit market there, because it was like 7% or 8% an hour ago. CHX is at 318 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. That is not me clicking in the background. GME, CHX volume for GME is coming in at 3,969 shares. Shares available to borrow. Wait, this can't be. Oh, that's GME. Sorry. I looked at the wrong thing. Shares available to borrow according to IBKR and AMC sitting at 1.9 million shares. Fees are at 3.01. Rebate is at 2.32. No new shares borrowed for a couple hours now. We're showing about 600,000 shares borrowed for the day-to-day according to IBKR. And on Ortex, we're seeing an hour ago about 617,000 shares having been returned, or borrowed rather, and it's still the same value. So no change to the estimated short share interest of the free float or the cost to borrow numbers. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 72.67 million shares. That's 2.55 million shares more on loan than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 440,000. That's in new short interest. On GameStop, there's been a return of about 478,000 shares as of an hour ago. It's now 491,000 shares. Options. Highest amount of call volume is at a $5.50 strike for calls on AMC. An hour ago, there was 9,000 contracts in volume, and that is now sitting at 9.7. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 1.9. Let's just call it 2,000 because it's pretty close. Only 5 contracts off. Market's still suggesting somewhere between $5 and $5.50 for a close for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. MMRI was 237.53 an hour ago. It's now 236.06. Still more risk off occurring as these rates fall further. Remember, some of the things that I told you guys that I felt we would need to see have happen to let us know that the market's about to fail is dropping in rates or bond yields. And as those drop off, a normalization of the 2-year and 10-year bond yield. And so what we have currently, 2 years at 3.91 and the 10 years at 3.765. It's reading at 1.45. It was 1.46 an hour ago and 0.175 this morning. So we are seeing a normalization of these values pretty rapidly today, I would say. And rates are definitely coming down here. Oh yeah, big dip here in the yen strengthening and the U.S. dollar weakening. Big dips in that, and then we're also seeing dips in VIX happening as we're starting to see a rise in the SPX, and crypto's getting a rise out of this, and Nikkei is closed, which means that when it opens, it should dump a little bit. I think it's closed. Hold on a second here. Should be closed. Well, I'm not going to look at it. NASDAQ is up 0.49. Dow Jones is up 0.04. And the SP 500 is up 0.37. We have 3,803 advancers to 1,783 decliners. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago by almost 300 securities higher. And cooking with bacon grease now. We're going to get that green candle up that I suggested that we would see in the market today on low volume. Lower volume. Only one sector down now, financials. They're the two strongest sectors for the day-to-day is consumer discretionary followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Coinbase is getting close enough, 2.41% up. Silvergate's down 5.76. American Express down 2.96. Gold is up 0.2, trending up. That shouldn't be happening. Silver up 0.93. That shouldn't be happening. Ethereum Classic up 2.95, trending up. The US dollar is trending down, down 0.47 currently. Oil is down 0.66 and trending down. That shouldn't happen. If the oil is going down, the market should be heading down. Mortgage-backed securities are trending up anywhere from 0.41 to 0.46. And SPY is up 0.4 and trending up. Trending up with gold and silver. VIX is doing the right thing. It's dropping. It's up 4.28% at 6.56. Futures suggesting 16.43. So now the VIX is actually catching up with where the futures were now and almost aligning up. And so it seems like we may not have a whole lot of volatility in the VIX, perhaps maybe for the rest of the day. IWM is up 1.18 and trending up. VB is up 0.98, trending up. Tesla is up 0.92, trending up. Amazon is up 0.82, making a reversal off of a trend down into a trend up. Cinemark is up 0.59, consolidating. Doge is up 1.55, trending up. Bitcoin's up 1.62, trending up. GME is up 0.27, trending up. HYMC is down 1.41, trending down. NCMI is up 1.32, trending up. Hood is up 0.81, trending up. AMC is up 0.3, but consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, about $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.12 million shares traded within the last hour. After 296 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for about 5.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's a little bit faster of a pace than we were on earlier, and that's due to the volume that we had in the last hour. Some individual volume points here of about 300,000 shares. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.89, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.36, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.38, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp, and I'm going to head to break. 502, stellar price movement for the day today. Mark Browning says, I call women dear. What are the pet peeves are your girl? You know, I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was actually, you know, it might have been Pirate. But you're not the only person that I've known that's done this. My grandpa used to do this a lot. He used to say, he used to call women that he would just have random encounters with honey. And I always thought that was odd. I was like, why? Why honey? Pirate, is it honey?
A way to show, it's a way, yeah, honey. Well, I call Mrs. Pirate Honey. That's been her nickname, to the point to where my children thought that was her name. In fact, she was asked. No, they were at a school teacher function or with friends at lunch, and the waitress said, "Excuse me, ma'am, did that little boy just call you honey?" She thought it was kind of endearing. But most people who call women dear or anything like that, it's a term of endearment, no pun intended. It's meant to be kind or show a kindness, or maybe to some extent be a little bit complimentary. But the feminist movement has seized on it, and is another way of, you know, they're looking for something to be offended by, like, oh my God, you know, it's toxic masculinity or the patriarchal whatever.
Roadrunner says, got an email from E-Trade on how to set my account to set profit target and exit automatically or stop loss. Oh, man. This is what we talked about yesterday, right? Remember we all said yesterday, I think it was either this morning or yesterday, we were talking about, like, I expected to see a day of green movement upwards, followed by, you know, with lower volume, and then going into the next day of trading, perhaps like tomorrow morning. I think we talked about it this morning. Tomorrow morning, if we see some slaughter fest going on in the market, fully anticipate that your brokers are going to be down tomorrow. If we wake
this morning,
yeah, when we wake up tomorrow morning, if you see large quantities of volume and price movement downwards because maybe something happened in the aftermarket hours to the Nikkei or whatever, just go ahead and expect that your broker is going to be down at some point tomorrow.
Also, where the meetup is in case YouTube goes down, or your channel.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Style.
We've got there's a couple different options. It's in the description of this channel in case something should happen. The first place to go to after this is it's not showing up on my screen here. Hold on a second. I should know what this is. I know it.
Well,
actually, I have it on my.
Are we talking about where YouTube goes down?
Where I go? Where do I go? Where do I go if YouTube goes down tomorrow? My first backup.
Max channel.
My first my first YouTube. YouTube goes down, not the channel. YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
If YouTube goes down, where does Casey Shaw go? I'm going to go to Twitch. Twitch will be the first place that I go to start up a stream on Twitch.
We've tested that once. Yep. Yeah.
And twice, but if
Twitch goes down.
If Twitch goes down, I go to Twitter for a space call. If Twitter goes down for a space call, I go to Discord, my Discord, and just sit in the back of the big tramp. If YouTube's down, there's no way you're going to be able to get to this. But there used to be people thinking that it was just going to be people who are live streaming that would have issues.
Gangnam style.
You would go to Gangnam style video and go to the comment section and comment there. Those are the methods of communication that I plan on following. So Twitch, Twitter, Discord. If you look at the description of this channel, it tells you what my profile names are on there. Actually, the space call one does not have it. Let me add it in there. I can't even remember my at. What is it? It's AMKC Shaw. Okay, here we go. I'll add it in here. Yeah, there we go. I think that's correct. Let me make sure. Yep. So it's all in there. But Donkey Kong, I've done space calls before. I stopped. There was a period of time where I stopped doing them because I had some interesting, flavorful characters come in and try to disrupt it, and I was not a very seasoned space call holder, and I did not like what happened, and so I just decided, this is just isn't for me. So I moved away from it. Going forward in the future, I know now that what you need to do is you need to bring up co-hosts that can help you randomly kick people, and you don't just let people to just stomp all over you. And when you're hosting a space call, you gotta, if there's people who come in and are disorderly or trying to disrupt, then you just simply boot them. So I've gotten tougher over time. Richard, there is a limit to how many people can be in the back of the Big Tramp while sharing a video. I don't think there's a limit on... well, I have multiple channels that people can join. I don't think that there's this... I'm going to have to check and see.
To be fair, I don't really see the likelihood. For one, we've said many times, and it's just my opinion, Casey has said it as well, that this event, if it lights off, it's not going to be over in one trading day.
No.
So even if for some strange whatever happens and YouTube goes down, I hardly think they're going to keep YouTube down for a week. I mean, I don't see any way that's possible. So again, it may be a whole bunch of paranoia for nothing.
StockWiz is saying, find out. Hold on a second. Let me just look it up.
So I tend to believe, KC, that they have a vested interest in leaving the lines of communication open, because once the order goes out for position close for these people to start buying shares, they're going to want participation. So you wouldn't want to have like a media blackout or try to create this atmosphere where nobody could talk about anything. That none of that would encourage people to sell. What I see is a full court press from the shills, the paid. I'm certain are out there, the people who have been paid to go around and spread their fuckery that they've done. Those very same call center people will be engaged to start with the old. It's up 250%. Now's the time to take profits. Mm-hmm. Now's the time. That's what you're going to see.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people.
You're not going to see like a total blackout, a comm shutdown. You're going to see all that, or you're going to see, hey, I just unloaded mine. I'm not telling you what to do, but I just sold for 300%. Nobody ever went wrong taking profit. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see an attempt to encourage people to sell. And there again, because that's what they want. Mm-hmm. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's how I see it playing out.
100.
But again,
100 people, by the way. It's 100 people per channel. 100 people per channel, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 different channels set up here, and I can set up to 50, I think. So I think we got plenty of room.
Yeah, you're talking about a lot of folks. Yeah.
I'd like to say each is its own, because they're going to come back and say, hey, I should have sold. Why did I listen to you? Now we have to wait another year, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
everybody does what's right for them. Everybody does what's right for them. Don't let anybody influence you one way or the other. Make your own decisions.
Yeah, because you know how babies are, Casey. Freaking, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's gonna be lots of different things that happen.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go to break so I can at least get some
Where you
kind of break
going?
in. Break.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, you're always on break.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right? It's exciting price movements. Like just you're probably edging over there, right?
Oh.
You flicking those boogers?
Yeah, that's what the teacher said. The teacher said, "Stop edging in my class." I'm gonna post that video if you want to see it.
No, I don't really care.
Poor lady.
All right,
And it's a woman.
I'm going to break. I'll see you later.
All right, keep it tight.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer.
John Wick. Yeah,
Movies. All
I'm
right, let's
thinking
go.
I'm
Yeah,
back.
Movies. Yeah, now we're talking.
Fuck her right in the pussy. Fuck her right in the pussy.
That motherfucker back there is not real. That motherfucker.
Rusty.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Fuck her right in the pussy. People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Max Headroom.
Good afternoon.
Censored content. I put a post in Discord. I think I was a couple gummies deep, so it might not be in Casey's General. It might be in Pirates General, but I did it in your honor, censored content. It was 2 sound bites, one from a sheriff in Canada, one from my sheriff in my hometown, quite literally our own county. The sheriff from Canada was advising people that they should put the key fob to their car by the door because that's why people were breaking into houses to get the keys. So they said for your personal safety, you should leave your keys by the door so that the home intruders could find the key very easily. That's their recommendation. And in opposition to that, my sheriff said that they were hopeful that you would just shoot them in the face in order to save taxpayers' money. That if they do kick in your door and come in, that it was his hope that you immediately just empty your weapon on them. So I thought that was in stark contrast to 2 completely different instructions from 2 different sheriffs from 2 different locales, and I thought you'd enjoy that.
Yeah, definitely. Just leave your keys in your car. It's even easier.
Right, exactly. So, it's out there. You don't want to take my word for it. It's a Santa Rosa sheriff did a live press conference. I think the conference was specifically about home invasions and how our local law enforcement viewed the use of deadly force. And I'm quite proud of him. Yep. Like they say in real estate, location, location, location. Chi-Town says, sounds like my sheriff is on par with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. Absolutely, Turtle. They are cut out of the same bolt of cloth, if you will. I'd like to believe that it's not specific to just Santa Rosa County, my county. I'd like to think that it's representative of the larger portion of the country. I just think they don't make the news. I think that other group that espouses a kinder, gentler way to dealing with the criminals, I think they represent a minority. They just make the news more often. The Donkey Kong says it's just nice to hear law enforcement talk that way. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Kong. What it sends is a signal, and it says if you have to defend your home or family with deadly force, that you're going to enjoy his support. He is not automatically going to come at you with the predisposed to think that you're the bad guy. He's telegraphing his position, saying, in this county, if someone barges into your home and you use deadly force, we're going to assume that you are the good guy. And then we're going to investigate it. It's not like it doesn't going to get investigated. But they're saying the default right off the bat is that there was a good guy and a bad guy in this picture. And that's not the case throughout the whole country. There are places where, there's some lunatics out there who have found themselves in position of power who argue the exact opposite of that scenario I just described. Yeah, Chi-Town, it's funny if you watch the video clip I posted. He even went so far as to say that the sheriff offers a free, like twice a month, they offer a free gun safety course. And he said all he would ask is that you make sure your marksmanship skills are up to speed so that, you put your rounds on where they need to go. You got to love that. Donkey Kong said, I don't know why, but the problem of squatters comes to mind. It just blows me away that people have the right to move into a property that doesn't belong to them. Well, you're not quite accurate there, Kong. First of all, they don't have the right to just move into a property. In fact, it's just the opposite. But in many locations, the mechanism by which you remove somebody has become far too complicated. You know, the whole concept of you have to serve paperwork, and then you have to go before a judge, and each location is different. So that's why, you know, as much as I love to scream the merits of real estate and specifically rentals, it's critical that you understand that you need, it's about where location. You know, your elected officials and the people who govern you, they're a reflection of the will of the people. And if you live in an area where the majority of the people support that kind of behavior, then that's what you're going to get. So I would just encourage people that you either make sure that you have officials that are enacting policies that you want, or you go somewhere where they do. Even in the most liberal of cities where they have these laws that you're referring to that make it really, it's not impossible. They just make it more difficult than it should be to kick somebody out of a property. And there's always a mechanism that eventually the rightful owner takes the place. That's not in dispute. I think people glaze over that because of the TV. But what's more often the case is that they're costing people revenue. You know, if you keep somebody, and if somebody stays in your house for 10 months, you know, or a year, you've lost all that rent, and no one ever makes you whole on that again. It's not like eventually if the courts find in your favor and they finally take the sheriff over and and evict the people, like physically drag them out if they have to, nobody's going to cut you a check for the 10 months of lost rent. So that's really what all this is about. But that, you know, it doesn't make for good TV. The TV shows and the news broadcasters, they always like to paint this picture that erroneously paints a picture that these people get to stay there practically forever. And that's just not the case. That was what always kind of confused me about it. I always thought to myself, what's the end game for these nitwits? Do they think they're just going to live happily ever after in this house? I mean, are they really that fucking thick And the answer is yes. There's some dumb people walking around out here. I'm telling you, it's terrifying when you realize how ignorant vast quantities of people are. I'm not talking about one or two. There's some people out there who are really just dumb as a bag of hammers. And then you have to combat that. So more often than not, it's just about a pain in the ass. It's a story. It's a horror story. And usually it goes part and parcel that just before the people leave, they tear the shit out of the place. And it's kind of an example of the moral decay, of the country. It's like, oh, I get it. You won't let me live here for free. You're going to force me to leave. Well, on the way out, I'm going to bust all the windows out. I mean, you think about the logic behind that, but these are people who were raised and taught that sort of behavior is okay. And that's another subject altogether. Donkey Kong said he's seen a homeowner get arrested for changing the locks on a squatter because she didn't wait to legally evict him. Yeah. There are laws. I mean, just because you own the home, you're still bound by laws. The fact that I own a piece of property doesn't just give me the right to do whatever I want at any time. You can't just walk up to a house and let yourself in at 4 o'clock in the morning and start wandering around the bedrooms. Most people who are in the real estate, specifically the rental business, they're well aware of the laws, more so probably than any average person would be, because it material affects their bottom line. So for me, when I interview a prospective tenant or somebody, you can kind of figure a person out if they start going down this road of telling you stories about maybe some of their other places they've rented from and how the other landlord was a dick and they had rights and blah blah blah. You're thinking, okay, I don't want nothing to do with this person. If you have somebody who comes in and they understand that you're offering them your personal property to use for a period of time, and it's a business transaction and no more, then you find yourself that this is where you got to screen out, decide who you're going to do business with and who you just want to stay away from. And it's not hard to tell. Some people can fake it or put on their best face until they take possession of the property. But generally, you spend a little time, talk to them, you can kind of figure out who's decent, who's not. Not always, but in the event that you're wrong, there's always a mechanism. In the end, you still own your property. The Donkey Kong said the man had a lease from another squatter who lived there. Yeah, that's become a common thing. See, they understand that the first thing law enforcement asks them is, do you have a lease, a written lease? And the answer has to be yes, or otherwise they revert to what's commonly called month to month. And in which case, they don't really have a leg to stand on. So and they never have a lease. So what they do is they have to fabricate one. And a lot of times it's just some trash written on a piece of scrap paper or whatever. We had one where the guy actually erased dates and changed them and all that sort of shit. Try to use that as a legal lease. But the thing is, even worst case scenario, those leases are only good for a year. And if they've already been there for 9 months and they produce this lease, worst case scenario, they've only got 3 months before they got to get out. But more often than not, the case is they're fabricating a fake lease, which that's a crime. So if you hire an attorney and you drag them into court and it turns out that they're fabricating documents, then they can be charged with a crime then. So a lot of them are, a little nervous about going down that path. More often than not, what they'll try to do is produce some sort of a lease. But you need to understand something. It has to be a valid lease. So one meth head can't write another crackhead a lease and then waive it and say, here's my paperwork, here's my paperwork. No, it has to be the owner of record. So right out of the gate, if meth head Bob tells me he has a lease, the first thing I ask is, well, who from who? And it has to be the last owner of the house, because the only person who can give a lease is the owner. So again, a lot of this shit is, jailhouse lawyers and crackhead, the smartest guy on the fucking street. He didn't make it out of high school, but he figures he knows all the real estate law. And more often than not, they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground about any of it. It is true in most locations. If you have a valid lease, even if I buy a house from the courthouse and there's occupants in there, which is rare because most of the time when I buy houses, I buy them because they were owner occupied. But if you do buy one where a guy lost some rental properties and there's a tenant in there and he has a lease and he just signed it and it's got 10 months remaining on it, most of the time you have to honor that 10 months. So there's two things that play there. Number one, he has to start paying you the lease. He doesn't just get to stay there for free. It just means he gets to remain there at the pre-agreed upon price for the remainder of that lease. The second thing is, and this is critical too, the lease has to be an arm's length transaction. It can't be a sweetheart deal where they're renting the house for $50 a month or some bullshit like that. The judge will see through that. So plus or minus a few percentage points, it has to be in keeping with the traditional rents in that area. So again, the most a person can buy themselves, even if they sign the lease the day that they foreclose on the house and I buy it, if they signed a lease that day, the most they get is a year. And in which case they have to pay me every month. And again, if they don't pay the first month, then I can evict them. So if they think they got a lease and then they can squat there and ride it out for a year and thumb their nose at me and not pay the rent, they're just mistaken. The lease is still valid, but all the rules of the lease, just like any other lease, if you don't pay, you can't stay. So what's uncomfortable for most people is you got to either go to the courthouse and pay $80 to have the sheriff go down and serve papers, or if you have the stomach for it, you got to go up and tape it to the door yourself, which, surprise, surprise, it doesn't scare me in the least bit. So I'm not one about paying a cop to $80 to do something I can simply do myself. But most people don't. It's distasteful. It's uncomfortable. Again, it's not something that's pleasant to be involved in. But it's important for me to share this with you that I have a love for real estate and specifically rentals. It represents a small portion of the business. And I've been doing this for over 22 years, and I've probably had to evict, I don't know, 4 people. I mean, what's that, one every 5 years? It's not like every month, like, okay, I got to go do this shit again. It's just not like that. And it's like anything else. Individual laws change from state to state and even county to county. But if you talk to somebody, you talk to a real estate agent or somebody who owns rentals, they can usually bring you up to speed pretty quickly on the rules of the game in your local area. It's been my experience. When you're dealing with people like that, you're dealing with pretty much the bottom of the barrel. These are people who have collapsed to the absolute bottom. No job, no income, can't keep the lights turned on, and they're already drowning. So they're in a really bad place. Most of them, almost without exception, they're unemployed, and that's another whole subject. But as a result, they're just looking to buy themselves a little time. Those poor decisions that they've made throughout their lives that have brought them to that particular place, they continue to make those poor decisions. So they're not looking long term. All they're trying to figure out is, a lot of times, is if they can just stay there one more night. It's just a big deal if I can just stay here one more night, and after that. Big Sloppy says the vast majority of people don't care for conflict with another human. Yep. It's true. Well, millions of years of evolution have led to, we've evolved to understand that it can go bad anytime you have conflict with anybody, whether it's a fight on a high school parking lot or a football field, or all the way up to a bar fight between grown men. Someone stands a chance of getting hurt, maybe even killed. So all that evolution, it's hardwired into us to avoid conflict if we can. And in modern society, you really don't have to. If you can truly just look the other way and ignore the insults or the screaming and the shouting and just quietly get in your car and drive away, you usually have a path that you can take that will correct, the corrective action will be made, whether it's a sheriff showing up, in the way that's normally done. If you've never seen it, usually the sheriffs will show up, they'll take paperwork on the door, and they'll say sometimes they're 3 days, sometimes they're 10 days, sometimes it's 30. But if the people are there, the sheriff will tell them, listen, it is what it is. You're going to have to go somewhere else, because when I come back the next time, we'll take you out in handcuffs. And very rarely does that even happen. What usually happens is the people will continue to stay there for, say, another 30 days, and 2 or 3 days right before the paperwork's date, they make a mad scramble. They leave all their trash behind, leave the food in the refrigerator, whatever. Sometimes they just walk out, and that's been my experience with it. And but they know.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Big Sloppy, I would disagree with you. You say it's more like people being wussies. Listen, I'm no shrinking violet. I don't know if you've seen a picture of me or if you know anything about the way I've lived my life, but I'm not one to, let's just say I'm not, there's people you fool with and people you leave alone. And people recognize me real quick for the kind of guy you just better off to leave alone. But having said that, when you achieve some success in your life that I have, you can set yourself up for huge financial losses if you stomp a mud hole in somebody's ass. So you got to I had to outgrow that street mentality of, listen, we can just step out right front and behind the list right now in the dirt. There's a point in life where you achieve enough success and you gather enough assets that you can no longer participate in stuff like that. For the very same reason why Mike Tyson can't just smack somebody in the teeth because they get out of line. Those guys, if you're smart, you understand that that's a losing bid for you. Although it may feel good at that particular moment in time to rearrange this guy's nose cartilage, in the end, even if I'm victorious in a lawsuit, who wants to be involved in all that? The depositions, the being hauled into court, the lost sleep, the time that you could be enjoying a good, comfortable buzz, watching the dolphins swim while you share a joint with your wife. Instead, you're sitting in some fucking courtroom with some scumbag. So, as much as I'm with you, man. In many instances, it's a shame that we can't just go back to the old ways where a good old-fashioned ass whooping is handed out, and that's the end of it. But, if you're fortunate enough, or you may already be at that point in your life, where the risk of lawsuits and all that sort of thing can ultimately hurt your family, then sometimes you just have to unclench your fist, smile, get in your car and drive away. Believe me, it took me a long time to get my head around that one. Yeah, and I get it. Not only can you not afford it because you don't want to have the impact, to have somebody make money off of the fact that you tuned them up, rather, even if you were right or wrong, that would sting me to know that this bastard got a few coins out of my pocket. But more importantly, it's like quality of life. Again, it's every day is precious to me. I'd like to think that I've achieved a little bit of maturity that I know now that every day is precious. And I don't want to spend 1 hour of my time doing dumb shit. And that includes going to court with some nitwit or standing and giving the police my statements, all of that shit that goes along with that type of activities. I just don't have the time for it. Nana says, Pirate, have you cut people a little slack if they're trying to fall by? Nana, we got people in there right now that are 3 months behind. 3 months. Now you got to understand something. We have in our contract, it says $10 a day late fees. So if you're a month behind, you owe me an extra 3 hondos on top of the rent. We quickly realized that if people can't pay their rent, they certainly can't pay the penalty. But normally that's all just used to draw up documents to show a judge how you bent over backwards for the people. But for us, I'll tell you, I'm quite proud of this, Nana. My wife and I, in 22 years, we've never taken a single penny in even late fees. The ones who even tried to pay it, to their credit, who had a little dignity and said, here's the rent I owed you and here's your late fees, we say, no, thank you. I just want what we agreed on. And that goes a long way. So you hand them the money back, or you tell them just keep it, or put it towards next one. But yeah, but you have to be careful, Nana, because it's not my job to provide housing. If I took my, I've said this 1,000 times, I'll keep it short. If I take my overtime paychecks, if I worked weekends instead of going golfing, and I saved up enough money to buy some fucking camper and park it out in a cornfield and rent it to you so that I can earn a little money off of it, then I'm not under any obligation just to let you stay there forever. You went golfing, you spent your time. Again, it's just about fundamental fairness. But to answer your question, yeah, my wife and I like to sleep at night. And if anything, I have hurt my family financially by being too nice. But eventually, you say enough is enough. That's the end of it, and you got to go. Big Sloppy said, you advised a while ago about the Navarre area. I will probably end up going back to Cape San Blas. Yeah, I'm a big fan, Sloppy, of everything from Floribama, the Orange Beach area, all the way to, Crystal River. I don't think you can find any part of the Panhandle that will disappoint you as far as a family vacation. Nana says, yeah, as long as they're nice and explain and have a plan. Yeah, and Nana, again, all we want is what we have coming to us. But I can tell you that there comes a point where you do have to tell people to leave. Because, again, you can say, well, I've already lost the penalties. Okay, well, I never really counted on that anyhow. It's just a way to encourage people to pay on time. It's been my experience that once they fall 2 or 3 months behind, they never get caught up. The most they'll do is start making timely payments again. So they're always going to, when they leave, they're going to ultimately stiff you for 2 or 3 months rent. And if you choose to do that, then that's fine too. But you always say, at some point, you got to say, my kids deserve to eat too. This is my paycheck. When you pay your rent to me, that's my paycheck. I did a service and I want paid for my service. Who out there wants to work and not get paid for it? How's that fair? So you say, listen, I feel your pain. Go to your local church, see if they have, if there's homes available to you. But I'm not the guy. I don't provide free housing. So you have to go ahead and go on and go now. I mean, it's an example of, I know people who have rental properties and they've talked to their wives and they come to the family decision that they could borrow money to try to make their lives better. So somebody's going to borrow money. They're going to go somewhere and buy a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, say mobile home, put it on a little tiny piece of land on the edge of town. And sometimes they barely make enough off the rent to pay the bank, the taxes, and then put something in the coffee can for a new hot water heater now and then. The hope being is that 8 to 10 years down the road, that loan can be paid off, and then the family can start enjoying their profits. But if a family's living in that place and refuses to pay, now you got a guy that has to go to work and work weekends and evenings so he can make a payment on their house. So again, it really comes down to who's working. Somebody is working so that others can have their needs met. It's not terribly complicated. And whether the guy paid cash for it or he financed it, ultimately, it was still his efforts. And when you refuse to pay that man to sleep in that trailer, that house, that condominium, whatever, you're stealing from him. You're stealing his time, his 80 years. So Big Sloppy says the prices in Navarre is insane. I don't know about Navarre. I know the community. I don't know the specific properties for vacation rental owners. I've never fooled in that market because that market's not very profitable. There's no money, no real money to be made in vacation rentals as compared to residential rentals where a guy lives in it year round. And we could spend probably 2 hours and I could explain to you why, but just take it on the leap of faith that they're not the same. More often than not, what you have is people who buy vacation homes. And it's a wise move then to say, look, my wife and I, we're going to buy a place on the beach, $3 million. We're only going to stay there a couple of weeks out of the year. Nobody likes to spend $3 million on something and not see a return on it. Although you could argue that if the price of the real estate goes up, that he'll have plenty of money on the back end. But setting that aside, they just say to themselves, man, if we could rent this out for 15 or 16 weeks a year, we can at least cover the taxes and the insurance off of it. And that's usually what makes up that market. And they are real expensive because they don't want people in the house. They're like, I'll rent it if I can get this amount for it. Otherwise, I'm not going to do this. So that's probably what you ran into there. But if you see numbers that vary a great deal, you can rest assured it's because of location. You're not going to find the same amenities in or prices for amenities, say over by Crystal River, that you would find in like Destin, Florida, that's right next to a place that can swallow a G6 Gulfstream jet. Ruby Doobie said, I came here for numbers.
I'm back. I'm here. I'm here for numbers. Are we moving over to numbers? You finish your thought. I wasn't going to interrupt you.
I was confused. I thought I was giving him numbers, but I think what he meant to say was he doesn't want golf front beach rental rate numbers. He wants failure to deliver numbers. So
yeah.
I didn't see the clock. I had no idea you were even back. I was just prattling on and on and on about the differences between commercial, buying a piece of property that's expensive and trying to rent it out versus turning money through rentals. So
yeah.
There you go.
All right. Let's do this. Let's do some last numbers for the day here and see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange and EDGX volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through there. We've got 55.61% going through off exchange, EDGX 12.8. The combined total 68.41%, or about 2.41% higher than I would expect, meaning we're losing a little bit of price discovery there on some of that extra volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume is 324 shares, nothing unusual there. GME CHX volume was at 4,571, also nothing unusually large. Borrow fees for the day-to-day is sitting at 1.9 million shares. There was another 100,000 shares borrowed and returned within the last hour. It was actually borrowed for about 15 minutes, that 100,000 shares, and then returned. That puts us at 700,000 shares according to IBKR reported. Borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are at 3.01, rebates at 2.0 or 2.32. Ortex, as of an hour ago, is reporting about 617,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. That value is now sitting at... I have no idea. It's not loading. We'll come back to it. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike. There was approximately 9.7 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 10.3. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. An hour ago there was 2,000 contracts for the day. That has not changed. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day. Try this again. All right, now working. Moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I would be looking for on this page, and I don't expect to see either on this list due to our low quantities of volume for the day today. MMRI was 236.06 an hour ago. It's now 237.62. A little bit more risk adding on towards the end of the day here. 237.61. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yields was 0.145 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.14. Is Brandon in the back of the big triumph right now?
Yes.
Brandon, happy birthday, man.
Thank you very much.
You don't have to be here on your birthday, just so you know. You don't ever have to be here. But, I mean, especially on your
I have
birthday.
to drive home, so I'm here.
Oh, captive audience. Awesome. Just good to see you, man.
That's Danny.
Moving on. What else we got going on here? So, any weird things? We're kind of starting to see a little bit of a pump in cryptocurrencies right now. This is on my carry trade page. Looking for unusual movements in the market. Perhaps signaling for something that may be happening. While I was on break, I linked out 2 different things. We'll talk about those here in just a few minutes. But taking a look at what do we got going on here with the NASDAQ? NASDAQ is up 0.3. Dow Jones is up 0.06. And the S&P 500 is up 0.25. We have 3,828 advancers to 1,794 decliners. The market is just slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Cooking with bacon grease. Looking hot and tasty in the market again on low volume. There's only one sector that's down for the day-to-day, and that's financials. The rest of all the other sectors are green. The top 2 performing sectors for the day-to-day is consumer discretionary, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.99%. SI is down 1 point. Oh, actually, sorry, that's less than 2.5. Hold on, that doesn't count. Forget I said that. American Express down 2.91. Gold is currently down 0.1 and trending down. Silver is down or is up 0.35 and starting to trend down. Ethereum Classic is up 3.08% and trending up. The U.S. dollar is down 0.34, trending down. It made a little bit of a reversal down here, but it's still trending down for the most part. Oil is down 0.22, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.29 to 0.31 and taking a bit of a dump here. SPY is up 0.17, but also taking a dump that started right around 1436. VIX for the day-to-day is up 3.78 at 1648 and starting to consolidate after a little bit of a downtrend, with futures suggesting it should be around 1648, which is really dang close to where it's at. WM is 1.02 and starting to trend down a little. VB is up 0.91, consolidating. Tesla is up 0.34, trending down. Amazon is up 0.64, starting to trend down. Cinemark is up 0.83, starting to trend up after some consolidation. Doge is up 1.56, trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.6%, trending up. GME is up 0.33, trending up. HYMC is down 0.4 and looks like consolidating. NCMI is up 2.12, trending up. Hood is up 0.91, trending up. And AMC is up 0.4 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day, but just a little bit over $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.54 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 352 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 5.03. It looks like we'll just barely break 5 million. Usually the aftermarket hours tends to see a little bit of extra volume go through. So we'll probably be over. There's a chance we get over 6 million shares traded for the day today at some point on AMC. Let's go back over to SPY real quick here and just kind of check and see what volume is looking like as we are approaching towards the end of the day. It seems like they're saving a lot of the sell orders for the end portion of the day today, and those sell orders are pushing through on higher amounts of volume pumping through here. And so we're seeing the SPY take a little bit of a spike in volume. 25.8 million shares traded so far after 353 minutes worth of trading. Means that the SPY is on a pace for about 28.5 million shares traded by the end of the day. We may see some aftermarket volume or maybe even more volume as the end portion of the day is closing out here. It should be a very, very interesting ending as I am expecting to see some big moves starting perhaps as early as tomorrow on the SPY moving down. And this could be kind of forecasting into that. On a 4-hour time interval for AMC, there's currently more. Vortex indicator has more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 48.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The RSI 53.72, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. The RSI 54.67, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure on the vortex indicator with a divergence within the last 15 minutes. RSI is at 52.2, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. It may be a very interesting night to be watching the futures at around 7 o'clock tonight. Thank you. Welcome back to you. Let's see here. I ended the poll earlier on what you guys were voting for the spread on price movement for the day today. The high for the day today is 506. The low 498 as it stands right now. We have a 7-cent spread on wait, that can't be right. Yeah, that's right. 7-cent spread on price movement. So everybody who voted 6 to 7 cents so far is right for the day today. Congratulations to the well, let's see, how many people was that? 86 people that put that in there for value, roughly. I think I would have put in when I was writing out the poll. I wasn't going to put 1 to 5 cents. I think I was going to put something probably along. I would have voted for either 6 to 7 or 8 to 9. I think I probably would have voted for the 8 to 9.
Schwab's got it at 8% or 8 cents.
Does it? What's the
498 to 506?
Oh, they got 506 in there. Did I misread this? Where's the high? Yes. Oh, you're right. 506. It's not 505. You're right. Nope. You're right. 8 cents. That is correct. I might have been looking at the wrong number. What was I looking at? I don't know what I was looking at. I thought I saw 505. We got just a little over 30 minutes for the day left today. Imagine if it closes exactly $5. What are the chances? I feel like if I get price prediction right today, and I said $5, and that's what we closed at yesterday, I feel like that's like essentially betting like on 00 green on a roulette board and hitting.
You know, it pays more than any other number on that roulette wheel, but it also has the least likelihood, the liabilities in terms of ratios, the least likely to hit. Yeah. Risk and reward.
Who had what today? Did anybody have a 502 close? Nobody had a 502 close. Apex and Tech both went with 498. Nana went with 505, and I went with 5.
Nana, I can tell you whether somebody pays 5 years on time or just 5 months, nobody in the United States is being tossed out of a rental for being 5 days late. Just doesn't happen. 7 days a week. You said a week. Nobody. That's not. It just doesn't.
Don't you have to be like a month or more late? Like, I mean, by a month, don't you? You have to like start giving eviction notices, and that's like another full month after that, I think, right?
Well, it varies. It varies from location to location. But here's the thing: people act in their own interest. Landlords are businessmen. They just want money. How do they make any money throwing somebody out?
Get somebody new in who's got money.
Exactly. So it's real simple. It's a product like a gallon of milk. So when you go to get a gallon of milk, you don't pick up the milk and say, I want this milk, but I can't pay. But I bought milk for 2 years from you. You should give me this gallon for free. It just doesn't work that way. What happens? What if the landlord has a reasonable belief that he's eventually going to get his rent? That's all he really wants. We don't even want the penalty. We just want the rent because we're already making money at the rent. So I just want the rent. But if they go 5 days, I'm not going to throw somebody out and have to meet people and go through all that shit. The house is going to be empty for a month probably. I'd much rather just wait and get my rent. The problem isn't that. The problem is when it goes from 1 month to the next. So now you're already up to the first again, and you didn't get last month's rent. And again, I'll say for mom and pop realtors, this is tantamount to whatever your husband does. If your husband drives a UPS truck and he delivers the packages all week, he wants his paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a guy deliver the packages all week and say, fuck you, I'm not paying. You know, it's just that simple. So more often than not, it's people, again, I can't be more clear about this. There's not a landlord walking out here who gets bent if somebody's 5 days late. If they do call and raise hell, it's because they know that there is a historical precedence that once a person gets later and later and later, you stand a lesser and lesser chance of getting your money. So people say, well, why would you throw somebody out after a month? I'm like, well, if I told you that your stop loss was 1,000 or 3,000, which one do you rather lose? Because when you're evicting somebody, that's a stop loss.
Mm-hmm.
The deal's already turned against you. And you got to go home and tell your wife, hey, honey, I know I talked you into buying that condo, and I know we used your 401k as a loan, but they can't pay. So we're going to be their friend. Mm-hmm. I live in the real world. So again, most folks are just, again, mom and pop realtors or landlords. They're not trying to shit on their tenants. They just want their paycheck. It's that simple. But I appreciate the kind words, Nana.
Don't most mortgage companies have like a 15-day grace period?
I think
on a
so.
late house payment?
Yeah, I think it is like 15 days.
A mortgage company is different than a rent.
Oh,
when you pay a mortgage, that's a deal with your banker, and he set the terms. Yep. When he handed you $200,000, and he did, he put some agreements in there, and there was hard language that said, if this, then that. But that's a world of difference between mortgages and how they're treated as far as tardiness and a tenant.
It's a general question.
Nana, you better not be buying shares right now with money you don't have for the foreseeable future, just so you can hit your 505.
She's trying to move the market.
Don't you dare!
So she can get bragging rights.
You know that your orders are not going to be driving that price up there.
There's 503, so she might have some.
Yeah, I was watching it move, and I was like, Nana's buying shares. She's doing it. I can feel it right now. I can feel her buying shares. Move! Don't you do it.
Just want to let everyone know, Leanne Chin's today.
I feel like you just spoke another language. What did you say? Leanne's chins?
Leanne
These are the
Chen
Oriental restaurant.
What's that?
at the airport.
Oh, that's where you're at?
It's a instead of Panda, go to
Beef and
Leanne.
broccoli.
No, I went high curry chicken, fried rice, extra string beans. Oh, and of course, the Grim Leafer black tea.
That's really the name?
Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, that's.
Oh, I wasn't watching. I
brand.
didn't realize you had a video up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Liquid Death.
Yep. I see it.
The Grim Leafer is the black tea, and the Armless Palmer is the
Look,
obviously the Arnold Palmer.
I don't like being a Brian and poking fun at people's food.
But go ahead.
Here comes a butt. Here
Wait,
comes a butt.
but
It's like a,
go. Oh no! Go back.
This is like an article from fucking Citron Research.
Oh, you want to see it again?
This is a Benzinga. This
is my Benzinga moment here. You thought you were buying something good, but that looks like shit. Did you already eat it and puke it back out, or what happened? What is that? what happened there?
Well, you gotta mix it up.
You
gotta have the string beans with the rice.
I must be a partitioning kind of person, because that just looks like you already ate it all, and then there it is again.
So you're saying, so you don't get you don't mix like beans, carrot, eggs, chicken?
I mean, yeah, I would, but that's
Yeah.
you're only focusing on that one spot. Look over to the right a little. Now,
Well, yeah,
you're mixing it all in with there too. Yeah.
Yeah, they put the beans on top.
I feel like I'm having a panic attack while I'm looking at that.
I'm going to have to disagree with the host on this one. I think this is a great
know.
mix.
I'm sure it's tasty. I'm sure it is.
Mm.
But
I hate to criticize people, but here it comes.
I'm taking your word for it on this one.
They're the best Chinese at the airport.
Okay. I've never heard of the place.
Between flights.
It seems like everybody seems to know what it is except for me, so it's new to me. I haven't heard of it.
It's a little bit higher end than Panda, I'd say.
Yeah, that's.
I think she was. I think she was one of those like Iron Chefs on TV.
Shoot, what was the name of the?
I think it's Leanne Chen. Yeah, I think I said it right.
So, I'm trying to remember the name of that Chinese food restaurant.
Concourse C in Atlanta.
What is that called? There was a really, really fancy restaurant, a Chinese food restaurant, and then they had like they had a spin-off version of it. Payway. That's it. Payway. It was PF Chang's and Payway. Which one was the spin-off?
Payway or Payway?
I thought it was Payway. I don't know. I have no idea.
Payway. That's at our F concourse. They have that one.
So
they have really good edamame.
Yeah. So Payway is the knockoff version of PF Chang's, right?
That makes sense.
I feel like it's like their like fast food version. I feel like one of them is. I don't know which one's which, but anyways, Payway. So where would you rank this place in comparison to like Payway?
Because it's a buffet, I would put it below. Hey, AJ. I am not.
Above Panda, below Payway. Got it.
Yeah.
Chi-Town Turtle said he always orders the number 69. He says it's called the Toucan Chew. I see what you did there, Turtle. That's pretty funny.
Oh, he got us all on that one.
Dinner for two, though.
Edamame. It's a
soybeans
vegetable that when you eat it, it's actually like it's kind of meaty, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it kind of meaty tasting a little bit?
Just soybeans.
It tastes. I feel like when I've had it before in the past, it's always just kind of. It could pass for a meat.
You just they're steamed. They got salt on them. Just break them, shove like 3 of them in your mouth. It's like eating a pop. To me, it's like I'd rather eat that than peanuts.
Yeah.
In fact, I think over in, I've never been to Asia, but I've been told that's what they put on the bar. They put edamame when they're drinking beer.
Chi-Town says it looks like a lima bean.
Yeah, it's a soybean.
Wait, what's the name of the place again that you're at?
Well, now I'm down in the lounge, but it was a Lian Chen.
Okay. I feel like Chi-Town Turtle's making fun here because I've never heard of this restaurant before. Toucan Chew, which is that's got to be fake. There's no way that's real.
He said he orders the number 69.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm thinking like Toucan Chew. I see where he's going. He's playing on words there, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the restaurant that I wanted to start, Po Man Noodle. That's my own name, by the way.
Maybe
trademarked. You cannot use it. Po Man Noodle is a restaurant I was going to create one time.
maybe one that soup before it, the cream of some young guy.
The concept here, I can't tell you guys because it's my go-to food cart. If I ever decide to open up a food cart sometime, it's going to be called Po Man Noodle. It's going to be ramen, but I have a twist to it.
All I know is your clock is ticking, man. You better get started on some of this shit.
Well, I don't want to. I've never really wanted to be a food server as a job in my life. You know, like that was never really all that exciting of a venue. But I wouldn't mind taking a year to open something like that up, and then I actually have an idea on what I want to do with it. What I want to start is one of the food carts, but have it at a college campus. And the idea behind it is it used to be back in the 90s when I had the idea, it was to create a food cart that was on a college campus where you would charge people $1 a plate. And so I looked at the overhead costs on what it was that for everything that I wanted to put together, and it was very easily within price limits to sell a $1 plate, and I could probably make 80% profit off of each dollar. The actual food itself wouldn't have cost more than maybe 20 cents out of that dollar. And on a college campus, I think ramen noodles and the idea that the twist that I have on it would have been, I think, a big seller. So then I was going to take that when I made enough money and had enough food carts going at different college campuses. What I was going to do after that was start creating near college campuses all you can eat Po Man noodles, where people pay like a flat rate to come in and have all they can eat. And the flat rate would have been like, I don't know, $15 or something. 10, $15. Nobody's going to eat $15 worth of ramen. There's just no way. Not back in the 90s. Now it's a little bit of a different story, but there's just no way somebody would eat $15 worth of ramen.
Keep it away from a D1 football program.
No, that's who you want. Let those guys come in and eat it up. I still don't think they can eat $15 worth of ramen. It's a lot of ramen.
Maybe do it like, was it the Great Outdoors, where the steak was called the old 69er, and you got it for free if you could eat it all the way down?
Yeah.
And John Candy, you got to eat the gristle.
That's right.
And it was like, oh.
And some of you guys, when I say ramen, some of you may be thinking like the more traditional ramen, but I'm literally talking about the ramen out of the packets that you would buy.
Those are so good.
Mm-hmm. The Manchurian, is that what it is? Manchurian? I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're so cheap, and you can.
The food business is tough. What most people fail to factor in, it's always the same with the food truck dreams, is that you have to be affiliated with a commissary in your town. You can't just cook shit at your kitchen in your subdivision and then carry it out in your pickup truck and sell it on the side of the road, because they have FDA laws. So you got to get a license. Now, if you want to bootleg, if you want to sell tacos out of a crock pot, you can probably get away with it for many years. I'm not saying I'm all about the hustle, but if you want to have a business, a real honest to goodness licensed business, then you got to have a food service truck, and then that's going to come with some requirements. And then you get into, you got to pay a commissary or a FDA approved kitchen to prepare your foods. If not, then you got the cost of the truck, and then you have to have the all of the 3 bays. You got to have 3 separate sinks. There's a whole list of things that you have to have before you can even serve food.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get into, you need a water line. You got to have a hose hooked up every day, and then you got to have sewage. Where's that water going to run to when you clean those dirty pans?
Yeah, mine was
That's
a
where the
food
rubber meets
cart,
the road, because it turns
not a
into
food
a
truck.
real estate deal.
Mine was a food cart,
What's that,
not
a cart?
A food cart, not a food
Oh.
truck. So it's all pre-made separately. You just wheel it to the location or whatever, however you get it there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of licensing. I guess that's county to county on whether you have to have a food cart license. But I would argue that New York City probably has a food cart license, and I would imagine they have some pretty strict stuff on it. But it's tough, man.
Yeah.
Having a business is tough.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Where are you going to keep your food cart at? You're just going to leave it on the curb overnight when you go home to Melissa?
Home.
Yeah.
You have to take it. You have to haul it.
Take it home.
Yep.
So you're going to have a trailer or a van.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every day, haul it.
You're going to live in a place. Yeah, exactly.
That's why in Atlanta you see all the food trucks on the weekends, because they know the inspectors don't travel around on Saturday, Sundays.
Right, that's right.
Everyone's a brisket salesman Saturday, Sundays. You don't see them Monday, Tuesdays.
Food business is tough, man. You're dealing with perishable products. What are you going to do? You got to store them, freeze them. Even ice cream. Even if you're going to run an ice cream truck, it can be challenging just to store your product and all that.
Yeah, that's why.
Casey,
Yeah, what's up?
Friday Jackson Hole, right?
Yes, I do. I'm prepared for talking at, I think it's 10 a.m. or 11, somewhere around there.
Yeah. So we're Spy's closing at what it opened today. So they're freaking waiting until that.
Yeah. So we got he's at 10 o'clock in the
yeah.
morning. I think it's East. It should be Eastern Standard Time. So that'll be 9 my time. So that means like we'll do like we'll try to maybe get the 9 o'clock numbers out a little bit earlier on Friday than usual, and then we'll just pop into him doing his little Jackson Hole retreat talk. But yeah, so we have we have initial jobless claims tomorrow, existing home sales tomorrow. Both of those are expected to rise. We also have S&P Flash U.S. Services PMI reporting tomorrow as well. Well, I don't know yet, Gary. It's not over yet here, but I have a feeling.
Is that Gary? Is that Gary Gensler?
No.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's right behind me. I didn't mean to say. I meant Tom. Nice job, Tom. Thanks. Appreciate it. Is it weird not having my camera on, or did you guys don't even pay attention?
Yeah, it is weird because I am assuming you're sitting there naked.
Oh, man, I could be.
And there's no other way to discredit my opinion. So,
Hey, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Do you make your ramen like brothy, or do you do more like on the noodle side?
Yeah, I'm a noodle side guy. I drain off a lot of the liquid, and the only liquid that I keep in there for water is just enough to be able to get, mix up the packet of sauce or packet of powder. But if I'm sick, then I keep the water in there.
You want to know what I do?
What's that?
I don't. I
Liquid
usually
dry.
don't. I usually don't put enough like broth or water, either one, to drain off. I usually put like just enough in there to cook the noodles,
Mhm.
and then I put in some peanut oil,
Oh.
and then I put the seasoning on top
Mhm.
while the noodles are still hot, and that seasoning starts to like caramelize.
That sounds yummy.
And yeah,
Interesting.
I've seen some people
how I
do
do it.
eggs. Have you seen
You can add
eggs?
egg.
Like over easy eggs thrown on there?
I have. I haven't done it with eggs, but I've done it with like yeah. I've added like steak, and like, I'll take peppers and I'll you know, cook them real good on the cast iron. You know, like get that char.
Yeah.
Or
So
like onions. You know, green onions.
the original idea for my po man noodle thing came from me actually wanting to write a book, 101 Ways to Prepare Top Ramen. And I had thought about writing the book because I spent, a couple months eating nothing but ramen while I saved up for my first home in 1999. So that was about the time when I was thinking about writing a recipe book for 101 Ways to Prepare Top Ramen. And that never happened, but it kind of that transformed into the idea of how if I've got all these great, amazing recipes for top ramen, maybe I should just make a business that spices up top ramen, sells it to hungry college students for $1 a plate. That was the idea. But yeah,
I like it.
there's a lot of different ways to prepare top ramen, and a lot of people. I mean, has anybody here raise your hand? Put a 1 in here if you've ever eaten top ramen raw. I actually was on a construction site the very first time I saw this happen, and they'll crunch up the noodles inside the bag while the bag is still sealed shut. And then they open up the bag, open up the season packet, pour the season packet into the bag, and eat the noodles dry. If you've ever done that, you've probably worked on a construction site before, or a really crappy job, one of the two.
So there was no water available?
Well, there's water available, but it's just, why? Save time. Just eat it raw later. Eat it as it is.
That's how a caveman would eat it.
I've tried it before. It's all right. It's not terrible, but I wouldn't choose to eat it like that.
You eat your men raw, and you like them on top.
Raw men. You got it backwards. Dirty says that's Asian potato chips. I guess so. What's your favorite flavor, though?
Oh, that's racist. I'm gonna say Mexican. What? Asian?
No, chicken.
I think he was going to go with spicy.
Spicy.
Oh, spicy Mexican.
I feel like the chicken one's has a better cross. I'm not really a fan of the beef. I've only had the shrimp. I don't know, not too many times. So I'm not a real big fan of the shrimp either. I think the chicken's the best.
I squeeze like 4 lemons in my soup.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be sour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done lemons before. Chaitan Turtle says, have you ever had ramen salad? I have. I actually have had ramen salad before. It's good stuff.
I like the kimchi.
There's a couple people. We got 3 people in here who's had the ramen raw before. You would think that it would hurt your teeth to chew on it, but it's actually not all that bad.
Well, apparently it's the preferred food of turtles because 2 out of the 3 people had turtle in their name.
That's true. I see that. Interesting.
Yeah, I used to eat the pack, the ones in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
I used to just like eat them like that.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You
raw.
didn't put a 1 in there.
Yeah. What? No, because you were talking about raw men. I was talking about noodles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
But I've heard that
Go ahead.
your chances of getting cancer by eating ramen is higher.
I don't
I
know how
think the
true
brand.
that is, but
I think the brand I like to use that newer song. It's kind of a bigger bowl.
Yeah.
Nissan.
What's it called?
Is it Nissan?
Yeah, it's something like that. I think I might have a package sitting in my pantry. My
It's
brother-in-law
like, it's
eats
like a
it.
bowl.
Yeah.
I like the spicy one, but I can only put in half. In fact, I had 2 of them in my bag for this trip. Their spicy one, I can only use half the packet.
He likes
There's
spicy
no way.
ramen.
I ain't sucking at nothing.
Wow. I was pouring my soul out on which raw men I like, and next thing I know.
Oh man. Well, Yucca started it. It's his fault. Final thoughts of the day. Anybody? It is that time of the day, unfortunately. So throw out those. Throw out those final thoughts so I can head out of here.
Did you guys like the Costco hole? No. Stay away from it. What do you want?
There it is. If you liked the Costco hoe today, let Yucca know in the chat comment. Final thought of the day.
Do you guys like that? How about the other one that's getting played out? Give me my money.
I saw that one. That was stupid.
That's dumb. It's very dumb.
It doesn't make. Yeah, people are getting sick of that.
All right.
Oh yes, they did like the Costco hole.
I'm out. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
All right, keep it tight.
Tight like a tiger. Well, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day. And as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is help support the company that we're invested in, AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.